Hello. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. May I invite you all back to the conference room? Our program is going to start in 50 seconds, I guess. Yeah, sure, please. Yeah. Yep. And the panelists for the next sessions, if I can also have your presence on stage, that would be great. All right. Good morning, Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished guests, and all of our delegates. Welcome back to the South China Sea International Conference, the 15th South China Sea International Conference, organized by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. And today, with the day two, we have 4 sessions lining up for you, focusing on some of the very emerging maritime domains on issues such as critical infrastructures and offshore renewable energies, as well as the role of the law enforcement in the South China Seas. And we are going to have a very special sessions. For the first time ever, the young leaders are going to join us on stage. Other than that, keep in mind that we still have one post sessions, live commentary in Vietnamese during the lunch break, and we still have one more keynote speech at lunch waiting for you. And for our online audience, thank you so much for tuning in. Feel free to drop your comment, feedback, and questions at any given time. The most preferable channel is to use the Zoom Q&A functions. Feel free to drop your questions in the Q&A chat box. And now, without further ado, may I invite His Excellencies Mr. J.R. Ratnam, the Singaporean ambassador to Vietnam, to moderate sessions 5, titled "The Coast Guard Roles in Fostering Cooperation in the South China Seas." So the floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends. We are very privileged here to have I'm very privileged to moderate this particular session. The Coast Guard is the front line of the dynamics and dilemmas that we have been speaking about for the last day or so. And for the first time, as the DAV has mentioned, we have brought them together in a session for them to give us a sense of their own role in fostering cooperation in the South China Sea. I won't take up too much of their time because the real value is listening to them. There's a slight change in the order of the proceedings, so bear with me. Our first speaker will be Dr. J. Tristan Tariella, Commander of the Maritime Security Affairs from Philippines, followed by Mr. Tatsuhiko Takashima, Vice Admiral, Maritime Self-Defense Force, Japan, then Bakamla Hudiasha is Nural, Deputy Director International Law and Legislation from Indonesia, and finally Senior Colonel Nguyen Kat Wood, Director of Military Science Division, Vietnam Coast Guard. Without further ado, may I give the floor to Dr. J. Tristan Tariella, who is joining us online. Immediately after this, he has to leave for pressing matters. So I will give the audience also a chance to have a lightning round if they have any questions for him. Dr. J, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for extending an invitation to me. However, I must express my sincere apologies for not being able to join you in Hanoi. Before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to emphasize that the views that I'll be presenting are solely based on my academic research and do not represent the official position of the Philippine government, particularly the Philippine Coast Guard and the National Task Force West Philippine Sea. As a scholar, I stand before you today, separate from my role as a Coast Guard officer. To contribute directly to the panel discussion, I would like to address the three guide questions mentioned in the panel's descriptive background. However, I will begin by addressing the question of how Coast Guards can be utilized for cooperation and peace in the South China Sea. As you all know, Coast Guards can play a crucial role in promoting cooperation and maintaining peace in the South China Sea, since it has mutual roles that largely affect the established maritime order, particularly in ensuring maritime safety, protecting the marine environment, and enforcing maritime laws. By leveraging these capabilities and expertise of Coast Guards, nations can promote stability, enhance security, and foster peaceful resolutions in the region. It is worth mentioning that the Coast Guard is not a new maritime organization. The birth of the Coast Guard goes way back during the early days of the United States state building as a revenue collector and during the commencement of international merchant shipping in Europe for the safety of life and property at sea. The Coast Guard's genesis can be traced back to the U.S. Coast Guard's history and Her Majesty's Coast Guard. Both of these maritime agencies are proof that it coexisted with the Navy but performed completely different mandates. Throughout the years, its mere role of tax collector and lifesaver had metamorphosed to a maritime constabulary unit that carries out the protection of the marine environment and enforcement of maritime laws. In other words, the Coast Guard had emerged as an agency different from that of the Navy that does not supplant the latter's territorial defense roles. This was the Coast Guard's origin, an agency that institutionalized its roles in maritime safety, maritime law enforcement, and marine environmental protection. Both the respective Coast Guards have safeguarded the national interest by initially ensuring that smuggling activities are entirely halted and that the custom obligations are practically settled. These two maritime forces roles have evolved as time passed with diverse missions that they performed all along as a significant partner for their respective navies during wartime. Their development from customs revenue collector to a naval sidekick has not overshadowed their most crucial role in saving lives, ensuring safety at sea, and protecting the marine environment. Secondly, the Coast Guard template that the United States and the United Kingdom long established has been adopted in the region to address domestic concerns, particularly in effective maritime governance. As seen from Japan and the Philippines, the United States created the Coast Guard to address a wide range of issues, from lighthouse building to preventing illegal immigrants. Its practicality and flexibility to be used in improving maritime governance were also the reason why this was created in Malaysia and also in Vietnam. The traditional Coast Guard roles institutionalized in the United States had been diffused and molded to fit the demand of these countries in the region. Furthermore, the setting that the U.S. Coast Guard was not placed temporary Coast Guards for Japan, the Philippines, Malaysia, and even Vietnam. Third, the Coast Guard's utilization in patrolling the disputed waters became a turning point for its evolution from a mere agency that ensures the safety of life and property at sea, protect the marine environment, and enforces maritime laws. The inclusion of maritime security among its role, particularly in patrolling the disputed waters, looks like a departure from its original mission. The Coast Guards in the region embrace this particular role since they recognize that the White Hull ship is a solution to prevent the militarization of the dispute and at the same time is the tension among the claimant states. Although this new role propelled the Coast Guard's development in the region, this somehow distorted its traditional identity. Lastly, besides the evolution of the Coast Guard functions throughout the years, it showed that states have a varying appreciation of employing the maritime agency. Initially, the Coast Guard establishment and development's main objective is only related to addressing domestic concerns, mainly those related to maritime constabulary functions. However, over the years, the states have also used the Coast Guard in engaging the region for cooperation in addressing mutual interests, particularly in addressing non-traditional security threats like piracy, smuggling, and even drug trafficking. The Coast Guard utilization in patrolling the contested waters has once again changed the state's appreciation to this agency. The Coast Guard's flexible and adaptable identity has allowed the states to perceive it as an agency that could best fit its interests, whether domestically or even externally. Beyond advancing each other's territorial interests in the South China Sea, Coast Guard cooperation is valuable in addressing non-traditional security threats, promoting rules-based governance, and ensuring Southeast Asia's waterways are safe and secure. Therefore, Coast Guard have critical functions that could provide more avenues for regional cooperation. In this premise that I have used in responding to the first question, I would like to respond now to the first two questions about the role of Coast Guard, whether it stabilizes or destabilizes the maritime domain, as well as their impact on the elimination or broadening the gray zone. The role of Coast Guard organization in the region have evolved beyond their traditional functions, how encompassing patrolling contested waters is. This expansion of responsibilities has sparked debates among scholars, who argue that Coast Guards are blurring the line between defense and constabulary roles, entering what is known as the gray zone area. Initially established to perform maritime constabulary duties and promote cooperation, these Coast Guard organizations are now seen as gray zone strategies employed by states to assert territorial claims. This situation is further complicated by the establishment and utilization of the China Coast Guard. The China Coast Guard presence has distorted the identity of Coast Guards and led maritime security scholars to view them differently. Instead of perceiving them as a fulfilling maritime security roles, Coast Guards are now seen as deceptive smoke screens used to advance territorial claims with less emphasis on those traditional functions that I mentioned earlier. The attention and dominance of the China Coast Guard in the South China and East China Seas have led to a generalization that Coast Guard developments in the region solely reflect gray zone strategies and disregarded their other traditional significant roles. The behavior of the China Coast Guard at sea during patrols has worsened the overall image of Coast Guard. Rather than being seen as a potential de-escalation approach, the China Coast Guard actions have raised concerns that Coast Guard competitions could escalate conflicts in the South China Sea. This tainted the narrative that undermines the intent of deploying Coast Guards to reduce tensions. It is important to note that while China Coast Guard has dominating presence in the South China Sea, it does not represent all Coast Guards in the region. Many Coast Guard organizations continue to fulfill their traditional roles and contribute to maritime governance, the safety and environmental protection. However, the prominence of the China Coast Guard and its actions have overshadowed these contributions in the discourse surrounding Coast Guard development in the region. Taking lessons from the 2012 Scarborough Shoal standoff, the Chinese government took measures to consolidate its maritime administrative agencies, referred to as the Five Dragons steering up the sea, and established the China Coast Guard. This is a time that the maritime scholars argued that this move was also aimed at asserting China's sovereignty over the contested areas in the South China Sea and the East China Sea, bringing them under its domestic laws. Interestingly, since its inception, the China Coast Guard has primarily relied on its white-hulled vessels to conduct patrols in the disputed waters. These China Coast Guard ships have accompanied Chinese fishing vessels or Chinese maritime militia and have become more assertive in upholding China's sovereignty against claimants from Southeast Asian countries. These China Coast Guard have denied entry to Southeast Asian nations into contested areas like Scarborough Shoal and even the Parcel Islands. By employing the China Coast Guard for patrolling the South China Sea, Beijing has sought to counter accusations of militarization in the region's sea dispute. However, many scholars argue that the creation of the China Coast Guard serves as a mere facade, concealing China's true intention of de-escalation or non-provocation. Although China Coast Guard white ships may appear to be ordinary law enforcement vessels, they possess lethal capabilities that contradict the traditional role of Coast Guard. It is worth noting that a significant number of China Coast Guard vessels are refurbished naval frigates, previously decommissioned by the People's Liberation Army Navy with their naval armaments intact. The gray zone tactic that most scholars claim in explaining the Coast Guard development fully applies to understanding China Coast Guard's growth. The China Coast Guard's formation, separate from the State Oceanic Administration, reveals its true purpose. It is contrary to the traditional Coast Guard roles focused on maritime safety, marine environmental protection, and maritime law enforcement. Therefore, the rise of the White House among the Southeast Asian countries is a positive development since it strengthens the maritime order to ascertain that the sea trade routes that affect the global economy is safe, the marine environment is protected, the nefarious activities are suppressed, and that the territorial disputes are de-escalated if we're only going to talk about the Southeast Asian countries creating their own Coast Guard. However, it is very significant to mention that China Coast Guard does not align with the prevailing regional Coast Guard norm that Japan, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and even the South Asian Coast Guards is supporting. China Coast Guard is the only Coast Guard in Asia that puts the white painted hulls of the Coast Guards in the gray zone. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. J, for that overview, which sets the scene for the discussions. If you don't mind, you can stay online. I will take one round of questions from the floor so that you can address some of the points raised in your presentation. The floor is now open. Is there anybody that has questions? Yes, please. Please identify yourself and make it short.
Terima kasih, Your Honorable Excellency, for this opportunity. My name is Jifaya. I'm from Indonesia, one of the young leaders present in this conference. To Commodore J, it is true the fact that white-hulled vessels are truly former corvettes, as we can see. However, what I want to ask is, are there any prevailing regimes that determine whether or not a vessel should be Coast Guard? Because I noticed that there is a wide variety of Coast Guard specifications. First, we have from the Philippines, Indonesia. It is 120-meter length and to 4 meters length, and rubber fast boats. So these Coast Guards from Indonesia and Philippines are mostly armed with R40mm cannons to 25mm Bushmaster's cannons. To U.S. colors, we have U.S. Coast Guard colors armed with 25mm Bushmasters. To the fact that there are former corvettes in the South China Sea armed with 76mm autocannons and missiles still armed to the teeth but painted in white as Coast Guard. What is your view on these varieties, wide varieties of Coast Guard? And should there be a regime on Coast Guard's classifications, considering that there are wide varieties from lethal to non-lethal weaponry on the Coast Guard vessels? Because again, as you say, Coast Guards are supposed to guard maritime security and supposed to be one of the supporting arms of a state in securing their territory other than the Navy. Thank you.
Terima kasih. I will take one or two more other questions and then let Dr. J respond to it. Yes, please.
My name is Marie Hebert. I wanted to ask, sort of, you said that China's Coast Guard is doing basically doing military naval maneuvers in the disputed territories, but that the Japan, ASEAN, etc., are still following the traditional role of the Coast Guard. Do you see that China's ramping up the role of the Coast Guard could cause Coast Guards in these other countries to follow suit in response to repel China? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have one last question before I let Dr. J handle it? Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Andre from the ICRC. Just one question, and that is the risks of escalation of incidents between states. Obviously, on the extreme spectrum, might involve crossing the threshold of an armed conflict. So my question is, what is done, or is something done to actively think of the status of Coast Guard vessels, if they are civilian vessels, whether they are protected, and what Coast Guard should do to ensure that it's that their status is very clear and do not engage in any activities that might render them military objectives. Obviously, this is a not linked to a specific situation. It's just a general question in terms of preparedness and thinking about the use of Coast Guards. If there's any reaction on that, thank you.
Thank you very much for those three really good questions. Dr. J, may I turn the floor over to you?
Thank you for your very interesting questions. For me to respond to the first question, I think there's really, I mean, that's true. I agree with you. There are different variations of Coast Guard vessels that belong to various inventories, whether in the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia. So to the question, is there really a need now for us to have at least an agreed setting of defining what will be the armaments, what will be the characteristic of the vessel? That would be a great idea, but let me first stress out, based on my presentation, that the regional Coast Guards among Southeast Asian countries, we have this something like agreed regional norm that our Coast Guards are not really intended for us to have a much more bigger vessels or much more powerful naval armament, just like with the Navy. We all agree that the traditional Coast Guard functions, particularly Bakamla, MMBA, Vietnam Coast Guard, and even the Philippine Coast Guard, is more on to support maritime governance, wherein it's only limited to maritime law enforcement and then establishing cooperation for maritime safety and also in preventing the marine environment, protecting the marine environment and enforcing maritime laws. Now, for the second question, will there be an influence from China as it build on more on bigger Coast Guard vessels and deploy also much more number of Coast Guard vessels? I would argue that it has really influenced now the countries among the claimant states in the South China Sea. The Philippines has been building up its Coast Guard fleet. You can also see that from Vietnam, also Malaysia, and even Bakamla of Indonesia. All of us are building our own Coast Guard in a way that we can counter-respond with the presence of the China Coast Guard. But to that, related also to the third question, will the increased number of Coast Guard vessels will eventually trigger a much more bigger armed conflict? I don't think so. I still have this belief that Coast Guards among the region, particularly here in Southeast Asia, we have this kind of professional understanding among Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines that we're not going to be that aggressive or aggressive to each other in a way that will be the cause of the conflict. We can see that from how Malaysian Coast Guard, Vietnam Coast Guard, and even Philippine Coast Guard passes through each other in the South China Sea. We don't provoke each other. We have our own respect in those territories that we are currently occupying, that we are all patrolling. I think our friend from Bakamla will also be able to strengthen this answer that I'm giving now. We have that kind of professional understanding of our limitations. And also to add, as I said with my presentation, it's only China who bullies each other of us in the among the claimant states. They are being aggressive and provoking towards Bakamla in Natuna Islands. They have also been very aggressive in responding to the presence of Vietnam Coast Guard and also with the Philippine Coast Guard and MMEA. So if there's only one deviant behavior among the coast guards in the region, that would be the China Coast Guard. But among us, Southeast Asian countries who have the professional understanding and also knows how significant our roles is in maritime governance and also in maintaining this maritime order, that is not a problem that will come across between Southeast Asian Coast Guard organizations.
Thank you very much, Dr. J, for setting the stage for exciting presentations from our other three speakers. May I invite the audience perhaps to give a round of applause to Dr. J. But before that, I think we have just one last question from the floor. Please.
Well, I'm a senior Colonel Jobo, retired from China. In all your speech, what do you want to say? Basically, I can anticipate. It's not a surprise to me, but it is surprising to me to see how you portray China as a devil in the region, while yourself look almost like an angel. But let me ask you a question that I talked yesterday. In 2000 and 2013, Filipino Coast Guard killed Chinese fishermen from Island Island and from Taiwan. Why were you so barbaric to kill Chinese fishermen? And why a country that is never stronger militarily than China could behave so barbarically against the innocent Chinese fishermen? And is it because that you believe these fishermen are so innocent, so can do anything against them? And is it because the Chinese policy toward you at that time was so tolerant that we did nothing against you, so you could do that? So is it something that China should reflect to extend that we have to increase our presence with a stronger Coast Guard? Please tell me frankly.
I'll be very proud in responding to your question. Thank you for using the word barbaric. Coast Guards in the region, not just the Philippine Coast Guard, is not a barbaric. You were mentioning about the shooting incident in Taiwan in 2013 and also a maritime incident that happened between the Philippine Navy and Vietnam. All of this were already diplomatically settled now. We now have established a good relationship with Taiwan and also with Vietnam. But here's the thing now. Among the countries in the region, we all have a positive diplomatic relationships in discussing the South China Sea. And all of these countries have issues with the China Coast Guard and the Chinese maritime militia pretending to be Chinese fishing vessels. You keep on mentioning the word barbarism. But as I said, we abide with the international rules-based order. With the images and videos that we have already presented to the international community, in which I know that the People's Republic of China is not really pleased. We have portrayed the word that you are saying, but I'm not going to use that against you. I think the transparency initiative that we have been espousing for the past months is a clear understanding of what the word barbarism is. Because Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines will always abide with the international rules-based order. I just don't know whether People's Republic of China is also willing to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think let's give a round of applause to Dr. J before he signs off. Thank you. Our next speaker today is Vice Admiral Tatsuhiko Takashima. You have the floor, sir.
Legend implies that the presence of the Coast Guard vessels might have the negative impact on the peace of South China Sea. The concern is very right. Coast Guard's prior mission is law enforcement as a water East China Sea there is a territorial disagreement among the countries surrounding South China Sea. So the two or more forces have to face the issue of what law is enforced or who enforces the law. The answer is very clear for each Coast Guard. Our law should be, or we will. This overlap with different authorities creates the gray zone by white vessels. Coast Guard herself alone could not solve this issue. Situation differs case by case. One country might control some islands and control the sea as their territorial water. In this case, other might try to prevent the law enforcement of this country, or the situation even. Both sides try to enforce the law. In most cases, Coast Guards are at the front line. And in general, try not to escalate the situation, but also may try to get better position if possible. Then there is a risk that the Coast Guard's activity adds to South China's instability, which should not be happen, hopefully. Fortunately, if my understanding of international law is correct, government vessels are not under the jurisdiction of other countries in normal situation. There is a favorable safeguard system of White House confrontation, while international law allows gray hull to feel sovereignty against the others as self-defense. Then they do not deteriorate the situation automatically, and the status quo exists, if not stably. Confrontation is not a good situation, but Coast Guard's confrontation is far better than Navy confrontation. In addition, the rule freedom of navigation exists at sea. Unlike the rules of the ground and the air, even in territorial water, every vessel has the right of innocent passage. These rules help not to escalate the situation and create the room for coexistence in the sea. However, it also means that the very controlled risky situation continues. So we have to do something more to prevent bad things to happen. But on this occasion, I would like to praise the professionals of the Coast Guards in this region, including in Chinese Coast Guards. Then what Coast Guards and other participants can do to stabilize, control, or at least maintain the situation? I think there are two types of scenarios to worsen the situation. The first one is intentional deteriorations. Based on one side's outright decision, our forces act further to gain more control of the situation. It includes more aggressive operation against the other forces, like threatening, slamming, and finally, the use of force. Gray goes darker or turns black. Second one is unintentional. Act of facing Coast Guards accidentally deteriorate the situation. This varies. Misperception, misunderstanding, disbelief, personal motivations, fears, or poor skills, etc., cause the situation. And because the aggressive action should be based on the decision of leaders or policymakers, the first case is serious but simple, and mostly controlled by diplomacy, and deterred or finalized by navies, while the Coast Guards have some roles. And if the deterioration, decision, or intention to go further has a limited goal, the accidental escalation should be handled like the second case, unintentional one. So I start with the second. Eliminating risk of escalation is not easy. Actually, many conflicts and wars started accidentally, and the continuing escalation increases the risk. However, accidents also have backgrounds, like misperception, misunderstanding, fears, vanity, personal motivations. I listed it before. I believe there are ways to lower the risk. The simplest and unilateral way is to improve the professionalism of the forces. Creating the crisis by themselves is a shame for the forces. Professional soldiers do not act by their personal motivations, and they know how to act in the deteriorated situation. Commanders of trained forces control the action of the crews well and lower the risk of misbehavior. Then they also know the damage control, which is the action to limit the impact of misbehavior. The weak point of this way is that this is a long way almost without goal. There were some mishandled cases even with the modern navies. For example, Korean Navy used fire control radar systems, the Japanese P-1, 5 years ago at open water. of the Sea of Japan, which is normally considered as an initiation of attack and controlled tightly by rule of engagement, and increase the tension between Japan and Korea. So other ways are needed in addition. Mistrust and misunderstanding were often developed between strangers, same as fears to the people on board the conflicting vessels. Each Coast Guard definitely carries different national interests, but the officers and the crews are mostly gentlemen and not violent criminals willing to harm others. So any chance to know each other helps to mitigate the uncontrolled situation. Sometimes bilateral event might be difficult to have because of deteriorations. Then utilizing a multilateral event like this symposium could help. Events like fleet review give chances to a larger number of people to interact. Then the experience spread among the guards. Bilateral or multilateral event exercises are better because they also give a chance to experience and improve practical communication skills among Coast Guards. It also established communication protocol, which is indispensable for preventing escalation. Lines of communication are important for each level of commands to discuss situation. The way of communication at each level should be agreed and practiced. The needs is higher when the duration is worse. These exercises should not be limited of law enforcement. Search and rescue exercises, which are often pursued between unfriendly navies at the start of the situation. Cooperation in other areas also helps. Anti-piracy, anti-drug, and smuggling are examples of areas which intrinsically requires international cooperation. Country, Japan, China naval relations is not good enough to do a bilateral exercise in Asia. But they maintain the cooperation in the Gulf of Aden for anti-piracy operations. Coast Guards are in better position to keep these kinds of relations. While motivation comes from the negative situation, these cooperation and exercise help to enhance the stability of the area. Finally, the quality of cooperation is not as important for this aim, but the chance to communicate. Desirably face-to-face is. Participation of the Great Hulls Navy, if properly controlled, mitigate the tensions at the confronting area. When the Coast Guard alone facing the area, every responsibility on their shoulders. If she loses, then the country loses. If she gains, her country gains. This situation increases tension at the sea and gives stress or sometimes motivation factors to do the unreasonable behavior. In this situation, the result of Coast Guard action does not create the final output because the Navy is the force that is designed to interface between countries and has the physical power to change the result of Coast Guard's conflict. Then the burden, tension, and the motivation for aggressive behavior at sea decreases. This helps Coast Guard to do the delicate operation, maintain the posture to enforce the law, but to not escalate the situation. Some might care about the new unstableness created by the new members. However, I believe total result could be positive if the deployment of the Navy is well designed. The Navy's mission is mostly just being, no, I skipped that way. Then how to handle the risk of the first scenario? Needless to say, the best solution is to reach the peaceful agreement through diplomatic negotiation. South China Sea has become busier commercially, and the countries are more and more interdependent. The cost of aggressive actions became higher. Second best is to get judgment based on the international law, namely using International Court of Justice or Permanent Court of Arbitration. Japan accepted the compulsory jurisdiction in 1958. But in China, South China Sea, China even rejected judgment by the Permanent Court of Arbitration about arbitration, as always criticizing the judgment of the West paper. So the presence of these courts will not help to solve these kinds of issues in the near future. The presence of the Navy, I mentioned before, not only mitigate the confrontation, but might deter the other side to do more aggressive behavior. Japanese Senkaku case is an example again. However, it requires some amount of power to deter, which is not easy to get against the big power country, while there's a big difference from no presence. Next option is to maintain the attitude to handle the situation multilaterally. The issue itself would be bilateral in many cases, and militarily stronger side might insist that the issue should be solved between them. However, how it will be solved or how they implement the international law in South China Sea is the interest of almost all the countries. Every country is the stakeholder to the way of the solving countries, and of course, and should against to change the existence condition by force. Alliance is one of the strong methods, but not available for not available nor favorable for many countries. This multilateralism can be expressed through the diplomatic verbal expression. The physical action each country would valid. Some country only offers verbal support and criticism. Some with the possibility of economic or other actions. If more countries share the idea of this multilateralism and act consistently, the act of forcible exchange has less chance to occur. I think ASEAN countries are experts of these kind of framework, and I hope you manage the situation cooperatively and without crash one by one. Coast Guard operation is backed up by this multilateralism, and Coast Guard cooperation helps to develop this multilateralism and increase the credibility of consistent action. It strikes in the verbal expression with actual action to support the rule of law. I suggested that exercise and the cooperation mainly with the conflicting countries before, which is often difficult to agree. This time, exercise can be done with rather like-minded countries with less conflicting issues, while the scheme is open to others in order not to be seen as a cold smoothly. Inclusion is better than exclusion for Coast Guard. White House relations sometimes have to oppose each other is originally cooperative. The law enforcement and the cooperation made the area better, safer, and more stable through stopping and deterring illegal actions. I stress the origin of their confrontation, but that is an exceptional situation. Navies, on the other hand, designed to fight other navies cooperating with other allied navies. Coast Guard should not least beneficial point. I see South China Sea situation is less stable than this East China Sea because of the more numbers of less powered and less cooperated participants. This might lead to stronger signs, more aggressive action, and less incentive for cooperation. So multilateral cooperation is more important in this area than the East. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for outlining, as you put it well, how to prevent bad things from happening, how to manage and lower risk. Now may I invite to the floor Captain Bakamla Udia Shah. Ya, terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of us. First of all, I would like to extend our appreciation to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for their invitation to Indonesia Coast Guard or Bakamla to attend this important forum to speak about the South China Sea issues. But for us in Southeast Asia, the issues is not only South China Sea. We have a lot of issues as well in maritime security. So my presentation the theme of my presentation will be Coast Guard diplomacy in Southeast Asia, which also include what we do to enhance the stability and security in surrounding waters of Southeast Asia, including the South China Seas. So I would give a brief background of Southeast Asia and Indonesia maritime area. So for you guys to acknowledge how is the maritime security is very important for Indonesia. And then I would like to discuss a bit on defining what Coast Guard diplomacy is. Is it different with the diplomacy that we know? Then I will describe on Coast Guard forum that we have in the world and the objective of such forum. I will then also describe the Coast Guard cooperation in Southeast Asia. Then I will give some best practices of Coast Guard cooperation that we experience. And lastly, I will give a conclusion on it. So Southeast Asia region is an important region for maritime activities. We consider the region as a maritime continent. The region is rich in natural resources, whether living or non-living resources such as mineral, oil, gas, and everything. With the population almost 700 million, the region is a prospective market for international trade. The geographical position of Southeast Asia itself itself has become geopolitical gravity for Indo-Pacific, where the maritime routes in the region is considered as one of the important maritime routes for global seaborne trade and also strategic maritime activities. As for Indonesia, we are one of the archipelagic states in the Southeast Asia. The other one is the Philippines. That borders with 10 countries in the regions. Almost 40% of global seaborne trade in the world passes through Malacca Strait, and 1/3 of it of a global trade passes through the South China Sea. With this geographical advantage and abundant natural resources has put maritime sector to become important aspect of our economy. Our maritime area has been the maritime routes for ages, since it's connected with 2 great continents and 2 great oceans. We could all see with the maritime traffic density maps that I provide in the slide, how dense the traffic in the Southeast Asia. Based on our data itself, in Indonesia alone, there were around 5,000 to 7,000 ships transiting Indonesian waters every day. With that strategic geographical position and the abundance of both living and natural resources in our maritime area, our president, since 2014, has declared a vision for Indonesia to become world maritime fulcrum. This vision consists of 5 pillars, which is rebuilding our maritime culture, safeguarding and optimizing our maritime resources, building our maritime infrastructure and connectivity, maritime diplomacy, and building our maritime defenses. Unfortunately, to realize that vision, a maritime area in Indonesia are prone to all sorts of maritime security threats, such as drug trafficking, IUU fishing, irregular migration, marine pollution, border dispute, sea robbery, and etc. That's why I said not all for us. The dispute on the South China Sea is not the only thing. We have a lot of homework in Indonesia. Considering maritime threats, we consider maritime threats is very transnational in nature. That's why countries in the region, I think, faces the same challenges that we face as well. That is why cooperation and collaboration among maritime law enforcement agencies is very important to prevent and tackle common issues of maritime security in our region. So we've seen in the last 10 to 20 years back, the Coast Guard in Southeast Asia has played an important role for their respective countries to safeguard their respective maritime areas from all sorts of maritime security threats. Although not every countries in the region have Coast Guard, but they have an agency that conduct Coast Guard functions. In general, Coast Guard main roles are search and rescue, law enforcement, maritime safety, border security, and marine environmental protection. It's been said by the Vice Admiral and also with our colleague from the Philippine Coast Guard. But also Coast Guard commonly as a reserve component for the Navy in the event of armed conflict. So because more and more countries establish and develop their Coast Guard, and the reason is because the countries they prefer to deploy the so-called white hull vessel to enforce sovereignty and their sovereign rights. Now we are trying to define how we define the Coast Guard diplomacy, and we think because the Coast Guard present in the area of common concern or conflicting area are sought to be more gentle to compared to the Navy or gray hull vessel. Since the Coast Guard is a non-military force, and also their function is only to defend their sovereign rights and sovereign and maritime law. In regards of enforcing sovereignty and jurisdictional rights, Coast Guard approach is based on legal approach. Coast Guard is also considered as peace and humanitarian forces, since one of the main function of Coast Guard is giving assistance to vessels that are in distress. Lastly, Coast Guard always put forward a cooperative approach in doing their function and duties, whether with other government agencies within their countries, with other Coast Guard, and thus also the society. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Think I pressed too many. Okay. Yes. So how we define Coast Guard diplomacy? To answer this question, I think we need to consider several questions which could help us to define Coast Guard diplomacy itself. First question is what Coast Guard diplomacy? Is it different with diplomacy that widely known that are usually done by the diplomats or the Navy? And why does Coast Guard need to play a role in diplomacy? Next is to what extent that Coast Guard diplomacy could give impact to regional stability, considering Coast Guard main roles traditionally are heavily in enforcing national law, in protecting their sovereign rights. And last question, in what form or ways that Coast Guard diplomacy could be implemented? This is the questions that we need to ask ourselves, the Coast Guard, how far that we can, involve with the diplomacy itself. Well, since Coast Guard always put themselves to handle their maritime issues collaboratively, and because maritime security issues mainly is very transnational in nature, they form a lot of the forums within the region. So this is the Coast Guard forum that we have in the world. We have the Coast Guard Global Summit, we have the HACGAM, North Atlantic and Pacific Coast Guard Forums, European Coast Guard Forum, up until the Arctic Coast Guard Forum. So in Southeast Asia, the cooperation among Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement agencies has grown rapidly. In the past couple of years, Indonesia Coast Guard itself has a robust cooperation with our neighboring Coast Guard agencies. Bilaterally, Indonesia Coast Guard have formal cooperation with the Philippine Coast Guard, Vietnam Coast Guard, Malaysia Coast Guard, and the Singapore Police Coast Guard. Regionally, the Coast Guard in Southeast Asia has engaged with ASEAN-led mechanism concerning maritime security cooperation. Forums such as ASEAN Regional Forum, ASEAN Maritime Forum, and other forum has continued to be a medium for cooperation and confidence building among Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement agencies. The form of cooperation that Coast Guard have, beside the regular meeting, it also comprised of information sharing cooperation, capacity building, such as joint exercise and training, and also coordinated patrol. So regarding bilateral cooperation, we have conducted, I think since 7 years ago, bilateral cooperation with a coordinated patrol with Malaysia under the name of Patkor Optima. It's between Bakamla and MMEA, and also other agencies that are coordinated by Bakamla in Indonesia. And it has been very successful. We right now has planned to conduct several similar coordinated patrol with the Philippine Coast Guard. Beside the ASEAN countries, we also have a coordinated patrol with the Australian Border Force, which we call the Gannet operation every year. We also conducted several port visits to Johor, Malaysia, Singapore, and Darwin last year. And next month, it's already been arranged that Bakamla will have a port visit to the Philippine Coast Guard. The purpose of this port visit is to enhance collaboration and confidence between the agencies. Besides the regional Southeast Asia Coast Guard cooperation, we also have a robust cooperation with Coast Guard outside the region. We have the MOUs with the Australian Border Force, with Japan Coast Guard, US Coast Guard, Korean Coast Guard, and others. Actually, we also already have a discussion with China Coast Guard, but hasn't been any movement of the discussion. We also an active member of HAPGAM and Coast Guard Global Summit. And the cooperation mainly is to improve our confidence and also the capacity and capabilities of the Coast Guard itself. So in that sense, we conduct several capacity building activities, such as Regional Maritime Security Desktop Exercise, capacity building program for HAGAM, and PBSS training in our PBSS Training Center in Batam, which engaging all the Coast Guard in Southeast Asia. I think this is going to be the next 2 slides. So sorry if I'm going to be exceeded my time, but I'm going to talk about the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum. Since 2014, Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement agencies in ASEAN have discussed the formation of ASEAN Coast Guard Forum as the platform for maritime security and safety cooperation in ASEAN. Well, up until November 2022, the first ASEAN Coast Guard Forum meeting was convened in Bali, Indonesia. And this year, we also convened the second ASEAN Coast Guard Forum in Jakarta. The meeting produces a declaration and joint statement that highlight the importance of cooperation and collaboration among Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement agencies in ASEAN to tackle maritime security issues such of common concern. It was agreed that this forum will be continued up until 2025, and we hope that it will continue further in the future. The meeting is not also agreed to conduct collaborative activities such as information sharing. I put to there in the picture that this is what we do every month with the Coast Guard in Southeast Asia. We share our information, what's happening in our countries and the region, so that we in the future we have the maritime regional maritime domain awareness. And this is the best practices that we have. One of the examples of good relation and cooperation between Coast Guard is that we experienced in last July in regards of apprehension of the motor tanker Arman. The super tankers was transshipping oil in our EEZ, where in the process they also dump and discharge the waste in our EEZ, which actually it breaches our laws. When we approached the vessel, they ran away toward Malaysia EEZ, and it was really hard for us to conduct VBSS because this is a very super tanker, and our patrol ship is just not super patrol ships. On that crucial moment, we contacted MMEA and informed them that we conduct a hot pursuit in order to apprehend the ship. We also requested MMEA to assist us, and the MMEA responded very fast with sending their helicopter and their special response team. After MMEA took control of the ships, they hand over the ships and send us for further investigation process. This is the form of great cooperation among Coast Guard that we can shows to you that how important the Coast Guard cooperation in the region. This relation and trust was not built instantly, but it's built by a lot of communication and a lot of meetings. So I think this trust and confidence between Coast Guard in the region is very high right now. Another best practice on that we had is on the cooperation and collaboration between Indonesia and Malaysia regarding the MOU common guidelines concerning treatment of fishermen in unresolved maritime area. This MOU was signed in 2012 with the purpose of enhancing cooperation among maritime agencies of Indonesia and Malaysia. Does also give a better treatment to the fishermen from both countries who are carrying out fishing activities in unresolved maritime area. Bakamla and MMEA has been carried out the repatriation of fishermen that were fishing in unresolved area, or the traditional fishermen that accidentally entered the maritime areas of either Malaysia and Indonesia. And I think this MOU has become become an issue that been researched by several academics. So I would like to summarize my presentation to for conclusion. First, maritime security issues is a very transnational in nature. Collaboration among countries is very important. Second, Coast Guard plays an important role in resolving maritime dispute, since Coast Guard is considered more stabilizing forces. Third, enhancement of bilateral and regional cooperation among Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement in Southeast Asia is very important. And lastly, we think that ASEAN Coast Guard Forum establishment will play a very great role for peace, secure, and stability in Southeast Asia. I will end my presentation there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak, for excellent presentation on Coast Guard diplomacy, how the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum plays a real practical role in building trust and finding areas in which countries within ASEAN can cooperate and hopefully set standards in terms of how this can be taken forward beyond ASEAN, within Southeast Asia, including into South China Sea. I now give the floor to our final speaker from Vietnam, Senior Colonel Nguyen Kak Wood, got the floor is yours.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sincerely thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me to attend and give a presentation at the conference. The 15th South China Sea International Conference with the theme Luminate the Gray, Light Up the Green. Yesterday, there were many presentations with valuable solutions were put forward to illuminate the gray. Today, we will discuss to find solutions to light up the green. There has been three of my colleagues in the country in the region who gave very detailed and valuable presentation. To continue, I would like to present the topic, improve the effectiveness of cooperation in crime and IUU prevention among Coast Guard of the country in South China Sea. My presentation already overlapped with the background and so it's something we have to acknowledge that. So in terms of the background of the South China Sea, we can conclude that the cooperation to ensure safe and secure the sea in the South China Sea are very important, not only for South China Sea country itself, but also for entire region and the world. For measurement for international cooperation, we already mentioned. If we look here, we see a lot of initiative had posed for global to regional. Now we focus on sub-regional. That ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, that's one of my colleagues already mentioned. That we are now is can I elaborate more detail for the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum? That's initiative proposal at ASEAN Regional Forum held in 2014 in Da Nang. The Vietnam on the building of cooperation mechanism between the Coast Guard of ASEAN country. We had two expert level that discussed in Philippines, and we promote one in the more detail, that the term of the reference, how to guide and implement of the function and the cooperation mechanism for the Coast Guard to actual cooperation in the ground. In terms of bilateral, the Vietnam Coast Guard almost have agreement with the anti-region, including for some the external like the U.S. Coast Guard, Japan Coast Guard, and the Indian Coast Guard. To the bilateral and the multilateral, the Japan Coast Guard send the ship to pay visit to Vietnam. The Indian Coast Guard pay visit to Vietnam. A Chinese Coast Guard pay visit to Vietnam, and also the Japan also and Vietnam already send the Coast Guard to the outside the border. We already visit and do the exercise with the Indian Coast Guard in the Chennai, with Thai in Japan, in Yokohama, and Touch is in Kobe. And next week we're going to hold for the Korean Coast Guard to pay a visit to Haiphong, and we do exercise, communication, and also for search and rescue. And with some the typical case of the Coast Guard and how the cooperation we can enhance the prevent Chinese crime. On the November 2012, we had to suspected a vessel located in the Vietnamese water that we had to receive information from the other regional country such as the Malaysian and recap IFC based in Singapore. So at that time, there's some ambassador that through all the rule of that vessel into the sea. So we rescue that people, and with the help of the crew of that vessel, so we can locate the suspect vessel is maybe they had been. So we send the ship, and with the identification, and also we put the people on the boats so they can recognize exactly the vessel, so we can handle it. Because at that time they change the name, they paint the IMO, the differency, so sometimes had to confuse with the in terms of the rule of engagement and the rule of the ship visit of foreign ship. So when we know exactly, we can successfully that because time reporting and focal point sharing and inter-government cooperation and quick action by authority. So that's very successful case in Rapida in 2012. Another case is Orchid Harmony on June 2015. The support of Malaysian tanker Orchid Harmony passing 10 robbers approached the rear of the boat with the canoe using the bamboo stick with iron hook to climb onto the ship. They use the gun and knife to fork the sailor and to take him to the captain's room to restrain of the captain and control 22 crew members and stolen all the sailor belonging. Then they destroy and through satellite navigation equipment and communication into the sea. So June 18, 2015, Malaysian maritime law enforcement were spot and pursue. At the time, Malaysian maritime law enforcement contact to Vietnam's Coast Guard, exceptionally for me at the time, the point of contact, because at that time I'm director for international cooperation of Vietnam Coast Guard. So we report for the higher authority and send the vessel to patrol that for the request of Malaysian maritime law enforcement. Took the advantage of the Danish robber lowering the lifeboats on the Orchid Harmony to escape and maneuver to the Thổ Chu Island of Vietnam to hide. Vietnam Coast Guard after that caught the pirates and sent the photo of the boats that and the people that they use to escape and sent to the MMEA for ratification. When the MMEA confirmed that the boat belonging to hijacked vessel and said that person was the one who hijacked the Orchid Harmony, so Vietnam Coast Guard that hand over to Vietnam Ministry of Public Security to detain and investigation. And MMEA sent the delegation to provide more information and evidence of the accident in the February 2016. The Malaysian government requested Vietnam to allow a transaction of Indonesian pirates to Malaysian for trial. After 18 months detention and investigation in Vietnam, in November 2016, Vietnam handed over 8 people to Malaysian authority for trial. Malaysian courts hand down the bandit strict sentence ranging 15 years to 18 years in prison. The lesson is time reporting by the owner. The focal point shall we recap intergovernment cooperation and cooperation action in the ground. That's the key. And the other key is the IUU key. IUU fishing in the Southeast Asia is alarming. That the sheer damage for the maritime economy and also for the effect to environmental. So therefore, some is very overlap. We don't know exactly it's actually happened in what the water belong. So we hopefully we can hand over at sea for some Bacamla already hand over for Vietnam, or the Vietnam and the Chinese also took the ship and sent over. And when the back the country, we can further investigation and punishment is a better way without the tension of diplomatic, still ensure the violence will be handled in accordance by the law. Existing cooperation mechanism in South China Sea in general and South China in particular have effectively in capacity building, information sharing, and coordination in handling incidents arising at sea. However, some measures do not yet involve the full participant of the country. For example, for the recap, we have not that friend here from Indonesia and Malaysia are not full member. And some of recommendations already mentioned by my friend. We had a proposal that the Maritime Law Enforcement Agency should provide the hotline or direct, for example, telephone, email, communication channel, so that ships operating at sea can continue directly when they encountering incident. And the Maritime Law Enforcement Agency in adjacent and opposite quota countries shall strengthen cooperation in patrol and handling the violent vessel. And with the support of the government, we hopefully the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, we officially establish and in real practice. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Senior Colonel. We have had 4 excellent presentations from the ground, the Coast Guard right on the front line. And we have heard the broader stresses that they face, but also the mechanisms that they have put in place for practical cooperation on common challenges, whether piracy or IIU. And now it's left to me to open the floor to questions. We've got about 20 minutes. I will take 3 questions at a time, perhaps 2 live questions and 1 from the online participants. First, starting with the ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. My name is Shana from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Vietnam, and we would like to offer some clarifications as well as comments regarding something that was mentioned in the previous Q&A session. So in 2013, there was an unfortunate accident involving a Taiwanese fishing vessel and the Philippine Coast Guard that unfortunately resulted in the loss of life for 1 Taiwanese fisherman. However, as Dr. J has already mentioned, so this accident has been resolved through government-to-government channels between Taiwan and Philippines in a way that has been deemed satisfactory by both sides. And furthermore, Taiwan and the Philippines have used this tragic accident to create an impetus for a constructive cooperation between the Coast Guard of both sides that continues to this day. So we want to use this to illustrate that the long-standing position of Taiwan on South China Sea, which is that we support the peaceful resolution of all the disputes, and even in cases where the differences cannot be solved right away, we believe that we can settle them aside to find constructive ways to move forward together. And we hope to offer this as food for thought. And we would also like to ask panelists a question, which is, we've been talking about regional cooperation between the Coast Guards, and what do they think about the force of non-ASEAN or non-Southeast Asian Coast Guard, for example, Japan, for example, Australia, as a force for creating more security and stability in the region? Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is the role for non-ASEAN countries in some of the Coast Guard cooperation taking place. The second question is Ambassador Vin.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The question of the topic of this section is very much important, especially in terms of a lot of examples of best practices and cooperation. And at the same time, we hear points of views on how the Coast Guard has been used in different ways in what we can term as razor tactics. So my question here is that we have a lot of examples for practices and cooperation within Southeast Asia and Southeast Asia with other countries, but how we can promote further the engagement between ASEAN and China through the different channels and mechanisms of ASEAN, including ASEAN-China dialogue, putting them in the context of building confidence, especially through the implementation of the DOC and also promoting the negotiations on the COC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll take one final question before I let the floor answer. Thank you. Go ahead.
Question from myself. I'm David from the Australian Department of Defence. My question is directed towards both Captain Hudiantia and the good senior colonel. How has Coast Guard cooperation changed since Indonesia and Vietnam announced their maritime border delimitation agreement at the start of this year? And how do you see it? How do you see cooperation progressing into the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll take one question from the online participants, which also overlaps with some of the questions that have been raised already. Can Coast Guard cooperation be promoted beyond the South China Sea? For example, connecting ASEAN with the Pacific Islands to jointly handle priority issues such as climate, IUU, piracy. Perhaps I will start by letting our panelists address these questions, starting with perhaps Bapak. Perhaps you can start with the questions that were raised. Yes.
Okay, try to answer the question from Shana from Taiwan. What roles for non-ASEAN Coast Guard to cooperate? Well, actually, like I mentioned in my presentation, we do have a lot of cooperation with non-ASEAN Coast Guard as well. We have a great cooperation with the US Coast Guard, which they also assist us to build our new training center in Batam. And with Japan Coast Guard, we already have this commitment that they're going to grant patrol vessels to Indonesia. So a range of cooperation with non-ASEAN Coast Guard, we do have it. But in terms of ASEAN Coast Guard cooperation itself, the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, we try to make it, at first, we try to make it exclusive in ASEAN first. Then after it formally established, we're going to what you call it? We're going to move with the ASEAN mechanism itself. You know, the ASEAN have the ASEAN Plus mechanism. We're going to engage with all of the ASEAN Plus countries to cooperate with the ASEAN Coast Guard itself, such as building programs and everything, especially for capacity building. I'm sorry, the ambassador, I didn't write your name. You are asking about how we could promote further between ASEAN and China in South China Sea's dispute. Well, for Indonesia, for Batam, we don't Actually, the Coast Guard, we don't, what you call it? We are promoting a cooperation with every countries. I remember when I was in international division, I also engaged the talk with the China Coast Guard. But as for now, I think the communication has been very limited. Last year in Vietnam, when the head of Bakamla, head of the Indonesian Coast Guard, went to the first Vietnam Coast Guard and Friends events here, Bakamla have a meeting with the China Coast Guard, and we talk about how we can improve our cooperation in the future. But as for now, I asked my colleagues in international relations that there has been no talk anymore after the meeting. So in that sense, we are open to all the sort of cooperation that the purpose of it, we want to have this the situation in the field is become more steady and more stabilized. Last for David, I thought you were going to ask me with Indonesian because yesterday you were speaking Indonesian better than me. So how it changed? I think there has not been change because the cooperation between Indonesian Coast Guard and the Vietnamese Coast Guard is already very strong. I remember with Captain, we when in 2017 when we had our LOE, it's just like the process is very fast because we know that we need each other to tackle the issues that we are facing. As for now, I think the cooperation between Bakamla and Vietnam Coast Guard is still the same and even stronger. And we hope that with the finalization of our EEZ agreement, we just hope that person beside you from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs give us more direction on how we could improve and even go further with our cooperation. I think with Vietnam Coast Guard, every trainings that we invite, the Vietnam Coast Guard always came to the training. Every invitation that the Vietnam asked us, we also come to the invitation. And next year, I think we already plan to also have a port visit to the Vietnam. So I think those cooperation is still the same because we do want to have a strong cooperation with Coast Guard in the region. And last question, can Coast Guard be promoted beyond South China Sea? Yes, it can. I mean, like ASEAN, all of the ASEAN Coast Guard also a member of HAGAM and also a member of the Coast Guard Global Summit. And we also conduct cooperation with, I think, like my senior colonel colleague said, that the Vietnam Coast Guard had cooperation with the U.S. Coast Guard. We have cooperation with the Indian Coast Guard. We do have the same cooperation as well. So that in the sense of the issues, I think we are agreed that the issues that you put in the question are our issues. So it means that to tackle those issues, we are really open to the all of sort of cooperation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Senior Colonel Nguyen.
I could elaborate some more the idea about the cooperation between the Vietnam and Indonesia. We know that Vietnam government and Indonesian government have already decided delimitation of the EEZ. Therefore, now have to two lines, one for continental shelf and the one line for the EEZ. Therefore, we with the normal status of in terms of the maritime region is some differences. So we hopefully we cooperate in the joint pattern in terms of the overlapping to control a certain time to eliminate the tension between maybe the innocent something there, because That's we are thinking about this. And with the grow up of the Indonesian Coast Guard that become, and we think in the future we are better understand and the better cooperation. And in terms of the extra for the country in the ASEAN, we have to already had the global, already had the regional, but we think the bigger is it's not necessarily the better because something is we difficult to manage because when the smaller is we are more agree about that, and we already discussed about how the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum can operate. Because if we have to normal way of ASEAN way, that we need we had the veto. That cannot happen for the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum because we intended is for majority or the 2/3 agree that we can do. That's the way we are discussing because sometimes if we focus only the mechanism that the ASEAN rule set is difficult to cooperate because one hesitation which may be difficult to retain of the other countries. Hopefully we reach agreement with the majority of decision making in ASEAN Coast Guard Forum. And for the Taiwan is a very typical case here. We had a vessel to the water there, and they had a vessel also bilateral trade between the Vietnam and Taiwan. It's a Taiwan Chinese, so it's a very big, and a lot of the Vietnamese people now are working in the Taiwan. So therefore, maybe we not officially, because the diplomats not permitted, but in the crowd we can set some kind of cooperation in Rio to maintain the peace and security, because we hope that China and US understand the situation, because we cannot ignore the status quo of the Japan, the role in the maritime security in the Southeast Asia, in the South China Sea. It's frankly, it's my personal idea, but we think that the Chinese also support for that, because safety not for only Vietnam and Chinese, we are for the rest of the world and the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Colonel. Vice Admiral, may I give you the floor next to address some of these questions?
Actually, I'm not the Coast Guard guy, but I would like to touch about something about the cooperation of Coast Guard. This says that it can be a more cooperation outside South China Sea. Probably the question to Japan is, can you cooperate outside East China Sea? I think it's not so easy because the Coast Guard task is very busy, even peacetime, because their mission is enforcement, peace, stability in the region. So the answer to the question is yes and no. One part is yes, there can be made a cooperation in a bigger framework, but I think it will be going to be a very symbolic. For example, Japanese Coast Guard is very busy in handling the issues close to Japan, and they're more stressed. They're stressed in the capacity building in Southeast Asian countries because they themselves are not enough resource to participate. I don't think they operate or do missions in South China Sea in a practical manner. Actually, at least I'm a little bit frustrated about their participation. I have a question: why they are not here? He's not here. I'm from navies, and actually I'm a submariner there. But I have to talk about the security Coast Guard issues in here. I think Japanese Coast Guard should be more aggressive in participating in this kind of conference. And I think there is another question about Coast Guards can be do more to establish, maintain peace or establish, solve the issue. On my presentation, I said Coast Guard can't solve the issue. They're just maintaining and with not escalating issue. It's the mission for diplomacy. Probably there are many diplomats in this area. Coast Guards can't solve the sovereignty issue or territory issue by themselves. I think the stress in my presentation is one thing I stress on presentation is you put too much burden on Coast Guard. You have to lessen the burden. They're not the institution to carry so much responsibility. You have to lessen. The Coast Guard's presence is good. It's better than the presentation of navies, but it doesn't mean they have to carry all the burden. So please don't expect too much on Coast Guards. So
Thank you very much. Perhaps I can give the floor just to one or two last questions if there's a burning question to be asked. Well, I don't see any. Well, then it just leaves me to thank our presenters. I think they have done an excellent job in terms of giving us not just scoping the issue, but raising very, very important questions that we all need to address. And on that score, I must congratulate the DAB for convening this particular forum and bringing together the practitioners, the people on the ground that face the pressures of the ever-evolving stress points in the waters, in the maritime domain. So it just leaves me to thank the presenters, thank the DAB, and thank all of you all. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you.
Well, thank you, ambassadors and our distinguished speakers. So now we're going to take a 15-minute coffee break. There's coffee and snacks outside. And also waiting for you outside is the QR code to scan for the post-conference survey. So please scan the QR code and please take a few minutes of your time to do the survey because your feedback and evaluations and recommendations, suggestions, so on and so forth is very valuable to us and also one of the motivations to keep us going. Thank you so much. See you in 15 minutes.
Hi, Thảo.
Hello, Don. Can you
How
hear
are
me?
you? Yeah, I can hear you well.
Oh, that's great. Sorry. Yeah, that's great. And I have my own slide. So do you want to check me with the slides as well?
Okay. Can you share your screen?
Okay, wait a minute.
Can you move some slides? Continue.
Yeah,
Okay, I think it's good.
lovely. Thank you so much, Don. And thank you
Can
so much
you-
for the invitation.
My pleasure to have you. We really hope to have you here so I can see you, but because you are busy, maybe next time. Can you turn on your picture, your camera?
Wait a minute. Sorry. Wait a minute.
I'm sure Prof will ask you question, but not my problem. You have to deal with that.
Yeah, I'm really worried about that.
Oh, it's very nice to see you. I really hope to see you here. Maybe
I
another
know
time.
that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to chat to you to check the chat function. Oh, you already chat with my staff, so it's good. Can you try to raise your hand?
Raise a hand.
No, raise your hand virtually.
Wait a minute.
Take your
Sorry,
time.
I think sorry, I think
Can you stop sharing?
okay.
Okay, can you see the raise hand function now?
This one.
Okay, you can see it now. So what happened is, whatever you, if you want to ask question, you can use the chat box, and then you're gonna send your question to the other people. But because you are panelists, so you usually don't ask question, but you're gonna answer questions, right?
Then do you want me to turn on the camera during the other panelists' presentation?
No, yes, please. In your session, please turn on your camera. Yeah.
Okay.
Everything good? Anything else you would like to check?
No, everything is fine. Thank you.
Okay, so go for it. I'm sure you're impressed as usual. Okay. See you.
Yes, see you. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
for attention, everyone. Please be seated. Just a reminder that you might see a piece of paper with a huge QR code, around your vicinity. Feel free to scan the QR code and find the link to our survey regarding the South China Sea International Conference. And your feedback and comments, suggestions, recommendations are always highly appreciated. All right, for the next sessions, session 6 of the 15th South China Sea Conference organized by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, focusing on energy at a crossroad, traditional or renewable energies. It is our honor to have His Excellencies Mr. Sean Perry Stay, Ambassador of Canada to Vietnam, as the moderator. Please.
Well, thank you very much. And once again, allow me to reiterate my thanks to DAV for another successful conference. The Canadian Embassy is very proud to offer our support to this important and rare opportunity for frank exchanges on some of the critical issues of our time with respect to the South China Sea. A lot of the discussion around the South China Sea focuses on the geostrategic interests, security, transportation. And this leads us a lot to talk about threats. And as political scientists, we often focus on the threats. But the South China Sea also offers important opportunities for cooperation and for sustainable development. Energy is one of those areas for potential cooperation. Often when we look at energy in the South China Sea, our minds focus quickly on oil and gas. And oil and gas is quickly associated with territorial claims and potential for conflict. But it's not just about oil and gas. As the world is tending towards sustainable development and the clean energy transition, our minds are turning towards renewables. And the South China Sea is an enormous source of solar energy and wind energy. To bring this point to the fore, I have to tell you that a couple of weeks ago, I spent a few days in Luminate, just a two and a half hour drive on a new expressway from Ho Chi Minh City to the north. And I went sailing. So you go to Luminate, you see a lot of fishing boats and you see a lot of wind turbines. I went sailing for 4 days with a social enterprise that has retrained fishermen who are finding it more difficult to find fish stocks and having to go further abroad, further from shore, to become internationally certified sail instructors. The wind presents us with all sorts of new opportunities for recreation, for energy, for tourism, and is yet an untapped potential. Canada recognizes this aspect of our shared oceans in our Indo-Pacific strategy. Those of you who remember me sitting on the stage in Da Nang last year, before the launch of Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy, offering my apologies for our late arrival at the game, now know that Canada has arrived in the Indo-Pacific with a very comprehensive strategy that includes not just peace and security issues, but also environmental and planet issues. We've announced a new Shared Oceans Fund to help countries of the region deal with illegal, underreported, and unregulated fishing, but also to look at more comprehensive approaches to managing the ocean environment. We also have upped our development assistance to countries like Vietnam, the Philippines, and Indonesia. And in Vietnam in particular, we're supporting the clean energy transition, not just through the Just Energy Transition Partnership, but through bilateral assistance for offshore wind and other sustainable energy resources. So with that, I think we have a lot of opportunity to discuss the potential for energy in the South China Sea. And I'm delighted to moderate this panel with gender balance and speakers that I'd like to introduce very, very briefly here. Mr. Bjorn Zindler from the German Offshore Wind Initiative, Professor Nguyen Xuan Hui from the Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology, Dr. Asvani Dravid from the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies in India, and online, Dr. Dawun Jung from the University of Wollongong in Australia. So without further ado, let me hand the floor to Mr. Zindler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Xin chào, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I'm very honored to be part of this conference for the first time and will provide you with food for thought for productive discussions. My name is Björn Zindler and I work for the German Foundation Offshore Wind Energy. The German Offshore Wind Initiative is actually a project of our foundation. Yesterday, we heard a lot about the color gray. Today, we want to discuss the possibilities of greenification. Green stands for hope, for stability, for fertility and harmony. And the promise of the global energy transition embodies all of these values. Today, I would like to show you Germany's experience with the technology necessary for energy transition, the offshore wind energy. According to the World Bank, Vietnam has tremendous untapped offshore wind potential. Strong winds and shallow waters near densely populated areas enable the industry to potentially generate up to almost 30% of the country's electricity output by 2050. Now, let me shortly introduce you to the German Foundation Offshore Wind. We are an independent, Germany-wide and non-partisan think tank that aims at fostering, promoting, and exploring the development of offshore wind and green hydrogen, mainly in Germany, but also in Europe and globally. We offer our stakeholders a networking and communication platform and underpin our work by participating in projects in various fields. Our curatorship represents the whole range of relevant stakeholders. But well, enough of the necessary self-promotion. Let's dive into today's topic. Let me begin with a thought experiment. Our planet's coastline is almost equal to the distance in between Earth and the Moon. Our 7 oceans cover around 71% of the global surface. Earth is officially home to 195 countries, of which 149 have access to the oceans. 40% of Earth's 8 billion population are living on the coast, and the energy demand is rising. At the same time, the burning of fossil fuels is driving climate change, threatening not only coastal populations worldwide. The green energy transition must lead to sustainable solutions and the decarbonization of our processes. Sounds hard to accomplish? Well, it might not be as hard as we think. Now, a single offshore wind farm located within a 500-kilometer radius could cover the global electricity demand. Simple as that. This circle would roughly fill the North Sea or fit in the waters south of Vietnam. If you do the math, you will find that roughly 514,000 offshore wind turbines would do the job. Well, this thought game is theoretical, of course, but it shows how achievable the ultimate green goal really is. The journey to achieve this goal in Germany began in 2010 with the commissioning of the first offshore wind farm in the North Sea. Since then, 29 offshore wind farms with a total installed capacity of 8.4 gigawatts have been commissioned, mainly in the North Sea, but also in the Baltic Sea. The majority of the offshore wind farms are located in the EEZ. A unique property of German waters is the limited space available. The German EEZ comes to 33,000 square kilometers and thus would fit 42 times into the EEZ of Vietnam. The limited space leads to conflicts of use and makes future co-uses necessary. The development of offshore wind energy in Germany has gone through several phases and regulation has grown along with it. In this graph, you see the annual growth of offshore wind capacity on the left axis, shown as bars for each year on the timeline. On the right side, you see the cumulative capacity, which is shown as a line on the time axis. In the infancy of the industry, the Renewable Energy Act, or EEG, regulated feed-in tariffs, and an inspiring expansion target of 25 gigawatts was set. The 2014 amendment to the EEG reduced this target to 15 gigawatts, in part to achieve greater cost efficiency in the overall system. In 2017, the EEG was replaced by the Offshore Wind Energy Act, or in German, Windseegesetz. This was supplemented by a site development plan, or FEP. All existing projects were given a shot to be implemented in a transitional system until 2025. Both the Offshore Wind Energy Act and the FEP have been amended several times since then, resulting in the adaptation of the auction design to a centralized system and also changing the remuneration regime. Induced by the first amendment of the Wind Energy Act, the expansion path was again raised to a 20 gigawatt target by 2030. The second amendment in 2020 extended this target even further and set the current targets of 30 gigawatts by 2030, 40 gigawatts by 2035, and 70 by 2045. The resulting annual expansion figures are steep, given the 8.4 gigawatts of capacity installed today. The latest amendment to the Offshore Wind Energy Act finally made the new expansion targets legally binding as of January this year. The targets are generally considered to be very ambitious, but at the same time, they send the right signal and provide an incentive to accelerate activities. A government agreement aims to further accelerate the expansion to 50 gigawatts by 2035. In 2045, the expansion of offshore wind will contribute approximately 28% to Germany's total energy mix. On the expansion path, I would like to highlight a few milestones. Germany's first offshore wind farm, Alpha Ventus, was commissioned in 2010. It's also the world's first deepwater wind farm. In 2011, EnBW Baltic 1 has been the first German commercial offshore wind farm in the Baltic Sea. Verhamate in the North Sea currently is the third largest German offshore wind farm in operation. The monopile foundations manufactured by EEW Special Pipe Construction were the largest foundations of their kind at that time. The story of EnBW He Dreit impressively shows how regulatory uncertainties and obstacles can affect the realization of a wind farm. From the first application in 22 through partial approvals, change of ownership, different park layouts and different implementation regimes, to the investment decision in 2023, the final commissioning is expected in 2025. That is 23 years after the first application. The reduction of the offshore expansion targets from 25 to 15 gigawatts and the uncertainties following a new subsidy regime in 2014, the so-called electricity price brake, or Strompreisbremse in German, led to an expansion stop in 2021. That year, not a single new turbine was put into operation. This caesura in the German offshore wind development was an exceptionally hard stress situation for the German industry, resulting in many insolvencies and the loss of roughly 1/3 of all skilled personnel. Well, the next slide is on the development of the subsidy regime. It can be roughly divided into 3 phases. Offshore wind parks commissioned before 2020 had the choice between a basic and a compressed feed-in tariff option. This support scheme proved very effective for the initial phase of offshore wind deployment. The second phase was characterized by sliding market premiums. The bidder could set a price for which he was willing to sell the electricity. If the market price was lower than the bid, the difference was compensated for the government. If the market price was higher than the bid, the operator could enjoy additional profits. The third phase was started with the latest amendment to the Offshore Wind Energy Act. The corresponding auction system on direct payments by the bidder. The 3 phases also mirror the changing stakeholder engagement through the development of the German offshore wind market. The first phase was dominated by small engineering firms and small project developers. The first phase also saw a wide range of turbine manufacturers. In phase two, the smaller firms were squeezed out of the market by utilities, and the turbine suppliers were consolidated to 3 participants. The third phase has opened up completely new dimensions and brought major oil companies into the game. For the moment, they have displaced other major players in the industry, such as RWE, Ørsted, EnBW, and Equinor. A few words on the phase 3, so the current auction design. There are 2 procedures. One for areas that have been pre-examined by the government agency for the suitability for offshore wind projects, and one for areas that need to be independently examined by a winning bidder. Pre-examined sites will be auctioned in 1 round of bidding based on the combination of the highest bid in euros and 4 qualitative criteria. The first of the criteria focuses on the reconcilability with nature protection. Second is the share of energy produced on the site that will be marketed via PPAs. Third is the bidder's contribution to the decarbonization of the offshore wind sector through the use of unsubsidized renewable energy and green hydrogen in the production process. And fourth would be the share of apprentices or trainees in the overall workforce of the bidder. Non-pre-examined sites will make up a significant part of future auctions. The auctions again aim to determine a sliding market premium, including the government reimbursement if the price is lower than the set premium. The lowest bid wins the auction, meaning the sole right to conduct the planning approval process for the site, the right to receive subsidies, and the entitlement to have the turbines connected to the grid. If there are more than 1 zero bids, a second round of bidding will be held in which the authority will set a price to be paid for the site. If more than 1 bidder agrees to the set price, the process is repeated until only 1 bidder remains. Practice shows that several zero bids have been placed on all sites. The recent bid resulted in BP and Total Energy winning the sites in exchange for a total payment of 12.6 billion euros. This slide shows the complexities that impact offshore wind. The issues listed here all have their own challenges that can rarely be addressed at the national level only. Solutions are to be found in international cooperation that take into account the global energy transition and globally increasing expansion targets. I highlighted some of the issues that are particularly acute in Germany, but won't dive deeper into the topic due to my, I think, non-existent time left. I promise this will be my last slide. It is on some of the lessons learned through the German offshore wind journey. I've addressed some of the points listed here today, but others are still just as important. It is most essential to create a continuous and stable regulatory framework. Predictability and reliability are key for ensuring continuous engagement of investors and other stakeholders. Reduce bureaucracy. Planning and permitting procedures need to be as streamlined and transparent as possible. Public acceptance of grid reinforcement and expansion is important. Ideal solutions on paper often face opposition from stakeholders on the ground. The public should be involved early in the process to avoid uninformed opposition. Stabilize your supply chain by preventing a race to the bottom on prices. Last but not least, a suitable auction design and an intense and inclusive dialogue with the industry is vital to achieve targets efficiently. Teamwork between the administration and the industry is key to success. Harvesting wind energy is a great way of achieving the energy transition, and the South China Sea offers excellent conditions for offshore wind. I think countries in the region have a unique opportunity for regional and international cooperation that can also be the nucleus for further partnerships. And that's it from my side. Thank you for listening. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Bjorn. You've given us a lot of food for thought from the German experience that could be applied to both national and perhaps international contexts in the South China Sea. Next, we have Professor Hui, who introduce to us from the Vietnamese perspective, both the potential and plans for offshore wind development.
Next. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, now today we presentation for the topic in the how to development and sustainable energy and utilization and implementation and circular economic in the Vietnam through in the BDPA. And as you know, this is the content for my PPT. And as you know, the climate change is changing in all the world, and you see that many disaster happen our countries in here, and the global climate change, we can how to control the temperature below the 2 degrees Celsius, and at least in the best case we how to control keep in the below in the 1.5 degrees Celsius on the world on global, and in order to T and the UND they suggest in the SDG Sustainable Development Goals we have the 70 target for the SDG. We implement on the country we can do it at achievement, and they might present and focus in the energy and the number 7, and as you know, and COB conference of the party we started begin in the 1990 until now we in the 2020 and 21, and we Vietnam signed already in the COP 26, and what we have, and Prime Minister signed, they established in the national committee steering when what can we do now. You can see we have the 8 point for can do it here. Most of them they we how to energy transition and implement an economy. And in Vietnam, we have established the new rule from in the 2008 until now 2023, and we BDP, you can see at the BDP A approved, and the next sooner, and Marine Special Plan will be approved. This is the milestone for the established in the rule in the how to development and the climate change. And you can see and how we have the many the measure for the emission. You can see that energy have a lot of emission, 70 say around 70 percent for the emission here. And now we can do the fossil fuel transition in the future in the wind or solar, hydrogen, and something like that. And how in order to get in the sustain energy development, and we can the how to harmony and balance and three key work. The first and economic development and environment and energy security. And you can see in the central area is one. We need to balance the partner relevant. And I show you in the data static and how to gas emission in Vietnam. You can see energy occupy in the last around in the 65% for emission CO2 and methane, and another area just smaller than. And I have the gas emission in Vietnam now. The starting from 2010 and 2014 and 2016 now, and around in 320 million ton CO2. And we do in carbon footprint by country. You can see in the diagram cycle here that in the which country emits a lot of the CO2. You can see in the China 30% of the world, and the second country, United States, and another country, you can see that the India, and you see that the Vietnam now you see that the carbon dioxide emission and 3.727, and you see that in Vietnam the lower than in the CO2 emission per and average on the world. Now you see that in 4.76 ton per person, and average value on the world, and Vietnam still lots of room for the develop in a net zero sooner, right? I hope so. And now I present in current status and energy system in Vietnam, and energy and a lot of emission. And you see that the static in the how to develop in the electric commercial and install capacity in Vietnam. And 2 years and the 2021 and 2022 we developed so fast for the install capacity. You can see, and the reason for so fast because we established the FIT price for the wind power and the solar power, and that reason in many the investor they develop and the renewable energy. And until now 2003, and the fixed and reduce and about 15%. The statistics in the solar is static in the wind farm in short term being near in 4,000 capacity. And today, what the how many the capacity installed in the renewable energy? You can see that Today in install capacity near the around in 8,000 8,000 80,000 megawatt, maybe in the highest than ASEAN, right? And renewable energy capacity occupy 27% total the capacity, and electric generation just a little bit and around in the from in 10 or the 15% total system. But the renewable energy develop is so fast that reason, and the grid correction many area in the here, and I show you in the BDP what development and capacity. You see we focus in the development in LNG and renewable energy, for example in the wind power, especially in the offshore wind. And this is the diagram for the 2035 and 2030. And I show you in the result and how to develop in the offshore wind. Now you see that the South China Sea, Vietnam Sea, East Sea, you see that a lot of the wind speed very large, and we had the huge potential for develop the offshore wind. This is a plan northern 3 gigawatt and southern and here, and the problem, and we have to complete in the marine and spatial planning and licensing and spatial geology survey. But I show you in the two offshore wind farm here, and Lagang wind farm and Thang Lo wind farm from the UK. And I show you we in Vietnam will be the future zero carbon and digital geo technology. We integrated the three integrated the EOR CO2 flooding and CCUS carbon capture, utilization, and storage, because we in offshore Vietnam they have many the oil field production. We have platform. When we develop in wind farm, the wind farm generate the energy, and energy using the seawater hydrolyze and the hydrogen, and we using we collect in the CO2 because to and the fluid CO2 inject in the store. It store the store formation, and because the oil field take a long time for the deep the oil field. We can use it in the inject in the CO2. Possible why I show you Vietnam we have the basin a lot of the oil, and we have the infrastructure and pipeline and network and pipeline. We have and we easily collect in CO2 from in the onshore and the offshore. We inject again in the reservoir, and reservoir and possible and geology cross section here, and we capture in CO2, and CO2 enhance oil recovery, increase oil factor, and some and we have the three in Hanoi we call CO2 storage in deep leak oil and gas, and combine with production of clean hydrogen in the future. That's the huge potential, and Vietnam can do it. And conclusion, I suggest, and what need to do, I suggest as a 16 point for 16 point comment, we can do it in the Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Quy. You've given us a great overview of the potential in Vietnam and touched on a number of aspects, technical and otherwise, that are required to make offshore wind, for example, successful in the country. You mentioned also driving factors in Vietnam, including the environment and energy security. Dr. Dravid has developed an expertise in the intersection of energy, environment, security, and strategy, and can give us a broader perspective on these issues. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So on day one of this conference, we talked and agreed on one thing, which is that South China Sea has become the hotspot of geopolitical theoretics due to contested waters, territorial disputes, resource exploration, and vital maritime sea lines of communication. So what I am going to do here today is look at the intersection in South China Sea between the rare earth material deficits within South China Sea, the geopolitical drama that's happening in the region, the ongoing energy insecurity in lines with the climate adaptation policies, and the role of non-state actors. Yeah. So if one thing that we sort of understood with the economic disruption that has happened all over the world by Russia's invasion of Ukraine is this amplified call for energy security and energy transition all across the world. So it has become so crucial that the IEA has predicted that in the energy demand is going to double by 2050 all across the world. And most of this demand is going to come from South Asia and Southeast Asia in particular. So as we transition to the cleaner energy, we are required to fuel our cars, heat our homes, and of course, power our industries. And when we said that most of this demand is going to come from this part of the world, I also mean the countries across the South China Sea region. The littorals of the South China Sea region has a major role to play in this transition. And this renewable energy revolution that is sort of brewing up in South China Sea is also because these countries in this region are very eager to know and learn and invest in new and emerging renewable energy technologies. So these are not the fully developed, economically rich countries, but these are countries carrying the unequal burden of rising temperatures. And these are mostly low-income countries, mostly vulnerable to the to climate change, and especially at the receiving end of climate change-induced catastrophes. And for them, this energy transition from fossil fuel energy to low carbon energy is crucial. And this journey is very mineral intensive. So we require critical minerals and rare earth elements to aid this transition. And rare earths, for example, is a group of this 17 chemical elements in the periodic table, which are very difficult to pronounce. and they're usually grouped into two, light rare earth elements and heavy rare earth elements. So why do we require them for energy security, especially in the South China Sea region? So from making solar panels, we talked about the need for transition and the need to explore the offshore wind potential in the South China Sea, which is abundant actually. So there would be a grid that we are thinking about, which is a mix of solar and wind and the waves and tides, right? So when the wind doesn't blow all the time and the sun doesn't shine all the time, so we need to have a mixed grid, energy grid that sort of becomes the foundation of the energy transition in this region. And from making solar panels to making wind turbines, rare earths are everywhere. So it's there in our cell phones, in our laptops, in our headphones, in this microphone, and even in this LED screen. So the demand, as predicted by IEA, is that there would be a 7-fold increase in the demand for rare earth materials in the future. And while rare earths are not as rare as we think, and they're abundant and they're everywhere in almost all the countries in the world, what we lack, what is rare in rare earth material, is the potential and the technology to refine these rare earth materials, and also the investments and the funding that's required to aid this conversion. So in the 1970s itself, when all over the world we were sort of running around oil, and when Middle East had its oil and everybody was running behind that, China realized the potential for rare earths. So this statement by the Chinese leader that the Middle East has its oil and China has rare earths, and this was made in 1970. And we know that currently 63% of the renewable energy mining, 85% of rare earth mining, and 85% of rare earth processing, and 92% of rare earth magnet production is currently in China, dominating the global supply chain, global production, and distribution. So to aid this technological ambition that South China Sea nations have and its economic protection promises that it has given, refining for the rare earth becomes significant, and especially where I stand now in Vietnam as the second largest rare earth reserves in the world, only after to China. And okay, I ought to change this also. Yeah, so this is the slide that shows the percentage of division of the global rare earth reserves, especially in the northern and the middle provinces of Vietnam. Now, but most of these resources are untapped, especially in Vietnam. So there's been an MOU that was signed with Japan in 2019, and similarly an MOU with Australia in 2019. However, the investments in South China Sea region, rare earth material identification, production, and refining has been very sluggish. And the primary reason is because there is this lot of bottlenecks in knowledge sharing, and especially access to new technologies per se, and also this requires huge investments, and because and also there is a huge scope for environmental degradation. So in this whole race for climate adaptation and cleaner technology, when we also understand that rare earth is a crucial element that would aid countries for this transition. So how clean is going to be the rare earth mining process is also an important question to raise when we think about climate protection, environmental protection. And also a lot of regulatory bottlenecks in this amongst the countries in the around the SES. And when I talked about Vietnam having the second largest rare earth reserves per se in the country's line, the scope of the mineral deficits within the South China Sea region is yet to be evaluated. So the resource evaluation is still pending. And the access to these resources, rare earths and the tin, zinc, monazite, chromite, or all these minerals that is there in the South China Sea is critical. But who can mine these? It's who is going to mine this, right? So, so this is one. So when we say that a country's, nautical 200 nautical miles within every country is its exclusive economic zone, where they would be tapping into these mineral resources within that region. Now, considering that we have one global ocean, which we have divided for our logistical ease into Pacific and Atlantic and Indian and all that, right? But it's all connected one sea, and 72% of the sea, the ocean is outside the exclusive economic zones of the world nations, where most of these resources, these rare earth materials and the critical minerals are deposited, which is considered, according to the International Seabed Association, as the common heritage of all mankind. Now, who is going to mine these resources? Is it going to be on a first come, first serve basis? No, those people, those countries, those nation states which have access to the technology, are they going to mine it on a first come, first serve basis? And who is also going to look at the plurality of this, the world's oceanic resources? Should it end up as an exclusive benefit of a handful of countries, or more so a harmful of companies? So this takes me to the increasing role of non-state actors in deciding the global geopolitical game. So this is both, I'm talking about both private entities and also about transnational actors. So the transnational actors like international intergovernmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, multinational companies, and also other non-state and non-sub-state actors like the producers and especially the commodity traders. So when we look at the 1970s, the Middle Eastern politics globally was sort of funded and ruled by the commodity traders, especially in the Middle Eastern region. So how commodity traders influenced and in every sense indirectly funded the warlords who sort of held the supply chains of the hydrocarbons there. So the strategic opportunities and challenges that these non-state actors pose is a huge matter of concern, that especially in the case of South China Sea region, where you have very less international waters and mostly an overlapping exclusive economic zone and a lot of contested waters. So what's going to be the challenges that these non-state actors going to pose there, right? From mining of the rare earth materials to managing the global supply chain to the resource markets. So the non-state actors would be competing sometimes even with nation states, because most of these commodity traders in the mineral segment are richer than the nation states in the region. So I leave you with this question: when some of these commodity traders involved in the South China Sea are richer, and what would be the impact on the geopolitical and geostrategic scenario of this region, along with the environmental regulation? And my take on this is that there would be an overexploitation of these critical minerals. There would be harmful impact on the already fragile ecosystem in the region, and the geopolitical tensions would be heightened even more so compared to now. So thank you so much.
Right on time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Dravid. I mean, you've brought us back to the geopolitical components of all of that. We've heard from our first two speakers the enormous potential for offshore wind around the world, including in the South China Sea and for Vietnam in particular. But behind that are some technical restraints, the enormous importance of rare earths for that clean energy transition, but also the jurisdictional questions and the law questions and who gets to play in the South China Sea, also critical issues. Our next presenter, Dr. Jung, is going to take us a little bit further on that and looking at the conflict between offshore wind and navigational rights. Keen to hear about how this looks at both EEZs and beyond. Over to you, Dr. Jung.
Thank you, Sean. I would like to share the screen. Can you see my screen? The
We
shared
can.
screen? Okay,
Yes, we-
lovely. It's my great pleasure to be part of this prestigious event, and unfortunately, I'm participating in the conference online, but I would like to thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me to this event. Following the brightest presenters who explain the current development of offshore wind energy and its potential in the South China Sea region, I'm going to talk about how to balance conflicts between the development of offshore wind farms and navigation rights, focusing on safety zones. With the new technological development, wind turbines become bigger and occupy more and more marine spaces. For example, in 2030, as you can see in the illustration, the height of a wind turbine will be 250 meters, which can be higher than the Eiffel Tower. And the largest offshore wind farm in the world at present is Hornsea 2 in the UK, consists of the 165 wind turbines, covers an offshore area of 460 kilometers. Then what is the exact size of a 462 kilometer marine space? To make it easier for you to understand, I asked ChatGPT this question. And ChatGPT smartly said that it depends on the size of the football pitches, but it can be 13,000 football pitches. So given that the huge maritime areas will be occupied offshore wind farm project, they can cause a significant challenge to other states' navigation rights. And I would like to focus on safety zones, which is a mechanism addressed in UNCLOS to balance these two conflicting rights. Safety zones aim to enhance the safety of navigation, to protect nature and function of offshore installations from the risk of serious collisions, and to prevent pollution of the marine environment in the event of collisions. Therefore, it would permit a coastal state to prohibit free navigation in the designated area. UNCLOS only provides a specific provision for the establishment of safety zones in the EEZ and on the continental shelf, which I will explain in the next slide. However, in the territorial sea, the coastal state enjoys sovereignty over the territorial sea. Therefore, the coastal state is entitled to establish safety zones in the territorial sea unless it prevents innocent passage of other states. For the breadth of the safety zones, I would like to give you an example of the UK safety zone regulations in the renewable energy zones. It is very interesting to notice that the regulations differentiated between construction and ongoing operation phases. In the case of construction or decommissioning of an offshore wind turbine, a safety zone would be 500 meters from the outer edge of each wind turbine. However, in the case of ongoing operation, safety zone will be 50 meters measured from the outer edge of each turbine. The establishment of safety zone in the EEZ is slightly different. Article 6 of UNCLOS stipulates that, quote, the paragraph 4, the coastal state may, where necessary, establish reasonable safety zones around such installations and structures in which it may take appropriate measures to enhance the safety both of navigation and of installations and structures, unquote. And paragraph 5 addresses that the breadth of the safety zones should not exceed a distance of 5 meters around offshore installations. An IMO resolution on safety zones and safety navigation around offshore installations and structures, which is non-legally binding, provides useful guidance on this issue. So the government may issue a notice for safety zones, including information on existing or proposed renewable energy installation and the date when a safety zone is to come into force. And then once the safety zone is established, then a vessel or individual is not allowed to enter or remain in a safety zone without permission. Now, I would like to talk about the breadth of the safety zones. The standard of 500 meters was first adopted in the 1958 Geneva Convention on the Continental Shelf, but in fact, the limit of the 500 meters followed the suggestion from the comparable study concerning oil and gas platforms. Then with the new technological development, we can ask a question. Is there a need to expand the breadth of the safety zones for offshore wind farms beyond 500 meters? In 2008, at the IMO, the US and Brazil submitted a proposal regarding the development of the guidelines for the considerations of the request for the safety zones larger than 500 meters around installations and structures in the EEZ. And the proposal intended to decrease the risk of collisions between ships and oil platforms in oil fields where offshore installations are highly concentrated and protect the marine environment that might suffer from such a collision. However, in 2010, the US withdrew the proposal because they announced that there was no need to develop guidelines for this reason. The standard of the 500 meters reflect only the characteristics of the oil and gas energy activities. But as you know, there are differences between oil platforms and wind turbines because the number of operating installations. And as I explained earlier, the largest offshore wind farm consists of around 170 wind turbines. And also, they are expected to occupy much larger areas for 20 to 25 years. So considering these factors, if the safety zone established around offshore wind farms exceeded a distance of 500 meters measured from each point of their outer edge, it might be a serious threat to the freedom of navigation in the EEZ. So therefore, I would argue that the standard of the 500 meters for safety zones should be kept except in the cases specified in UNCLOS. Let's move to the coastal state enforcement jurisdiction. To what extent the coastal state exercise its enforcement in the safety zones? I have to highlight that it is different from the powers of coastal states in relation to offenses committed on the installation or platform itself. The ITLOS Arctic Sunlight case between the Netherlands and Russia raised an interesting question regarding the enforcement jurisdiction in the safety zones. On September 2013, Greenpeace activists who were using the vessel Arctic Sunrise having the Dutch flag tried to access the oil leak, which was operating within Russian Federation's EEZ. And the Russian authorities boarded and arrested the Arctic Sunrise vessel and detained its crew. And the Netherlands claimed that Russia requested the Russia to request the prompt release of the vessel at the ITLOS. And the question comes, is the coastal state allowed to extend the comprehensive enforcement jurisdiction to safety zones under Article 60, paragraph 2? In fact, this question was not fully discussed in the ITLOS order. However, there are two approaches to be considered. First, restrictive approach that the coastal state may request the vessel to leave the safety zone. And second, a broad approach which Judge Gosling from Russia and the dissenting opinion seems to take in the order that the coastal state can take a measure of the arrest of the vessel. And it should be highlighted that the coastal state can take appropriate measures under Article 60, paragraph 4, and it aims to ensure the balance of interest between the coastal state and other states. So I would argue that given the nature of the EEZ, I would argue that restrictive approach would be more feasible, should be considered in this context. However, if the ship has violated the laws and regulations of the state, it is totally different story. It is linked to the hot pursuit that causes states can board, seize, and detention of a vessel in the EEZ on the suspicious of such offenses. And if the requirements of hot pursuit under Article 111 are satisfied. To summarize, with the development of a new technology of offshore wind farms, which occupy much larger marine spaces, there is a need to balance conflicts between the coastal states' right to develop offshore wind farms and other states' navigation right. In the territorial sea, the coastal state enjoys sovereignty and it has a broad range of discretion unless it prevents other states' right to innocent passage. And the main issue would be in the EEZ. The coastal state should exercise limited enforcement jurisdiction in safety zones in the EEZ, with the exception that to ensure the safety both of navigation and of the artificial installations and structures. And again, as for the appropriate measures under paragraph 4 of the Article 60, what does it mean by appropriate measures in the South China Sea context? The term appropriate would seem to suggest a margin of appreciation for the coastal state, but I would argue that still it should be understood within the UNCLOS legal framework, and it is also linked to the restrictive approach of the enforcement jurisdiction. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jung. I think the political scientists amongst us are now asking the question, wind farms, sustainable energy resource, or a political tool to assert rights in our EEZs. So thank you very much for that. We're going to open it up for questions now. There's a whole raft of implications for what we've heard today, and I'm sure that my colleagues around the room will have many questions for our speakers. So I've got one right here in the middle, and then I believe our Russian colleague in the middle as well. So we'll go 1 and 2 there, and we'll take a third one after that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I would like to thank all the presenters for your very interesting presentation. First, I have 2 comments and 1 question to Mr. Zindler. The first one is, in fact, I want to add 2 challenges regarding the wind energy in the, I would like to say in ASEAN, not only in Vietnam. The first one is the wind energy depend on weather, not stable at all. And you see, when you have wind, not very strong wind like a typhoon, but just wind, you have energy. But no wind, you have no energy. And in Vietnam, we have a proverb that during March, a very old lady can go through the sea. It means that very calm sea. And we do not have the wind at all. So, and relating to that one, so we need stable energy source to stabilize the grid. And in Vietnam, by May 2022, we have the installed capacity of wind energy is about 4 gigabytes. And we cannot connect all of them to the grid because we cannot exploit it. We need even this year, we were lack of energy during summer. Yeah, energy shortage. But we could not connect the wind energy to the grid because we cannot stabilize it. And the second one is the price of storage. Usually, I think the best solution for stabilizing the wind energy is using green hydrogen. And green hydrogen now is very expensive because you know that. Maybe I am not sure, but the efficiency of electrolyzer of water to hydrogen and burn hydrogen to produce electricity is about 40%, around efficiency of 40%. It means that you use 10 kilowatt hour to produce 4 kilowatt hour, and it becomes very expensive, and it cannot compete. And if you sell it to industrial trees, so they cannot make profit. See, so that one is a very serious problem. So I hope. So my question is, do you have any solution for this one? Yes. And my second question to Dr. Jung. I thank you very much for your presentation and very interesting, and I interest it in very much. So my question is, do you have any case that a coastal state, while installing the wind power turbines, the action of installing is considered as a violation of the right of reading or freedom of navigation? Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question, I believe, in the middle. Yeah, just waiting for a mic. Any others who want to put up their hand while we're taking this one? Not yet. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. My question is to the experts in wind and perhaps in solar energy. This continues the question of the previous speaker. We haven't talked about the environmental effect of the so-called green energy. We are reducing the carbon footprint, but at the same time, we're creating a whole new bunch of ecological problems, like recycling the solar panels and the blades of wind turbines. There is confirmed negative effect of wind turbines on underground organisms as well as birds and fish. There is also damage to the seabed and so on and so forth. Isn't that by solving one issue, we're creating a bigger one that we aren't able to solve in the near future? Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for this round. I do have one online. There's a question online that's very close to our first question. It's what are the main challenges? And this is from Fan Xuanzong at ICEAS in Singapore. What are the main challenges with offshore wind development in Vietnam? What should Vietnam do to meet its target of 6 gigawatts offshore wind power capacity by 2030, as outlined in PDP 8? And what are some of the lessons from countries like Germany that Vietnam can learn from? Before I address that question, I'm going to actually ask Dr. Jung to respond to the question directed to her on any cases where there has been a violation of navigation rights by wind farms. And feel free, Dr. Jung, to address some of these other questions as well.
Thank you so much for your question. In fact, I'm not aware of the very specific incidents or case relating to the violation of the freedom of navigation. And given the limited time, I have not touched on the navigation impact assessment. But because the wind farm can cause very significant challenges to the navigation issue and to other countries. So safety zone is one of the mechanisms to solve this issue, but also the other mechanism can be called navigation impact assessment. So the European countries like UK or Netherlands started ask investors or carry out by themselves or state by themselves to carry out the impact of the offshore wind farms on the navigation, and they try to reduce collisions between the offshore wind turbines and the other states' ships. And as for the environmental challenges, I do agree with that. This is also one of the significant challenges arising from offshore wind farm or offshore renewable energy activities generally. And as he mentioned, that underwater noise or the disturbance to the migratory species can be also very significant issues as well. And as for the European countries, in fact, at the international level, there is no clear standard on this issue. So there are a number of international organizations relating to the marine species. They adopted several resolutions and they recognizing the serious issues from the renewable energy activities. But most of the guidelines or resolutions are not legally binding. But as for the European countries, EU directives or they have their regional the EU directives provides a very there's some sort of the regulations for the environmental challenges, and then there is also the regional the institutes provide the guidance as well. And I believe that because the offshore wind farms can be very site-specific activities, and then it also needs to develop the database on the environmental issues from the offshore wind farm. And this can be quite legal gaps in South China Sea or in Asia generally. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Panelists, can we stay on that topic just for our first response before we get to the particular challenges for Vietnam? And the question there is, I mean, what are the other ecological impacts and challenges of offshore wind? Maybe I could start with Dr. Dravid.
So even just like how offshore wind, the turbines and the solar panels, even rare earth mining can create radioactive waste. And while we are also mining for rare earth, there could also be other materials that would be coming out from the Earth's crust, which we do not really know the scope of its damage that it can be caused. And even within the ocean, when we are mining from the deep oceans, it's through a process of a vacuum. So it's not just the rare earth material that you're like sort of breaking out. There are rocks that you're breaking out through a process of vacuum. And that whole mining process is gravely environmentally damaging. So this question is very, very significant. We ought to have more conversations around clean transition. So are we really transitioning to clean energy while we are talking about these technologies, or can we also have new technologies which is probably safer for environment, but that would require a lot more of conversations, not just between policymakers and political leaders, but also scientists and geologists, and it's like a wider discussion that we ought to have. And like there was this news that came up last week from one of the US coasts that there was some whale accidents that happened. They were like just dying on the shore, and the news article read that it could be a potential impact of the offshore farms in the ocean, and that it would have damaged the communication lines and they've probably come to the shallow waters. So there ought to be more conversations around this topic.
Thank you. I mean, we're seeing an enormous potential for offshore wind in the South China Sea, but it's not a panacea. Maybe one of the challenges raised is the stability for the grid. Maybe Dr. Thuy, I can ask you to address how can Vietnam address those challenges?
I answered the question in the audience from the online. How can with the main challenge for that? The first we have the 5 point, the first and regulate framework, and now in the BDB approve, but we need to approve sooner for the national special marine special planning sooner. Now in the government prepare near the condition. And I think that the end of I hope so in that in this year and then the sooner the next year, and we approve, government approve sooner. And the second we worry about in the grid connection, because when the renewable energy connect in the centralized network and we make the problem, and when the low frequency, and that thing we need to improve the grid connection, and we must to update and establish in a new smart grid. And I think that a second, and third, we need the fund, we need the money, and I think that the international organization and support for in Vietnam, and how to support in the green finance and investment for we established an offshore wind farm in the infrastructure. And the next step, and the fourth point, and we worry about in the environment consideration. But I think that in the onshore and the nearshore, we see that the impact strong for in the western area in Vietnam. But and that reason, and government they design in the offshore. I think that the offshore a little bit in the impact, because we do not use in the land user, and nearshore and the onshore we take most of the land use. I think that the fifth, and we how to improve the local supply chain and infrastructure, and we need to localization supply chain, improve in the technology and development, and the offshore wind we challenge it in the operation and maintenance, because we depend on the weather and geographic challenges, because and from the October and December we using the package typhoon, and we have the together, and so the treatment and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huy. So, Mr. Zindler, what can Vietnam and other countries of the South China Sea learn from the German experience with all of these issues?
Okay, thank you. First, maybe let me address the question of the unstable weather and the transmission grid and so on. So I will not deny that there are challenges to the green energy transition, right? But I mean, burning fossil fuels is not really an alternative. So in the long run, we have no other option than putting the green energy transition into life. Regarding the unstable weather conditions, of course, if you choose one of the technologies, there will always be days where you do not produce energy, but it's all about the energy mix. So it's not only offshore wind or solar, but a lot of technologies that contribute to the total energy mix. And there will always be energy available through one of those technologies, and enough of it. So offshore wind plays a crucial role in this, because it is almost baseload capable. So over the year, you will have 4,500 full load hours from offshore wind, and this will be enough to cover the base load. Regarding the cost, offshore wind, especially as of 2023, is cheaper than coal and any other fossil fuel. So right now, the levelized cost of electricity, it is lower than any fossil fuel. And this is true for all the green energy technologies. So yeah, green energy is cheaper than fossil fuels. And what can Vietnam learn? So I think global expansion targets are leading to a competitive situation for scarce production and construction capacities, right? So it is important to create a safe and a stable environment to allow the industry to grow. So regulatory framework, as I said before, is the most important. So you really need to streamline your processes to give the industry room to grow, right? Yeah, I think.
Thank you for that. I'm going to scan the room, especially for gender balanced questions. While I'm doing that, I've got one in the back. Okay, let's go ahead. I've got a couple online here too. Let's go ahead. Far on the back.
Thank you very much.
No, excuse me, sir. No, I've got a.
No, not me.
In the back. We'll get to you. We'll get to you.
Hi, are we just talking theory in the South China Sea, or how much development or exploration is happening already, and how much is likely are you expecting in the future?
Great question. Others. Okay, we'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. In fact, I understand that the price of wind power is not high. But the problem is not stable. And let me say about the last summer in Vietnam. We ran out of water, no water at all. And we have the another renewable energy, that is the solar radiation, the solar power plant, but during the night, no. So we cannot use wind because we have to stabilize it. You in Germany, it's easy for you. You can use the electricity from France and from other countries, and you also have the nuclear power plant. That's why it's easy for developed countries. For developing countries, it's really difficult. And I would like to add another challenge. On surveys in UK, how that 1/3 of the respondents on third of the people who were surveyed about their intention to have a vacation at a coast after a wind power plant was constructed other place, and 1/3 of them say no. It means that the wind turbines should be located far from, because it changes the landscape. And people do not want, 1/3 of the people do not come back when they see the wind turbines. It means that they have the solution that the wind turbine should be constructed about 10 kilometers from the site to preserve the landscape for tourism. Yes. So those one, I think we should mention it in promoting the wind. I agree that with a net zero, now if we're going to achieve net zero emissions, so we need the renewable energy. That is a wind power is very, very important. But we need to address all aspects and know all the risks, yes, and how to overcome such challenges to get the sustainable development. Thank you.
So I won't say cynics, but I say we may have some skeptics about wind power development in the South China Sea here. And that echoes some of the questions that I'm getting online. One around marine scientific research for energy exploitation. Can this be trust? This can be used for other purposes. How can countries minimize this situation? And I'm reading the risk of research being used for other purposes. Another question online, how likely it is that the South China Sea claimants can actually cooperate with external parties in maritime spatial planning for renewable energy. So if this is going to be a scalable solution through the South China Sea, can we have enough trust in the region to operate? Dr. Jung, can I start with you online to respond to any of those questions?
Yes, those are great questions, and I feel like they can be of my further research topics. And as for the transboundary MSP, that is a great idea, but at the same time, there are so many different, but MSP is mainly the political decision process, and then it depends on the how to make the priorities as the key objectives to achieve. So I believe that cooperation is key, but at the same time, there should be a lot of the stakeholders like fisheries industries and aquacultures and shipping. They should be considered in the big picture. So it would be a great idea, but it can be also quite challenging to take into account all the different stakeholders and users. And thank you.
Great. And to my panelists on stage, who would like to jump in?
I would like to answer this question on how likely is the case of SES claimants cooperate with external parties in maritime spatial planning for renewable energy. So one of the questions that we encountered even prior to this is this question on environmental damage that the new and renewable energy technologies can bring in. So one way to sort of reduce is careful, considerate marine spatial planning that we can do in the region. And also this conversation that we had yesterday on trust and fear. So the SES countries, the literal countries in this region, require investments and funding to spearhead their transition to clean energy. And there are many countries, like, for example, even currently, like yesterday I was listening to this about Singapore signing a deal with Vietnam for buying offshore wind energy from Vietnam. Similarly, they've diversified their supply chains and have signed agreements with Laos, with Cambodia, with Malaysia and Indonesia. So the scope of a one grid from South China Sea, like to generate electricity cooperatively amongst the SES claimant states out of South China Sea, and to share the energy through one grid could be one way to answer this energy insecurity that's looming in this region, because we would require that even he was talking about the fact that we would have to transition from fossil fuels. And imagine the energy demand doubling in the next 10 to 15 years. And where would this energy come from? We do not have enough fossil fuels to burn. So we have to look at these natural resources that we have and share them. So having a shared resources for our shared concerns is one way to go. So that is the fear element of it, that we can sort of use, because energy insecurity is one of the biggest fears that the region has, and cooperate. And where the trust element comes from is who's going to bring in the money for that, because it's not going to come from within the region. We do not have the money to source for this. And where's this technology that's going to come? So one factor that we were talking about, regulatory framework. So if we can reduce the regulatory bottlenecks that is there, and there can be enough political will to transition, and then the money would come. That is.
Let me once again respond to the public acceptance question. So let me give you an example from Germany. So we had those issues too, of course. I mean, it's a new technology, landscape is being changed, and people have to get used to that. So the example is on the island of Heligoland in Germany. And so this was always a tourism spot. And so nowadays there is a large wind park just in plain sight from the island. And so in the beginning, it was hard for the residents to accept the idea of offshore wind and changing the landscape. But then there were a lot of discussions with for example, our organization. We do public acceptance workshops, stuff like that. And the mayor of Heligoland was very eager to get his residents behind him and to get this park accepted. One, for the benefit of the electricity, of course, but also he was really, he thought it would be an opportunity for the tourism too. And yeah, he was proved right. Yeah. So nowadays, the offshore wind park is a tourism magnet on Heligoland. So there are dedicated cruises into the wind park for tourists to see this technology, and they're really, yeah, it's awesome to see. And so I don't think it's a question of I think it really is possible to get the public to accept this technology through yeah, a lot of groundwork. And so yeah, this takes time, but I mean, this example shows it is possible and in a very positive way.
Thank you. We are past our time. And so let me conclude here with a note of hope. And one that I hope will prove the value of having more women's voices at tables such as these. I'm going to recall Dr. Kirchberger's comment yesterday about her dream at one time of a global commons of the South China Sea, you know, a shared resource. I can't remember how you put it, Dr. Kirchberger, but there was a note of hope earlier on that you gave us. And Dr. David noting that maybe there's a way for us, you know, countries, claimant countries of the South China Sea, to look at the resource available as a whole so that it could be exploited under one grid. Everyone shares a common need for clean energy. And if we could bring folks together, that might be an idea. As some were saying yesterday, we need more confidence building measures amongst countries in South China Sea. Maybe one small bit of developing energy for our common prosperity would be one of them. Thank you all to our excellent presenters, including Dr. Jung online. Thank you for joining us. And thanks for everyone for your active listening and participation. Enjoy your lunch.
All right, thank you, everyone. The lunch will be at the same place as yesterday, so please follow our reception team over there. And if you haven't done the QR code scanning for the survey feedback, please take a few minutes to do so. And speaking of female presence, we are going to have the honor to welcome Mrs. Paula Pampolini, the Acting Managing Director for Asia and Pacific at EEAS, for the keynote at 2 p.m. On stage. She will be joining us via a virtual platform. So please come back to the conference room before 2 p.m. And for our online audience and on-site audience who are interested, we are going to have a post-session live commentary with Dr. Phạm Duy Thực from the East Sea Institute at 1:15 p.m. on stage in Vietnamese. Thank you. See you soon.
Recording stopped.
Có câu hỏi đồng chí đâu? Câu hỏi đồng chí đâu? Đấy em gửi vào trong nhóm Viber đi anh. Ô thế tớ không nhận thấy nhỉ? Ở trên đọc. Vâng, anh xem qua. Dạ không chuẩn bị gì cả. Này. Có đâu trồng hết đâu có đâu. Dạ không có anh. Nhóm bình luận nha. Bây giờ có. Sao chủ yếu là liên quan đến luật những cái mà học giả đã nêu để làm rõ thêm.
Recording in progress.
Alo. Kính thưa quý vị khán giả, chào mừng quý vị khán giả đến với phiên bình luận giữa ngày thứ hai của Hội thảo quốc tế thường niên về Biển Đông lần thứ 15 với chủ đề thu hẹp vùng biển xám và mở rộng vùng biển xanh. Tôi xin giới thiệu các chuyên gia tham dự buổi bình luận của chúng ta hôm nay, gồm có giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Hồng Thao, cố vấn cao cấp của Học viện Ngoại giao. Tiếp đến là phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Vũ Thanh Ca, giảng viên cao cấp Đại học Tài nguyên và Môi trường, và phía ngoài là thạc sĩ Đỗ Mạnh Hoàng, thạc sĩ chương trình Fulbright Đại học George Washington, hiện là trưởng nhóm Mỹ tại Viện Biển Đông Học viện Ngoại giao. Thưa quý vị, Sáng ngày hôm nay thì đã diễn ra 2 phiên hội thảo. Phiên thứ 1 là đánh giá vai trò của cảnh sát biển trong tăng cường hợp tác ở Biển Đông, và phiên 2 là về chủ đề năng lượng truyền thống và năng lượng tái tạo. Thì chúng ta bắt đầu với phiên đầu tiên về vai trò của cảnh sát biển. Thưa các chuyên gia, như tinh thần của hội thảo năm nay là nhìn lại 15 năm qua, và các đại biểu đã nhận định là các lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển gồm có cảnh sát biển là trở thành một trong những các lực lượng chính tham gia vào việc bảo vệ quyền chủ quyền và quyền tài phán trên biển. Song thì cũng phải đối mặt với những các thách thức vùng xám ngày một gia tăng và bất ổn. Và đây cũng là một trong những cái phát triển chính của tình hình Biển Đông trong những năm qua. Và các đại biểu đã đều chỉ ra rằng là các nước trong khu vực rất tích cực thúc đẩy hợp tác với cảnh sát biển. Trong đó có thúc đẩy hợp tác với cảnh sát biển của Trung Quốc ở nhiều cái kênh khác nhau. Nhưng mà cảnh sát biển của Trung Quốc thì thiếu thiện chí và không chấp nhận cái lời đề nghị của cảnh sát biển của một số nước ở khu vực. Thì xin các chuyên gia lý giải vì sao thì Trung Quốc lại thiếu cái thiện chí trong cái việc chấp nhận cái lời đề nghị mà tăng cường cái ngoại giao cảnh sát biển của các nước này. Xin mời Phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Vũ Thanh Ca.
Vâng ạ. Xin cảm ơn anh, và tôi xin có một số ý kiến thế này. Thì thực ra có một vấn đề rất nghiêm trọng của cảnh sát biển Trung Quốc là cái tuyên bố về gọi là vùng biển thuộc quyền tài phán nằm trong cái đường lưỡi bò. Nó chiếm gần như là trọn Biển Đông, tức là khoảng độ trên 80% cái diện tích Biển Đông. Và Trung Quốc thì có những cái luật, ban hành một số luật mới, trong đó đáng chú ý là luật an toàn hàng hải. Nó trang bị cho nó cái luật này thì nó cho cảnh sát biển Trung Quốc là quá nhiều quyền, và thậm chí một số quyền là nó vượt quá cái giới hạn. Bởi vậy cho nên là đối với cái lực lượng cảnh sát biển Trung Quốc ấy, thì họ cái đường lưỡi bò của Trung Quốc ấy, nó gần như chiếm trọn Biển Đông, và nó vi phạm vào vùng đặc quyền kinh tế và thềm lục địa của hầu như tất cả các quốc gia xung quanh Biển Đông, và đặc biệt trong đó là có Việt Nam, có Indonesia, có Malaysia và có Philippines. Và như vậy ấy, thì ta thấy rằng là rõ ràng là nó vi phạm quyền của các quốc gia khác. Và một khi anh đã đến vi phạm một cái biển của người ta, anh tuần tra trái phép, anh thực thi pháp luật trái phép, rõ ràng bởi vì đã hợp tác dựa trên rõ ràng lại. Còn với quan hệ thì cũng rất khoan thì nó không thể nào vấn đề quốc tế. Thì như vậy thì Trung Quốc rõ ràng là cực kỳ khó khăn. Trung Quốc không thể nào, hay nói khác là không, bởi hợp tác có nghĩa là gì? Có nghĩa là Trung Quốc phải tôn trọng cả quy định trong luật pháp. Rất tự nhiên là Trung Quốc không thể nào mà hợp tác với các quốc gia để mà có thể để thực thi cái pháp luật trên biển, và do vậy lực lượng cảnh sát biển Trung Quốc ấy thì rất khó hợp tác. Và thực ra mà nói thì lực lượng cảnh sát biển Trung Quốc ấy, thì có rất nhiều hoạt động là vi phạm luật pháp quốc tế và bắt nạt, cưỡng ép bắt nạt các quốc gia khác ở trên biển. Và với một lực lượng cưỡng ép bắt nạt và một lực lượng thực thi pháp luật theo đúng những quy định của luật pháp quốc tế thì rõ ràng là cái hợp tác này nó cực kỳ khó khăn.
Cảm ơn Phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Vũ Thanh Ca. Xin mời giáo sư tiến sĩ Vũ Nguyễn Đồng Thao ạ.
Tôi thì hoàn toàn chia sẻ với lại ý kiến của Phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Vũ Thanh Ca. Thế ở đây thì chúng ta cần phải xuất phát là xem về cái chuyên môn của cảnh sát biển, tức là cái trách nhiệm của cảnh sát biển. Thì thông thường ở các nước thì cảnh sát biển là một cái cơ quan dân sự, nó không phải là lực lượng quân sự, vì nó là lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển, và thực thi pháp luật này là thực thi pháp luật cả quốc tế và cả quốc gia. Nhưng nó chủ yếu là thực thi pháp luật ở trên những cái vùng biển đã được xác định phù hợp với lại luật pháp quốc tế. Trong cái phiên mà hôm nay chúng ta nghe về cái vai trò của cảnh sát biển, nhưng mà chúng ta cần phải liên tưởng đến những cái phiên trước mà chúng ta đã xem xét đến. Thì hiện nay đang có một cái xu thế là sử dụng luật pháp như một cái công cụ chiến tranh trong cái thuyết mà tam chủng chiến pháp của Trung Quốc. Và như vậy tức là gì? Là áp dụng và giải thích luật quốc tế một cách có lợi cho mình và không lắng nghe cái ý kiến của các nước khác. Đấy là cái nguyên nhân mà nó xảy ra cái sự mất ổn định ở Biển Đông, và cũng như là cái câu hỏi là tại sao Trung Quốc sử dụng cái ngoại giao cảnh sát biển mà như chúng ta hôm nay nghe gọi là Coast Guard Diplomacy. Thì nói chung sẽ sử dụng cái ngoại giao đấy bằng vòi rồng chứ không phải là bằng đàm phán, bằng hợp tác. Tuy nhiên chúng ta cũng phải nhìn nhận cả hai mặt, và có những cái vấn đề là Trung Quốc cũng không hoàn toàn là thực hiện cái luật quốc tế, đúng không? Nhất là cái vấn đề về cái đường lưỡi bò đã được phán quyết của tòa trọng tài quốc tế bác bỏ. Nhưng mà nói rằng là họ từ chối tất cả những cái hợp tác giữa các lực lượng cảnh sát biển với nhau, thì đây cũng là một cái nhận xét nó hơi vội, và theo tôi nghĩ vậy. Bởi vì chúng ta nhìn thấy là thực sự ra như là trong Vịnh Bắc Bộ chẳng hạn, thì chúng ta cũng có những cái hợp tác giữa cảnh sát biển và Việt Nam và cảnh sát biển Trung Quốc. Chúng ta cũng đã có mười mấy lần đi tuần tra chung với nhau. Nhưng mà đấy là gì? Là ở đây là cái khu vực mà tôi muốn nhấn mạnh rằng là cái khu vực mà chúng ta đã giải quyết một cách hòa bình những cái tranh chấp, và cái sự hợp tác của cảnh sát biển rất tốt. Nhưng còn ở những cái khu vực mà chưa giải quyết được, và nó là những cái khu vực chồng lấn chẳng hạn, thì chúng ta cần phải có cái sự thống nhất với nhau và hợp tác với nhau, duy trì những cái kênh đối thoại và đường dây nóng để tránh tất cả những cái xung đột ở trên biển. Và cảnh sát biển là lực lượng thực thi pháp luật ở trên biển, chứ không phải là lực lượng để sử dụng để bảo vệ những cái yêu sách biển một cách thái quá ở trên biển. Thì đó là không hoàn toàn là, đấy chính là cái nguyên nhân mà gây ra những cái xung đột hiện nay tại Biển Đông.
Vâng, cảm ơn giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Hồng Thao. Xin mời thạc sĩ Đỗ Mạnh Hoàng.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn tiến sĩ Đức. Theo tôi thì tôi sẽ không trả lời trực tiếp vào cái câu hỏi mà tiến sĩ Thực đã đặt ra, mà tôi chỉ muốn hướng cái phần trả lời của mình về một cái thực tế, đấy là liên quan đến hoạt động cảnh sát biển thì hiện nay vẫn còn có rất là nhiều tranh cãi về cơ sở pháp lý nào để hoạt động của để các nước cử điều tàu cảnh sát biển tới khu vực hoặc là qua Biển Đông. Và những cái hoạt động của cảnh sát biển các nước ở bên ngoài khu vực mà tiến hành ở bên trong khu vực thì có được coi là hoạt động hợp pháp hay không. Thế thì ví dụ như là Mỹ thì thường hay Mỹ thì hiện nay đang có cái xu hướng là tăng cường hiện diện của cảnh sát biển tại khu vực, và đợt vừa rồi thì cũng có điều tàu cảnh sát biển đi qua eo biển Đài Loan chẳng hạn. Thì lập luận của Mỹ sẽ là đây là hoạt động về tự do hàng hải, và chính vì thế nên họ hoàn toàn có cái cơ sở pháp lý để thực hiện điều này. Nhưng trên truyền thông Trung Quốc thì chúng ta có thể thấy rất nhiều những cái lập luận phản bác lại lập luận của Mỹ. Ví dụ như là có những lập luận về luật cảnh sát biển riêng nội luật của Mỹ chẳng hạn, là quy định là cảnh sát biển của Mỹ thì chỉ có nhiệm vụ ở gần bờ biển của Mỹ thôi. Tại sao lại phải đi xa quá như vậy để làm gì? Đó. Thế thì những cái tranh cãi như vậy, những cái điểm mà còn chưa thống nhất, những cái khác nhau về trong quan điểm giữa các nước về cơ sở pháp lý nào là cái cơ sở chuẩn để quy định về hoạt động cảnh sát biển của các nước ngoài khu vực, trong khu vực, cũng là một cái rào cản để hợp tác cảnh sát biển trong và ngoài khu vực không được tiến hành một cách rộng rãi. Theo tôi thì là như vậy.
Rồi, cảm ơn thạc sĩ Đỗ Mạnh Hoàng. Thưa các chuyên gia, thì trong cái buổi hội thảo hôm nay thì các diễn giả cũng đều nhấn mạnh cái vấn đề là tiên phong của đối ngoại và cái ngoại giao của lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển và gồm cảnh sát biển. Và cũng có đại biểu cho rằng là các nước có cái sức mạnh ở trên biển ấy không cao và không vượt trội thì nên đẩy mạnh hợp tác cùng với nhau và tương tác tăng cường và có những cái nhiều cái hành động tương tác rồi hoạt động nhất quán và đoàn kết với nhau dựa trên cái luật pháp quốc tế để tạo một cái sức mạnh răn đe tập thể trong khu vực. Vậy thì xin các chuyên gia đánh giá bình luận thêm về cái ý kiến này của đại biểu ở trong buổi hội thảo. Xin mời giáo sư, phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Vũ Thanh Cạ.
Vâng ạ. Thì tôi cho rằng là ý kiến đó là ý kiến rất là xác đáng. Thực ra mà nói thì trong cái giai đoạn hiện nay ấy, thì cái sức mạnh mềm là quan trọng. Quan trọng nhất là sức mạnh mềm và quan trọng hơn sức mạnh cứng rất là nhiều. Nếu như một quốc gia mà hành xử theo cách sử dụng sức mạnh cứng ấy, thì chắc chắn là quốc gia đó sẽ cực kỳ thiệt thòi. Và nhất là trong bối cảnh các quốc gia mà yếu hơn thì rõ ràng là phải thực thi cái sức mạnh mềm và cái tăng cái tầm ảnh hưởng của mình, tăng cái sức coi như là cái phạm vi ảnh hưởng của mình để làm thế nào để mà tập trung lực lượng để mà có thể cân bằng với các cường quốc. Thì như vậy rõ ràng là các quốc gia trong Biển Đông thì là cần phải có những cái đoàn kết với nhau và có những cái hợp tác để mà trở thành làm thế nào để hoạt động như là một khối. Thì trong thực tế thì tôi thấy rằng là hầu hết các quốc gia Đông Nam Á, tức là nằm trong khối ASEAN ấy, thì đều có những cái tuyên bố về chủ quyền. Đấy. Những cái yêu sách về chủ quyền nó phù hợp với Công ước Liên Hợp Quốc về luật biển. Và mặc dù rằng là có những chồng lấn nhất định giữa phân định biển của các quốc gia, nhưng mà những cái phân định biển đó, những cái chồng lấn đó đang được đàm phán và giải quyết trên cơ sở rất là hợp tác và hữu nghị. Và như vậy chúng ta hoàn toàn có cái cơ sở để tạo nên một cái hợp tác và đoàn kết và làm thế nào để các nước ASEAN có thể hoạt động như là một khối chung. Đấy. Thì chỉ như vậy thì chúng ta mới có thể để cân bằng với các nước lớn. Và trong thực tế thì tôi thấy rằng là trong thời gian vừa qua thì ASEAN đang làm rất là tốt. Và như vậy thì ASEAN có rất nhiều những cái lực lượng khác nhau, trong đó lực lượng cảnh sát biển là lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển. Và nếu như các quốc gia mà hợp tác tốt với nhau thì cái việc quản lý biển của mỗi quốc gia được thực hiện tốt hơn, bởi vì khi đó thì sẽ xác định rõ hơn những cái phạm vi hoạt động của mình, và trên cơ sở đó là cái việc thực thi chủ quyền sẽ được thực hiện một cách hiệu quả hơn. Và đặc biệt là một số cái hoạt động ví dụ như chống cướp biển chẳng hạn. Chống cướp biển rõ ràng là chúng ta thấy đấy, có một số đại biểu ấy, đặc biệt là đại biểu của Việt Nam cũng nói về những cái trường hợp mà bắt cướp biển và sau đó bàn giao cho cảnh sát biển của các nước khác để mà thực thi pháp luật. Thì như vậy thì những cái hoạt động chống cướp biển, cái hoạt động chống buôn lậu, chống ma túy, cũng như chống các hoạt động buôn người và rất nhiều những hoạt động khác, cái IU fishing chẳng hạn, là những hoạt động đó nếu như có sự hợp tác thì sẽ mạnh hơn rất là nhiều. Đấy là chưa kể là tạo ra một cái sức mạnh để mà có thể cân bằng lực lượng với các cường quốc.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn. Xin mời giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Hồng Thảo.
Tôi cho rằng cái nguyên tắc của Liên Hợp Quốc, của luật biển, của luật quốc tế, đúng không ạ? Đấy là một nguyên tắc là hợp tác. Và hiện nay chúng ta đang sống ở trong một cái thời đại là có rất nhiều những cái vấn đề toàn cầu. Và những vấn đề toàn cầu thì cần phải có cái sự hợp tác toàn cầu để tìm ra một cái giải pháp toàn cầu. Nếu nói riêng về vấn đề của cảnh sát biển thì cảnh sát biển là lực lượng thực thi pháp luật và bảo vệ cái tài nguyên và tính mạng của con người ở trên biển. Anh Ca cũng đã nói về vấn đề về đánh bắt cá bất hợp pháp, không báo cáo, không theo quy định. Chúng ta cũng có cả những cái vấn đề về buôn bán người, buôn bán chất ma túy bất hợp pháp, rồi là cướp biển, cướp có vũ trang trên biển. Như hôm nay đại diện của cảnh sát biển Việt Nam cũng đã đưa ra hai cái ví dụ về cướp biển. Tàu của Malaysia bị cướp biển của Indonesia bắt giữ và đi vào vùng biển của Việt Nam, và qua cái hệ thống thông báo hợp tác với nhau, cảnh sát biển Việt Nam bắt giữ và trao trả cho phía Indonesia để xử lý chẳng hạn. Bởi vì cái cướp biển đó nó là cái tội phạm trên biển chung của nhân loại, và tất cả các lực lượng ở trên biển của các nước thì đều phải có nghĩa vụ là trấn áp cái cướp biển đó. Thì chúng ta luôn luôn phải cần có cái sự hợp tác. Và trong cái khuôn khổ này thì ASEAN cũng đã đi đầu, chúng ta cũng đã có là cái hội nghị của cảnh sát biển các nước ASEAN, và như các bạn cũng đã nghe đại diện của Việt Nam báo cáo, đấy là cũng là một cái sáng kiến của Việt Nam, và nó đã được mở rộng ra là không phải là chỉ trong ASEAN mà nó là ASEAN cộng, trong đó có cả cảnh sát biển Trung Quốc, cảnh sát biển của các nước khác để tham dự vào đấy. Và chúng tôi hy vọng là với càng nhiều những cái forum như vậy thì cái sự hợp tác giữa các lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển sẽ càng chặt chẽ, và chúng ta sẽ có một cái cơ sở chung và hiểu biết lẫn nhau để mà thực hiện cái nhiệm vụ, không chỉ để bảo vệ cái quyền lợi và lợi ích của một quốc gia, mà đấy là bảo vệ cái quyền lợi và lợi ích của khu vực và của thế giới.
Xin cảm ơn. Tiếp nối thì tôi xin chia sẻ là các diễn giả hôm nay đều nhấn mạnh cái việc mà nâng cao hợp tác giữa các lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển giữa các nước ASEAN và các nước ở trong khu vực. Vậy xin đặt một câu hỏi đối với Thạc sĩ Đỗ Mạnh Hoàng là xin anh ấy chia sẻ thêm cái nỗ lực của các nước lớn ở khu vực trong việc mà hỗ trợ hợp tác tăng cường năng lực an ninh biển với các nước Đông Nam Á. Có thể một vài chia sẻ cái kinh nghiệm của các nước và những cái thực tiễn nào đấy trong hợp tác về vấn đề này trong thời gian qua.
Alo, vâng, xin cảm ơn câu hỏi của anh Thực. Thì trong thời gian qua thì như lúc nãy tôi cũng đã có đề cập thì Mỹ cũng có những cái động thái để tăng cường hiện diện lực lượng cảnh sát biển của mình tại khu vực. Thế thì riêng tại khu vực Đông Nam Á thì chúng ta có thể thấy là ví dụ như là với Việt Nam chẳng hạn, thì Mỹ đang thúc đẩy những cái hoạt động chuyển giao tàu, thì chúng ta đã nhận 2 tàu cảnh sát biển của Mỹ rồi. Ngoài chuyển giao tàu ra thì cũng có những hoạt động xây dựng năng lực khác. Ví dụ như là hoạt động giữa Mỹ và Philippines liên quan đến tham vấn về một cái chuyến tuần tra chung tại Biển Đông. Rồi Mỹ cũng có đã từng gửi tàu, chuyển giao tàu cho Indonesia. Thế ngoài những cái trang thiết bị mà chúng ta có thể nhìn thấy tận mắt như thế, thì Mỹ cũng đang thúc đẩy những cái sáng kiến liên quan đến cái khái niệm gọi là nhận thức không gian biển, tức là Maritime Domain Awareness. Thì thông qua những cái lớp tập huấn hoặc là những cái khóa đào tạo về sử dụng công nghệ từ vệ tinh, hoặc là sử dụng công nghệ từ những cái nguồn khác nhau, ví dụ như là những cái nguồn cảm biến chẳng hạn, hoặc là những cái nguồn về tần số sóng phát thanh radio, để có thể xác định được vị trí hoặc là những cái hoạt động của tàu thuyền ở trong khu vực. Thì tất cả những cái hoạt động đấy nó thiên về cái mặt kỹ năng mềm nhiều hơn. Nhưng mà tôi cũng muốn nhấn mạnh là không chỉ có Mỹ tham gia thúc đẩy những cái hoạt động này, mà chúng ta cũng có thể thấy là ví dụ như là phía EU chẳng hạn, họ cũng có cái chương trình về Crimario, một diễn giả nào đó cũng đã nhắc đến trong những cái phiên đầu tiên. Và trong đó thì họ cũng có thúc đẩy những cái chương trình về phần mềm liên quan đến theo dõi hiện trạng trên không gian biển, và cũng được phổ biến cho rất nhiều lực lượng tuần tra lực lượng thi hành pháp luật, lực lượng cảnh sát biển của một số nước như là ở Philippines. Canada thì vừa rồi cũng đã ký với Philippines một cái thỏa thuận liên quan đến một phần mềm tương tự, cũng nhằm giúp cho lực lượng cảnh sát biển của Philippines tăng cường cái khả năng theo dõi thực địa của mình hơn. Và những cái hoạt động như thế thì theo tôi cũng có những cái giá trị bổ sung rất là lớn. Tại vì khi mà chúng ta có nhiều công cụ để theo dõi thực trạng trên biển hơn, thì chúng ta cũng có thể, một là chúng ta nhận thức được sớm hơn những cái diễn biến ở trên biển, và từ đó là chúng ta có thể để ra được những cái giải pháp ứng phó, xử lý tình huống hiệu quả hơn.
Xin cảm ơn. Xin có một câu hỏi đối với giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Hồng Thao là ngài đánh giá như nào về cái việc mà vai trò trung tâm của ASEAN trong việc dẫn dắt xây dựng các bộ quy tắc phòng tránh va chạm ở trên biển, thì giữa các lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển, và cũng có thể là mở rộng cho các lực lượng khác.
Alo, vâng. Chúng ta đã thấy rằng là luật quốc tế thì không phải là không có đủ các quy định cho các lực lượng hoạt động ở trên biển. Vâng. Codex năm 1974, tức là cái thỏa thuận về tránh đâm va trên biển năm 1972, thì đã được các nước ký kết, và đấy là cái quy tắc cho tất cả những người đi trên biển, vâng, phòng tránh đâm va. Vâng. Thế nhưng ở đây thì chúng ta thấy rằng là ở Biển Đông này hiện nay nó lại phát triển ra một cái nghệ thuật, là nghệ thuật sử dụng cái thân tàu cứng, người ta gọi là Greyhound đấy, của tàu cảnh sát biển để đâm vào những tàu mềm như là tàu cá đấy, và lại tố cáo ngược trở lại là tàu cá đâm vào tàu cứng. Thế thì đấy là chúng ta nhìn thấy là nó có những cái quy định, những cái giải thích về luật pháp nó không được phù hợp như vậy, thì chúng ta cần phải ra những cái quy định nó thật sự là cụ thể hơn. Mà giống như là chúng ta đi trên đường ấy, thì xe ô tô mà đâm vào xe đạp thì xe ô tô sẽ phải xem xét trách nhiệm trước, hay là xe đạp đâm vào xe ô tô thì phải xem xét trách nhiệm trước, đúng không? Thì đấy là cái vai trò mà không phải chỉ ASEAN mà của các nước mà có hoạt động ở trên Biển Đông cần phải có những cái quy định nó cụ thể như vậy. Thế thì ASEAN cũng đã đưa những cái vấn đề này vào trong những cái đàm phán cụ thể, ví dụ như vấn đề về đàm phán về COC chẳng hạn, chúng ta cũng cần phải đưa vào đây, và cũng đã đề xuất ra những cái quy tắc cho các lực lượng hoạt động ở trên biển để làm sao mà tránh những cái sự va chạm cố ý ở trên biển này. Thì đây nó là cả một cái quá trình, chúng ta cũng không thể ngay lập tức là có thể đạt được một cái đồng thuận được ở trong này. Nhưng cũng thấy rằng là với những cái tình hình mà càng ngày càng nhiều những cái vụ đâm va một cách cố ý ở trên biển ấy, thì đây là việc đưa ra một cái thỏa thuận đó cũng sẽ là một cái biện pháp để ngăn chặn những cái xung đột xảy ra trong tương lai.
Dạ vâng, xin cảm ơn giáo sư. Thì bây giờ chúng ta chuyển sang cái phiên thứ hai là về năng lượng truyền thống và năng lượng tái tạo. Thì thưa các chuyên gia, chủ đề năng lượng truyền thống và tái tạo là một cái lựa chọn rất thông minh của hội thảo. Như chúng ta đã biết là chuyển đổi xanh là xu hướng không thể trì hoãn và không thể đảo ngược được. Việt Nam đã nỗ lực cân bằng giữa khai thác và bảo tồn hệ sinh thái biển và góp phần đạt được mục tiêu của chiến lược phát triển kinh tế bền vững biển năm 2030 và tầm nhìn 2045, và cũng thực hiện cái mục tiêu phát triển bền vững của Liên Hợp Quốc SDGs vào năm 2030 và thực hiện cái mục tiêu giảm phát thải ròng bằng không vào năm 2050. Và thưa các chuyên gia thì xin các chuyên gia chia sẻ là mình tâm đắc với những ý kiến nào được các bạn đại biểu nêu trong cái phiên hội thảo này. Xin mời phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Vũ Thanh Ca.
Vâng, cảm ơn anh. Thì trong cái phiên về cái năng lượng tái tạo thì chúng ta có thể thấy là có bốn diễn giả. Thứ nhất là tiến sĩ Bjorn Zindler từ Đức, và giáo sư Aswani từ Ấn Độ, và giáo sư Nguyễn Xuân Huy từ Việt Nam, và tiến sĩ Dawn Dung từ Úc. Thì có thể thấy rằng là cả bốn diễn giả đều trình bày những cái vấn đề liên quan tới cái năng lượng tái tạo. Trong đó thì tiến sĩ Bjorn Zindler thì cũng có trình bày những cái điểm mà rất là đáng khuyến khích của năng lượng tái tạo, cũng như là những thách thức mà năng lượng tái tạo cần phải khắc phục. Năng lượng gió trên biển ấy, thực chất cụ thể nó là năng lượng gió trên biển cần phải khắc phục để mà có thể có được phát triển được cái năng lượng khai thác tốt và phục vụ phát triển bền vững. Thì còn tiến sĩ Aswani thì cũng xem xét nhiều vấn đề, trong đó có vấn đề địa chính trị, vấn đề một số cái tài nguyên, quý hiếm, đặc biệt là những cái vấn đề ví dụ như đất hiếm hay là à, một số cái kim loại sử dụng để trong cái công nghệ hiện đại, và đồng thời nữa cũng đề cập tới cái cái tiềm năng năng lượng gió của vùng biển ở khu vực Đông Nam Á và đặc biệt là Việt Nam. Và tiến sĩ Nguyễn Xuân Huy có trình bày về cái quy hoạch điện 8 cũng như là cái vấn đề về cái không gian biển để mà phát triển điện gió trên biển. Còn tiến sĩ Đào Văn Nhung thì cũng trình bày về vấn đề là nói về cái vấn đề giữa xây dựng cái nhà máy điện gió trên biển và cái mối liên hệ giữa cái quyền tự do hàng hải, và vấn đề tạo cái vùng biển nó cái vùng biển làm thế nào để cho nó an toàn, cái quyết định về an toàn hàng hải trên biển khi có cái trang trại điện gió. Thì như vậy ý, thì thực ra mà nói thì tôi cho rằng là cả bốn diễn giả đều có những cái trình bày rất là hay, và tôi có ấn tượng về cái trình bày của tiến sĩ Jean Delay. Đấy, thì trong đó thì có một cái vấn đề là những cái thách thức ấy. Cái thách thức thì tôi cho rằng là cũng còn cần phải bổ sung thêm một số thách thức nữa để đảm bảo là trong tương lai thì điện gió được phát triển và cung cấp một nguồn điện ổn định. Cái điều đấy là rất quan trọng, bởi vì nếu không có nguồn điện ổn định thì ta không thể nào phát triển bền vững được. Đó là cái đó thì cần phải bổ sung một số những cái thách thức nữa để làm nào để mà có những cái giải pháp thích hợp để khắc phục những cái thách thức đó.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn Phó Giáo sư Tiến sĩ Vũ Thanh Ca. Và tiếp nối thì xin đặt câu hỏi với Giáo sư Tiến sĩ Nguyễn Hồng Thao là trong cái buổi về năng lượng truyền thống và tái tạo thì các chuyên gia học giả cũng trao đổi nhiều về các vấn đề liên quan đến quy định của luật pháp quốc tế, liên quan đến quy định về 500 mét khu vực an toàn giữa các trạm điện gió, hoặc là những cái quyền mà qua lại đối với cái tàu thuyền ở khu vực đấy, và cái việc mà quy định về cái khu vực mà di sản chung của nhân loại để vùng khai thác. Thì xin giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Hồng Thao có thể chia sẻ thêm về các quy định về luật pháp quốc tế liên quan đến vấn đề này để cho khán thính giả hiểu rõ hơn.
Thì điều 60 và điều 80 của Công ước Luật Biển năm 1982 UNCLOS thì có quy định về cái khu vực an toàn cho tất cả các đảo nhân tạo, các công trình thiết bị ở trên biển. Cho nên là một cái túc bin điện gió ở trên biển ấy, nó là một công trình trên biển thì nó được hưởng là một cái vành đai có bán kính là 500 mét, nó gọi là vùng an toàn cho cái công trình đó. Và tất cả các tàu thuyền đi lại ở trên biển thì phải tôn trọng cái vành đai 500 mét đó, không xâm phạm vào cái vành đai đó. Thế, còn đối với lại quy định về vùng đáy biển di sản chung của loài người thì chúng ta cũng biết rằng là đây là cái vùng nằm ở bên ngoài ranh giới ngoài của thềm lục địa. Thì trong Biển Đông của chúng ta thì hiện nay thì cũng mới chỉ có Việt Nam, Malaysia và Philippines tuyên bố cái ranh giới ngoài của thềm lục địa. Nhưng mà Philippines thì lại ở cái phía bên bờ bên kia cơ, phải là bên bờ bên trong này của chúng ta. Thế thì và cộng với lại cái Công ước Luật Biển với lại cái phán quyết năm 2016 vừa rồi có nói rằng là các thực thể ở Trường Sa ấy, là chỉ nên có một cái vùng lãnh hải là 12 hải lý, bởi vì nó có những cái điều kiện là không thích hợp cho con người đến ở và không có đời sống kinh tế riêng, cho nên nó không có được cái vùng đặc quyền kinh tế và vùng thềm lục địa. Và như vậy là nếu như chúng ta vẽ cái đường ranh giới 200 hải lý giả định của vùng đặc quyền kinh tế thì chúng ta sẽ có một cái vùng biển cả và một cái vùng đáy biển di sản chung của loài người ở giữa Biển Đông ấy. Nó sẽ đặt ra một cái vấn đề là không chỉ các nước ở trong khu vực Biển Đông mà các nước ngoài như Mỹ, Anh, Đức, thậm chí là New Zealand hay là các nước nhỏ chẳng hạn Sri Lanka các thứ vân vân, đều có quyền đăng ký một cái vùng mỏ nằm trong cái vùng đáy biển di sản chung của loài người đó. Thì đấy là một cái vấn đề mà đang đặt ra cho cái quản lý của vùng Biển Đông. Chúng ta quản lý tài nguyên để không xảy ra tiếp những cái xung đột, làm trầm trọng cái xung đột ở Biển Đông như thế nào, thì đây cũng là một cái vấn đề. Nhưng chúng ta cũng phải thấy rằng là cũng có thể là một số nước trong khu vực lại không muốn chấp nhận là có một cái vùng đáy biển nằm ở giữa khu vực Biển Đông đó. Thế cho nên là cái việc mà hiện nay mà chúng ta muốn, hay là cộng đồng quốc tế muốn thăm dò và khai thác cái vùng đáy biển ở giữa Biển Đông đó, nó vẫn là một cái vấn đề còn đang treo ở đó. Nhưng mà trong tương lai thì chúng ta cần phải nhìn nhận cái vấn đề đó, vì nó sẽ liên quan đến cả cái vấn đề về COC, vấn đề về quyền qua lại, tự do hàng hải, tự do hàng không, tất cả các quyền tự do biển cả ở trong cái Biển Đông này như thế nào.
Xin cảm ơn giáo sư. Thưa Phó Giáo sư Tiến sĩ Vũ Thanh Ca, thì chuyển đổi xanh là xu thế không phải đảo ngược, nhưng mà thế giới cũng không thể sớm từ bỏ cái tài nguyên và năng lượng hóa thạch, bởi vì cái tài nguyên và năng lượng hóa thạch này không đơn thuần chỉ là vấn đề nhiên liệu chất đốt, mà là còn là liên quan đến nhiều ngành kinh tế quan trọng ở trên thế giới. Vậy thì xin Phó Giáo sư Tiến sĩ giải thích rõ thêm là cái việc mà mình kết hợp như nào đấy, có giải pháp gì đó mà để chuyển đổi năng lượng hóa thạch thành năng lượng sạch. Ví dụ như có những cái ý kiến trao đổi về hydro xanh hay là gì đó để phát triển một cách xanh và bền vững mà không phải từ bỏ cái ngành kinh tế nào.
Thực ra mà nói thì với cái công nghệ hiện nay thì rõ ràng là cái năng lượng hóa thạch là còn rất là cần thiết. Và trong thực tế thì các quốc gia phát triển ấy, thì cái sử dụng cái năng lượng hóa thạch để mà phát điện ấy, để mà vào hoạt động kinh tế thì cái tỷ lệ nó cực kỳ lớn, và cái lượng của nó rất lớn. Ta chú ý cái lượng, tức là nó không phải chỉ là cái tỷ lệ phần trăm, bởi vì là Việt Nam ta là một cái quốc gia mà đang phát triển và phát triển ở mức độ thấp, cho nên là ta sử dụng năng lượng mới ít điện thôi, cho nên là chúng ta có thể nói là đã rất là nỗ lực để mà có những thay đổi rồi. Thì như vậy ấy, thì rõ ràng là một cái nguồn tài nguyên rất lớn là cái năng lượng hóa thạch, mà nếu mà ta bỏ phí thì rất là lãng phí, có thể nói là rất là đáng tiếc. Thì chúng ta cần phải có cái giải pháp, ví dụ như là hiện nay đã có những cái công nghệ mà thu giữ carbon, mặc dù công nghệ đó vẫn rất là đắt, thì có thể là trong tương lai thì ta vẫn có thể sử dụng nó để phát điện hoặc là dùng vào một số mục đích khác. Và đồng thời nữa thì tôi cho rằng là cái xu thế mà sử dụng năng lượng tái tạo là xu thế không thể đảo ngược, và ta phải có cái công nghệ để lưu trữ. Công nghệ lưu trữ hiện nay ý, thì như thấy ta không thể dùng pin được. Dùng pin thì ví dụ như là cái bất ổn về điện ấy, nó có hai cái loại bất ổn trong ngày. Ví dụ như là buổi sáng có thể là ban ngày thì có nhiều mặt trời, hoặc là lúc chập tối thì có nhiều gió, nhưng mà đêm nó không còn gió nữa, rất ít gió. Đấy thì như vậy là đấy là cái biến động ngày. Biến động ngày thì xử lý nó còn đơn giản hơn, bởi vì ta có thể lưu trữ ban ngày và phát vào ban đêm, mặc dù rằng cái đó cũng rất là đắt. Nhưng mà biến động mùa, có những mùa ví dụ như Việt Nam ta có câu tháng 3 và giá đi biển. Tháng 3 là biển lặng nhiều hôm là như tờ luôn, như là trong ao. Thì như vậy nếu mà chúng ta mà không có cái lưu trữ và lưu trữ bằng pin ý, thì ta thấy rằng là từ đầu năm cho tới cuối năm thì nó không còn tí nào cả. Cho nên ý, là ta phải dùng những cái công nghệ mới, ví dụ như là công nghệ hydrogen xanh chẳng hạn. Thì những cái công nghệ đó thì là rất quan trọng để mà giúp ta lưu trữ để phát triển năng lượng tái tạo. Và rõ ràng là ta phải nghiên cứu để mà sử dụng một cách hiệu quả nhất cái nguồn năng lượng hóa thạch, kết hợp với việc thu giữ những khí nhà kính từ cái hoạt động năng lượng hóa thạch đó. Và với cái công nghệ phát triển thì chúng ta phải giảm giá thành, giảm từng ngày một. Và với cái mức độ giảm như thế, tôi cho rằng là trong tương lai thì chúng ta hoàn toàn có tương lai để mà sử dụng tốt kể cả những cái loại năng lượng hóa thạch, để mà không bỏ những cái ngành truyền thống hiện nay. Bởi vì và quan trọng nhất là hạ giá thành để mà làm thế nào để tăng cái sức cạnh tranh của nền kinh tế quốc gia.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn. Xin có câu hỏi cuối cùng đối với các chuyên gia là hội thảo của chúng ta là nhìn lại 15 năm qua và chúng ta hướng đến tầm nhìn 15 năm tới. Vậy thì xin các chuyên gia có thể đưa ra cái dự báo của mình về hợp tác cảnh sát biển ở trong khu vực trong 15 năm tới, và cái việc mà hợp tác phát triển cái năng lượng xanh trong 15 năm tới như nào? Trước hết thì xin mời Thạc sĩ Đỗ Mạnh Hoàng.
Câu hỏi của anh thực rất là khó vì 15 năm tới đúng không? Cũng là một cái mốc thời gian mà mình cũng khó có thể nói xa được. Thế nhưng mà có một số xu hướng mà tôi nghĩ là hiện giờ một số nước đang theo đuổi và một số những cái xu hướng nó đang là thực tế rồi. Thì ví dụ như là liên quan đến chuyện chuyển đổi năng lượng chẳng hạn, thì trong cái câu chuyện về chuyển đổi năng lượng thì chúng ta giống như là diễn giả Aswani đã đề cập trong cái bài của mình ấy, thì nó sẽ liên quan đến câu chuyện về khoáng sản. Thế thì trong cái khoáng sản đó thì hiện giờ chúng ta đang thấy là có những cái xu hướng liên quan đến cạnh tranh chiến lược về khoáng sản giữa các nước lớn và diễn ra hàng ngày, đặc biệt là giữa Trung Quốc và Mỹ. Thì trong cái cuộc cạnh tranh về khoáng sản này thì có thể những nước nhỏ, những nước Đông Nam Á có thể có những cái lợi thế nhưng mà cũng có thể có những cái bất lợi. Thế thì một cái điều mà tôi cũng dự đoán đó là các nước Đông Nam Á sẽ càng ngày càng có những cái biện pháp linh hoạt để làm thế nào tận dụng được cơ hội từ cái xu hướng cạnh tranh về khoáng sản này. Thì ví dụ như là Singapore là một nước không có lợi thế nhiều về tài nguyên, thì họ đang rất là linh hoạt trong cái việc chuyển dịch mình thành cái nơi để tập hợp những dịch vụ hoặc là những dịch vụ liên quan đến đóng gói hoặc là vận chuyển các sản phẩm có liên quan đến khoáng sản. Rồi là Indonesia thì họ cũng là rất thức thời khi mà họ đã đề xuất luôn với Mỹ một cái FTA riêng về khoáng sản chiến lược, và Indonesia cũng trong cái khuôn khổ về đàm phán IPEF thì cũng chủ động đưa ra cái đề xuất là phải có cái nội hàm về khoáng sản chiến lược trong trụ cột thứ nhất của IPEF. Thế thì đấy là những cái xu hướng mà tôi có thể dự đoán được về về vấn đề khoáng sản và năng lượng vào thời điểm này. Thế còn liên quan đến cảnh sát biển và các lực lượng hành pháp ở trên biển, thì theo tôi nghĩ thì vẫn là những cái điều mà lúc nãy chúng ta đã nhắc đến thôi. Một là sẽ càng ngày càng có nhiều những cái hoạt động hợp tác quốc tế liên quan đến nâng cao năng lực giữa các nước nhỏ, những các nước không chỉ là giữa các nước nhỏ với nhau mà còn là giữa các nước tầm trung với các nước nhỏ, ví dụ như là Úc và Nhật với ASEAN, và cả giữa những nước lớn với các nước nhỏ. Và thứ hai là cái xu hướng sử dụng nhiều những cái công cụ để theo dõi và quan sát thực địa có liên quan đến thông tin từ nguồn mở hoặc thông tin từ những cái nguồn công nghệ mới, công nghệ khác nhau được tích hợp và được truyền bá rộng rãi trong khu vực. Thì đấy là hai cái xu hướng mà tôi có thể dự đoán.
Xin mời giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Hồng Thảo ạ.
Dạ vâng. Thì, năm sau ấy, thì chúng ta kỷ niệm 30 năm Công ước Luật Biển năm 1982. Và sau 30 năm đấy, sau rất nhiều những cái trăn trở, những cái đấu tranh, thì chắc bây giờ là nhân loại cũng đã, trong đó có cái sự đóng góp của Việt Nam, của các nước ASEAN, đúng không? Đã đi đến một cái kết luận rằng là Công ước Luật Biển năm 1982 là cái cơ sở pháp lý duy nhất để giải quyết tất cả những cái tranh chấp ở trên biển. Và đấy là cái xu thế không thể đảo ngược. Và như vậy, và bên cạnh Công ước Luật Biển năm 1982 thì nó sẽ phải xuất hiện thêm nhiều những cái thỏa thuận quốc tế mới chi tiết hơn để ràng buộc, để đưa ra trách nhiệm với lại tất cả các quốc gia đối với lại cái vận mệnh của biển và đại dương, trong đó có Biển Đông. Và chúng ta hy vọng rằng là như vậy là trong vòng 15 năm tới chúng ta sẽ có rất nhiều những cái thỏa thuận hợp tác giữa các lực lượng cảnh sát biển, các lực lượng thực thi trên biển. Và đúng như là cái khẩu hiệu của hội thảo đấy, là chúng ta phải thu hẹp cái vùng xám, và không phải chỉ thu hẹp mà có nghĩ là đến 15 năm tới có thể là cái vùng xám nó không còn, để cái vùng xanh nó bao phủ ở trên tất cả Biển Đông cũng như là tất cả biển cả và đại dương trên thế giới. Cái thứ hai nữa là về vấn đề về năng lượng tái tạo và năng lượng xanh, thì đấy là một cái xu thế như các đại biểu cũng đã nói là không thể đảo ngược. Và Việt Nam của chúng ta thì cũng đã cam kết là đến năm 2050 là chúng ta sẽ đưa cái phát thải carbon về không, zero level. Thế thì Đây là một cái mục tiêu rất là nhân văn, rất là nhân đạo, nhưng mà nó cũng là một cái thách thức lớn. Và qua cái phát biểu của các đại biểu thì tôi cũng thấy rằng là chúng ta cũng cần phải nhìn nhận một cái như này. Ví dụ như bây giờ chúng ta theo cái quy hoạch điện 8 của Việt Nam là chúng ta đến năm 2050 thì chúng ta sẽ là nước sản xuất điện gió là 87 gigawatt, đúng không ạ? Ngân hàng Thế giới thì cũng có một cái nhận định là Việt Nam sẽ đến cái năm đấy cũng sẽ sản xuất khoảng độ 70 gigawatt và trở thành nước thứ 3 trên thế giới chỉ sau Trung Quốc và Nhật Bản. Và đưa cái tiềm lực phát triển điện gió trên thế giới của châu Á đấy, là đứng đầu trong cái tỷ trọng của thế giới. Thì đấy cũng là một cái tín hiệu hết sức là tự hào. Nhưng mà trước mắt chúng ta, cũng như là anh Ca cũng đã đề cập đến, và chúng ta có rất nhiều thách thức. Thách thức thứ nhất là chúng ta phải xây dựng được một cái khung pháp luật nó rõ ràng rành mạch về cái vấn đề này. Chúng ta đã có chưa? Thì chúng ta cũng đã có rồi. Chúng ta có luật biển, có luật tài nguyên và môi trường biển đảo, và rồi là quy hoạch về hiện nay chúng ta đã xây dựng quy hoạch không gian biển, vân vân. Nhưng mà cái đó thì chưa đủ, bởi vì nó sẽ còn có rất nhiều những cái mà chúng ta cần phải. Và cái thứ hai nữa là gì? Là hiện nay là chúng ta xuất phát ở một cái đối với các nước khác thì họ là các nước cường quốc, họ sản xuất được nhiều rồi, nhưng chúng ta bây giờ chúng ta xuất phát là đang từ không. Tức là cái năng lực cán bộ chuyên môn cao của chúng ta về vấn đề này là còn đang rất thiếu rất nhiều. Cái nữa là gì? Là muốn phát triển được cái năng lượng tái tạo này thì chúng ta phải chủ động. Chủ động ở đây tức là chúng ta phải chủ động về nguồn vốn. Hiện nay là nguồn vốn của chúng ta sẽ đầu tư từ nước ngoài vào, đúng không ạ? Chủ động ở đây là chúng ta phải chủ động về cái lực lượng lao động, và chủ động đây là chúng ta phải nội địa hóa được các sản phẩm của chúng ta, và phải giữ được cái chuỗi cung ứng của chúng ta. Bởi vì cái năng lượng ấy, năng lượng gió mà lại từ biển, và là cái nơi mà rất rất dễ bị tổn thương vì an ninh đấy, thì chúng ta có rất nhiều những cái bài toán như vậy. Thì chúng tôi cũng mong rằng là qua cái cuộc hội thảo này thì chúng ta sẽ tiếp thêm những cái năng lượng mới để chúng ta đưa ra được những cái chính sách mới, gợi mở những cái chính sách mới đối với lại chính phủ để chúng ta có thể đạt được cái mục tiêu năm 2050 của chúng ta.
Vâng, thì tôi cho rằng là cái điều quan trọng nhất, và 15 năm thì tưởng rằng lâu nhưng mà nó không lâu lắm đâu, và những cái vấn đề tranh chấp trên biển thì chưa giải, nói chung là có rất khó giải quyết trong vòng 15 năm, cho nên là cái hợp tác để mà bảo vệ cái biên giới quốc gia trên biển ấy, thì sẽ là cái hợp tác mà vẫn tiếp tục được duy trì trong vòng 15 năm tới. Và tất cả các vấn đề khác, ví dụ như là chống cướp biển có thể giảm đi, nhưng mà những cái ví dụ buôn lậu chẳng hạn, hoặc là những cái những hoạt động buôn người và một số hoạt động khác thì vẫn được đẩy mạnh. Và đặc biệt là cảnh sát biển hợp tác với các quốc gia ngoài khu vực, chú trọng vào cái vấn đề bảo vệ tài nguyên môi trường biển và bảo vệ những cái hệ sinh thái biển để mà phục vụ phát triển bền vững. Thì những cái hợp tác này trong tương lai sẽ được đẩy mạnh rất là nhiều. Đối với các quốc gia ngoài khu vực ấy, thì là hợp tác hoàn toàn có những cái cơ sở pháp lý để hợp tác, ví dụ như là tăng cường năng lực, hỗ trợ các quốc gia để thực thi cái pháp luật của mình, bởi vì rằng là ta biết là không gian biển là không gian quốc tế và tất cả quốc gia có quyền tự do hàng hải hàng không và rất nhiều các quyền khác nữa ở trên cái không gian biển nữa, cho nên ấy, rõ ràng là những cái hợp tác này là nó có những cái cơ sở pháp lý. Và cái thứ hai nữa là đối với vấn đề năng lượng tái tạo thì tôi cho rằng là trong thời gian tới thì cái vấn đề ngoài cái phát triển năng lượng tái tạo thì cái vấn đề là cái công nghệ để là thu và lưu trữ khí carbonic, tức là cái khí nhà kính ấy, đấy là cái thứ nhất sẽ được phát triển. Cái thứ hai nữa là công nghệ lưu trữ điện để mà tạo ra cái dòng điện ổn định từ năng lượng tái tạo, và ở đây thì triển vọng nhất là công nghệ hydrogen xanh. Thì những cái công nghệ đấy thì trong tương lai sẽ được tập trung để mà đảm bảo có một cái nền nguồn năng lượng tái tạo bền vững.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn ạ. Thưa quý vị khán giả, thời gian của chương trình bình luận giữa ngày thứ hai thì đã hết, và thay mặt ban tổ chức tôi xin trân trọng cảm ơn các chuyên gia đã tham gia cái chương trình này. và các chuyên gia đã có những cái nhận định đánh giá rất là sâu sắc và xác đáng. Thì xin cảm ơn quý vị khán giả. Xin nhường lại sân khấu cho phiên hội thảo tiếp theo. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the South China Sea Conference. And today we're going to have a very special keynote sessions with Mrs. Paula Pampaloni, Acting Managing Director for Asia and Pacific at the EAS. And to moderate these special sessions, may I please welcome back on stage Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn, Vice President of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the EU is a very important actor in this region. It has vested interest in the Indo-Pacific. It's a long-time partner of ASEAN, not only an important trading partner, development partner, but a increasingly important security partner who care about peace and stability and sustainable development of the maritime domain in the Indo-Pacific. And therefore, we are very delighted today to welcome Ms. Paula Pampaloni, Managing Director, Acting Managing Director for Asia and Pacific of the European Union External Action Service, to join us and share with us the latest policy and thinking from the European Union External Action Service. So from all of us here in this room and from all of our online participants, a very warm welcome to you, Ms. Paula Pampaloni. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I would like to start extending my sincere gratitude to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for organizing this significant event and a very timely event today. It's my honor to address this distinguished audience, despite virtually from Brussels. And I will try to explain a little bit on the European Union position on the South China Sea, what the South China Sea means for the European Union, and what the European Union is doing in this region, and especially on the latest events and action that we have done here from the EU. First, I'll try to say what is the strategic significance of the South China Sea, and this within the concept of the Indo-Pacific region, and the EU commitment to upholding the rule-based international order, which is the main objective of the European Union when we are working in this area. Let me start highlighting the importance of multilateralism for the EU. In today's world, marked by an increasing unilateralism and great power rivalry, multilateralism remains the most effective means to govern global relations in a way that benefits all. Country needs to work and continue working together to settle disputes and achieve common goals. So for us, adhering to the rule and embracing a multilateralism cannot be a selective process, namely accepting the rule of the WTO, but disregarding those of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. Multilateralism itself should remain indivisible. This was the message that was conveyed by the High Representative Vice President Borrell during the UN General Assembly in September and was reiterated by him in Beijing earlier this month on the occasion of his last mission to China. Transitioning to another crucial point, the European Union interest in stability and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region cannot be overstated. Our vital geopolitical and economic interests are deeply intertwined, connected with the security of the maritime domain and the well-being of the littoral states in the South China Sea. And that's why 2 years ago, the European Union adopted the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, where we recognize in the proposing of this strategy the profound interconnection between the future of the European Union and the future of the Indo-Pacific. This interdependence arises from shared global challenges and our already well-integrated economy. The challenges posed by the COVID-19 and the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine underscore how events in Asia impact Europe and vice versa. In a globalized world, there is not a far way, and conflict cannot be separated. The Indo-Pacific region is where the future of our planet and of the history will be decided. The region is highly dynamic, is hosting 27 of the G20 members, Australia, China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Republic of Korea, and the Republic of South Africa, alongside with all the ASEAN, which are a significant partner for the European Union. Let me provide some figures to illustrate the European Union interest for this region. The region is the home to 3/5 of the world population. The region drives 60% of the global GDP. This region is the second largest destination for the EU exports, with 4 out of the top 10 EU trading partners located here. And between 2011 and 2021, trade with the Indo-Pacific region saw a substantial growth, with a 64% increase in imports and 44% increase in export. And looking ahead more in the future, the region dynamic growth promises even more. By 2030, a vast majority, 90% of the 2.4 billion new members of the middle class will come from this region. Additionally, the region is a pioneer of the digital economy. Lastly, and perhaps more significantly for today's discussion, the region holds key arteries of the global economy, like the Malacca Straits, Bab el-Mandeb Straits, and the South China Sea. Now, simultaneously, the Indo-Pacific has evolved today in a major area of intense geopolitical competition. And this competition shapes the geopolitical landscape, extending beyond Asia and significantly impacting both Europe and Africa. In the Indo-Pacific strategy of the European Union, we emphasize that any display of force and rising tensions in these regions' hotspots directly affect the European security and prosperity. And the facts speak by themselves. Almost half of the world container fleet and nearly 90% of the world's largest ships pass through the Taiwan Straits annually. Additionally, 1/3 of the world maritime trade by volume navigates the South China Sea, with a significant proportion of that destined for or coming from the European Union. Hence, peace and security in the South China Sea, along with the cooperation on maritime security, are unquestionably critical for the European Union. These facts also underscores the absolute necessity of securing open sea lanes of communication. We can say this in a very, very simple phrase: no shipping, no shopping, like we say. Through the Indo-Pacific strategy, the EU has formulated a comprehensive approach covering both economic and security engagement, while firmly promoting democracy, rule of law, human rights, and respect international law. That was the main feature of our strategy. And the main reasons of this strategy was adopted 2 years ago was also a very important political signal that the European Union wanted to give, to shift from a strategic interest in our neighbor around Europe, which was predominant for many, many years and is still very, very important in our relations, but shifting our interest economically and also on the security side in another area of the world, that is this Asia and Pacific. And this was an important political message that the European Union wanted to do at the moment of the adoption of the strategy. On the South China Sea in particular, our fundamental principle is crystal clear. A rule-based international order grounded in universally applicable principle must govern the maritime domain. And in this context, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea stands as our guiding light. We condemn always strongly any unilateral actions that heighten tensions and undermine this rule-based order. Such actions encompassing aggressive posturings, land reclamation, the use of maritime militias, and provocative maneuver in close proximity to each other's assets, not only endanger maritime security, but also disrupt the vital commercial traffic, bluntly violating the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. Most recently, just a few days ago, the EU has been particularly concerned about the pattern of unjustified threatening action involving Chinese and Philippine vessels in the South China Sea. On October 22, the provocative and dangerous behavior of the Chinese Coast Guard, Navy, and maritime militia has led to collision between Chinese and Philippine vessels. This is just a recent example on how tension lead to incidents and why the UN Convention on Law of the Sea must be respected. As tension and rivalries continue to escalate, we firmly believe that UNCLOS should serve as the compass, guiding us towards peaceful resolution of disputes. We call upon all concerned parties to exercise self-restraint and settle disputes peacefully, respecting international law, and leveraging UNCLOS disputes resolution mechanism. This has always been the European Union position. In 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration Award hold a pivotal role within this mechanism. And this year marks the 7th anniversary of this significant award, an outcome of the arbitration initiated by the Republic of Philippines against the People's Republic of China concerning the South China Sea. And the award finalized that there were no evidence of the Chinese exercise control historically over these key waterways. The EU encourage bilateral and multilateral dialogue to find peaceful and mutually acceptable resolutions. We welcome the recent maritime delimitation agreements, especially the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf delimitation agreements between Indonesia and Vietnam that was announced last December. We also strongly advocate for progress within the ASEAN-led process towards an effective, substantial, and legally binding code of conduct. This code must duly respect the interests of third parties, be in line with international law, especially UNCLOS, and contribute to lasting regional peace and stability. ASEAN, with Vietnam as an important member, is a vital partner for the European Union to preserve peace and security in Southeast Asia. We appreciate ASEAN dedication to effective multilateralism and firmly support the principle of ASEAN centrality. The invaluable efforts of the ASEAN member states has fostered an environment for regional nations to prosper and the global economy to flourish. By adhering to international norms, including mutual respect for the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of member states, and peaceful dispute resolution, ASEAN member states have built a foundation for regional prosperity and stability. The European Union and ASEAN cooperation encompasses a broad spectrum of security issues, including robust engagement to the ASEAN Regional Forum. Within this framework, the EU is collaborating closely with Vietnam and other partners to enhance knowledge sharing and exchange on UNCLOS. Before I conclude, let me emphasize that our overall security strategy in the Indo-Pacific has significantly increased and is now framed by our update maritime security strategy issues early this year. We have been making considerable efforts within our means and capacity, acting as a smart enablers and seeking to build a partnership with like-minded partners. We have actively conducted numerous naval exercises through EU NAVFOR Atalanta, forming crucial partnership with Indonesia, Japan, India, Korea, and the US. We intend to conduct joint exercise on regular basis, including with multiple partners simultaneously and where possible. And Atalanta, as many know, aims to protect vulnerable vessels, detect, prevent, repress piracy, monitoring fishing activity, combat illegal trafficking in the sea, starting from the Horn of Africa and now expanded in the whole Indian Ocean. Second, we are expanding our maritime domain awareness with a project called Crimario, and we are trying to broaden the scope of Crimario from the Indian Ocean, originally was the original space, to a dynamic realm of the Southeast Asia and beyond, supporting all willing partners in the region within our expertise. Crimario has made available to the country participating in this project of an important platform, IORIS, that is neutral and secure for an information sharing on the activity that are happening in the oceans and in the sea. Third, we have recently established a coordinated maritime presence in the Northwest Indian Ocean, building up successful experience in the Gulf of Guinea, coordinating all the activity of our member states and partners. And last but not least, there is a very important project in the security that involved the maritime security, and this is ESIWA, enhancing security in and with Asia. This is contributing to enhancing the capacity of the partner of these projects in key areas such as maritime security, cyber security, counterterrorism, countering violent extremism, and also crisis management due to natural events. The participating countries of ESIWA for the moment are Indonesia, India, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. And we are exploring the possibility also to invite other interested countries to this activity. These decisive actions are concretely communicating our commitment to the Indo-Pacific security. Let me leave this speech with just two critical messages. The first is that every challenge lies an opportunity to shine light and find solution. Let us embrace the task to illuminate the gray areas, and in doing so, inject hope, brighten the world with the green of hope and progress, looking at the title of your conference. And the second message is that we are presently navigating a challenging time. As like-minded countries, we must believe in the centrality of the universal rule and laws. Ensuring and upholding the free access to the global good for all nations is paramount. This guarantees the pathways to advance prosperity and fortify resilience. However, this colossal task cannot be borne by one country alone. Let us foster stronger cooperative ties. Thank you very much for your attention, and all my best for the continuation of your very important conference.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Paula Pampaloni, for your very in-depth and comprehensive remarks. Thank you for reiterating and reminding us how indivisible the security of the European Union is from this region, how interdependent our two regions are, and how important it is to maintain the rule of law and to maintain multilateralism. We in ASEAN see the European Union as a very important partner, one that we would like to enhance engagements with. And we already are enhancing engagements with the European Union, such as through this very conference, where the European Union is playing an active part and a great supporter. But we will continue to work with the European Union through your three very important instruments, the Crimeria, the ACWA projects, and also looking forward to your coordinated presence with the increased activities and presence in this region. Vietnam already is working very closely with the European Union and other partners in supporting and consolidating the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea through the ASEAN Regional Framework, the AIF framework. So we look forward to enhancing cooperations on such projects, which are very critical and also very practical in promoting the rule of law and promoting sustainable management of the maritime domain. So thank you once again on behalf of all of us, and we look forward to welcoming you in person to our next conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and have a nice rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Sun. And now may I welcome you all to the next session, session 7, on critical infrastructure in the South China Sea, a new impetus from technologies. And these sessions, we have the privilege to invite Associate Professors Dr. Nguyễn Thị Lan Anh as the moderator. And please join me on stage, moderator, and the distinguished panelists.
Welcome back to section 7 with the topic critical infrastructure, a new impetus from technologies. Typically, critical infrastructure is defined as access or system essential to social function or national security. And sector considered vary from country to country, but most notably, it may include energy, healthcare, as well as banking and finance, and also very important areas that nowadays we consider a telecommunication. We actually, when it comes to maritime domain, we even think that critical maritime infrastructure is even more essential in the sense that it helps us to connect with each other. So nowadays, with the advance of technologies, critical maritime infrastructure may range from device offshore installation for renewable energies or submarine cable. So today, with the 4 distinguished panelists, we'd like to discuss the rule of the roads, how to maintain the normal, uninterrupted operation of critical maritime infrastructure, and how and to what extent the maritime infrastructure can be in effect from big power competition or vice versa. In what way we can avoid the bad impact from big power competition on maritime critical infrastructures. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker in the section today, Professor Christian Berger, Professor of International Relations at the University of Copenhagen. Professor Berger will join us online. And Professor Berger, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you for having me. It's a shame that I cannot be with you physically today, although I'm not that far away. Actually, I'm currently in Hawaii, where it is late in the night now. Let me start in congratulating actually the organizers for putting this panel in the conference program, because the question of infrastructure is much more vital than we often think. We are discussing here no less than our future relation to the sea, and with it also the very meaning of maritime security. And let me elaborate that a little bit, drawing on the research that we're doing at the University of Copenhagen and also in the wider Safe Seas network. The core point is we are living in an age of maritime infrastructure. Our dependency on the sea has fundamentally and rapidly been increasing over the last 15 years. A lot of times this is primarily being discussed in terms of fossil fuel energy, pipelines, and the fact that oil and gas to a large degree comes from the sea. But let us not forget that the green energy transition actually is fully dependent on offshore installations, on offshore wind farms, offshore solar farms, and Vietnam in particular will be vital in this process because it has rich wind resources. And with the green energy transition, we are also looking at a global network of electricity cables that run underwater. That is quite obviously not the only kind of underwater cables that presents a critical infrastructure. Our internet is dependent on subsea data cables in Southeast Asia, but also globally. 95% of global communications across continents runs through these cables. However, we also need to have to think forward into the future and hence look at future technology and how it will make us dependent on the sea. And here we need to start thinking about offshore carbon capture, offshore hydrogen plants, which will be vital for decarbonizing industries, in particular shipping, but also steel production and so on. And the hydrogen of the future will come once again from the sea. We also need to start thinking about concepts such as energy islands, which are new types of platforms of how we can actually use the sea. So we are living and gradually entering an age of infrastructure that has profound consequences of how we think about maritime security. And the key question that we have to address in this age is how are we going to protect these infrastructures and who is going to do it? And from our position, has to be considered the same time a regional task, because the majority of infrastructures are regional in one way or the other, as well as a global task. So there's an urgent need to complement actually the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, in terms of developing new norms of how we want to protect and regulate the infrastructures. The key point is that we have to go beyond the thinking that we developed in the 1950s, where our main concern was how to distribute income from fisheries and how to ensure freedom of navigation. The ocean and seas are today congested infrastructure spaces. They are no longer the pristine, open and free seas that we imagined in the 1950s. And because of that, our main attention should no longer go into questions of fisheries and freedom of navigation. No, today, in the age of infrastructures, it is about the resilience of infrastructures that we are increasingly dependent on, and with the green transition, this will widely accelerate. Now, at the same time, we are gradually seeing what the spectrum of threats actually is that these infrastructures are facing. Last year in Europe, we had the Nord Stream attack on 2 gas pipelines, and that literally sent a wake-up call across European security policy makers in terms of how vulnerable these dependencies actually are. We still do not know who conducted the act of sabotage or what was behind it, how it was carried out, and so on. But it tells us, what is at stake. 2 weeks ago, we had another incident in the Baltic Sea where another pipeline, the Baltic Connector, was damaged. Once again, we do not really know what has happened. And these are 2 examples of incidents that have occurred in Europe. Many discussions pointing towards Russia, but also in Southeast Asia, there's a range of incidents in the meantime that have happened, including subsea data cables cut off the coast of Taiwan, that raises at least the suspicion that there might be some hostile state intent, or that we are at least looking at acts of coercion. Now, I think we haven't started to fully adapt for what these transformations mean, our dependency on maritime infrastructures, and what that also means how we think about security. And I think the first thing that we need is new ways of integrating policy, strategy, but also analytical thinking. The age of infrastructure in many ways means that we need to think about energy security, supply chain security, maritime security, but also marine safety in an integrated way. We continue to approach these as separate domains. In particular, there are different professional discussions, but often also disparate policies. So there's an urgent need actually to integrate these fields, but also start considering how operational coordination on a national, but also on a regional level can actually be improved. In practical terms, this means to work towards integrated planning and regulation, to think closely of what kind of deterrence and law enforcement at sea we actually require to protect infrastructures. In the case of Vietnam, it is in particular the upcoming wind farm installations. But we also need to start thinking about what kind of monitoring and information sharing solutions we actually need between different kind of stakeholders, but also between countries. And I think in many ways, this also calls for strengthening regional cooperation in critical maritime infrastructure protection, and it has to become an issue that goes right on top of the ASEAN agenda. There's also some potential actually of using existing regional marine safety treaties for that purpose, and partially even treaties that are in the realm of marine environmental protection. Crucially, perhaps, critical maritime infrastructure protection cannot be done without the industry, without the infrastructure industry, whether it's the cable providers, whether it's the wind farm operators. These are crucial in terms of providing information and surveillance. And in many ways, this is one of the necessary steps of the future, to work closely with these industries in thinking about what kind of protection is actually needed, but also in thinking about what forms of surveillance and operations at sea are required. Thinking about maritime domain awareness, surveillance, and monitoring of these infrastructures, I think more efforts are needed here, and that in particular concerns the underwater domain. Many years ago, we always spoke about the phenomenon and the problem of sea blindness. Well, there is a particular form of sea blindness that is the underwater or the subsea blindness. We know really, really little of what goes on under the sea, and many of the infrastructures are underwater, the electricity cables, the internet cables, and so on. But we also need to closely incorporate that on a regional level. So the Information Fusion Center in Singapore has started to monitor cable incidents, but it has so far not incorporated other maritime installations and threats to them. So this is one of the obvious next steps in terms of what the region actually could do. To sum it up here, there's much at stake in terms of our dependency on infrastructure. It calls for new thinking and for challenging also a little bit how much we are actually stuck intellectually in the 1950s by focusing too much on freedom of navigation or fishing and other resources, rather than really thinking through what the age of infrastructure implies and how we can move towards resilience. I'll end here, and thank you very much for your attention, and very much look forward to hear from the other panelists, but then also your questions and comments in the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bogle, for your discussion on the risk as well as the opportunity associated with maritime infrastructure in the new age. The age of we are depending more on maritime infrastructures, the age of green transition, and especially your recommendation on some of the solutions related to integrated policy, operation, related to the recommendation between working between state actor and non-state actor, private actor. Thank you. And our second speaker is Dr. Felix Blanc, one of the France leading specialists on submarine cable governance, policy and politics. Dr. Blanc, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first to thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for welcoming us all. First, I want to say that opinions are my own, and I'm not speaking here on behalf of the French government. It has been said, but 90% of intercontinental data traffic goes through 400 submarine cables, 1.3 million kilometers. You may see on the map. Twice are expected in 2030. It's a very old network, going back to the telegraph, so the middle of the 19th century. The supply and installation of these cables is dominated by companies from France with Alcatel Submarine Networks, Japan, NEC, the US with Subcom, and China with Huawei Marine Networks. Capacity increase nowadays is mostly driven by the GAFAM investments. Google, and then Facebook, Microsoft, and so on. It has been said that submarine cables go through disputed straits and seas. The Baltic Sea, with rising tensions. The Latvian president asked for closing the sea a couple of days ago because of submarine activities. And of course, the Red Sea. Finally, and it will be the topic of my presentation, of course, the South China Sea. One of the most popular subsea cable routes in the world, connecting large parts of Asia, as well as Middle East and Africa. There is a security paradox regarding the submarine cables. They are easy to tap, to monitor at landing stations, as revealed by Edward Snowden in 2013. But it is very hard, if not impossible, to monitor them under the ocean on a daily basis. Hence, multiple incidents, breakdowns that are very costly. It can cost several percent of GDPs for our country. The most frequent breakdowns are due to natural or accidental causes involving humans, fishing and anchoring. But they become more and more vulnerable to intentional sabotage. When I started to work on submarine cable 10 years ago, there was not much public attention. Nowadays, and it was one of my mission to raise public attention. But now, with the public attention, we have, of course, geopolitical tensions. So it's a paradox also. Until recently, the map of submarine cables and stakeholders revealed a growing interdependence. It's what we can see on the map. Between continents, with new routes between Asia and Africa, between Africa and South America, South-South routes, and between South America and Europe. However, I will explain our current US and Chinese strategies in the South China Sea may have global consequences with an unprecedented fragmentation of our global telecommunication system. After that, I will address a few recommendations to prevent it from happening. The US strategy is threefold. First, it's to increase control of foreign participation in US telecommunication activities. There is an executive order by President Donald Trump in April 2020, which formalized the Team Telecom, which was not official, but which used to work on the same topic before. This Team Telecom, its role is to assess foreign participation in submarine cables landing in US. For instance, this cable, the Simiwi 6, previous cables are owned also by Chinese companies, but this one was supposed to be Huawei Marine Networks, was the operator, but Subcom was finally the operator, and it was a kind of mandatory. Until this US crackdown of 2020 on Chinese tech companies, Subcom, the US operator, laid cables for telecom and tech companies worldwide, including the big state-owned Chinese carriers. The second part of the strategy is to avoid landing station in Hong Kong or Chinese-backed countries. A famous example is the US Pacific Lights, announced in 2016 with a Chinese-based company, but rebuked by the same Team Telecom in June 2020. Chinese company was compelled to withdraw at high cost. And you can see that this rerouting, because the US Pacific Lights at the end was not landed in Hong Kong, and the rerouting, there was a rerouting of two other subsea internet cables, Echo and Apricots, that you can see here. And they circumvent the South China Sea. The question from a historical perspective will be, what is it the consequence of a Chinese strategy, or is it an anticipation by the US of future crisis? It's not obvious for me right now. The last point is to ask allies to adopt the US strategy. The peace cable, which lands in the port of Marseille in France, is entirely built by Chinese company with the French Orange Telecom. And it connects Asia, Europe, and Africa, as you can see. For the past year, there was a high pressure on the French government to withdraw from this consortium. But the peace was inaugurated last year. Recently, the House of Representatives passes the Undersea Cable Control Act, which requires the Biden administration to establish agreement with allies and partners to prevent China from taking participation in submarine cables landing in their country. So it is a very important step in this strategy. China's strategy mirrors the US strategy, but is different for various reasons that I cannot develop here. The first is to delay landing permits, because it's mandatory to have a permit within 12 miles. And for instance, the SGC2 from Japan to Singapore, Taiwan, and supposedly Hong Kong was delayed for years. The US tried to land it in Malaysia, but China refused, or asked the Malaysia to refuse. And instead of it, Malaysia went into this cable system, which is very similar, the CH2X. The second of the strategy is the asserting sovereignty claims on the South China Sea, with permit requirements for a cable project beyond 12 miles, which are not mandatory. Requiring permits for cable works gives China oversight and influence over the entities that control cable laying. But it's also a leverage to demand a seat at the table for infrastructure projects by requesting that its Chinese companies, ships, or personnel are involved. The goal of this strategy is to have a share in the global markets, where it is currently roughly around 10%. And the three other is the rest. Last, Chinese non-public strategy, or at least that is in many mouths, is the disruption of neighbors' network. Taiwan, Matsu Islands have been evoked, and recently Taiwan unveiled first locally built submarine cables, like a month ago. But there is also this year strong suspicion around the disruption that happened simultaneously here in Vietnam. 4 out of 5 submarine cables. And surprisingly, but it may be, as it happens in history, a coincidence, it's only the Chinese-owned cable that was still active, the AAE-1. To conclude, we are here at risk of a global fragmentation of the internet, with increasing conflicts over critical infrastructures. We are therefore in urgent need to convene a multi-stakeholder body to revise current treaties. notably are unclosed, and agree upon dispute resolution mechanism and protection of civilian infrastructure in wartime. Why? Because submarine cables are critical infrastructure for peace. They stretch over the seabed of the oceans where no one can reasonably pretend to protect them. They need a common pledge to non-interference. Second, submarine cables are the backbones of international communications, of our global conversation, of our diplomacy. They need landing stations accessible for each country, even in landlocked countries with no access to the sea. And last, submarine cables are also vital for global economy. Maps reveal how interconnected we are, how dependent we are one with each other. Even during the Cold War, when communist and capitalist economy were far more independent from each other than ours, cable communication was still used to avoid military escalation and mutual destruction. For all these reasons, ladies and gentlemen, submarine cables are a faithful guide to illuminate the gray and light up the green.
Thank you very much, Dr. Blanc, for drawing for us a picture where submarine cables are essential for internet trafficking globally, but also at risk as long as they more and more travels through disputed water like the South China Sea. Perhaps being a subject of big power competitions, being a subject of strategic competition makes submarine cable in a more risky position in fulfilling their function of connecting the world, but perhaps will impose more opportunity for country to reach the common pledge, like you said, and push more cooperation that means light up the grid. And our third speaker in the panel today will be Dr. Graham. Dr. Graham is a senior analyst from Australia Strategic Policy Institute. Dr. Graham, please.
Thanks very much. And let me extend my gratitude to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me back to this fantastic and very necessary annual conference. I'll give some general comments on the importance of seabed infrastructure from a security perspective. That's what I mainly concentrate on. I don't look at the opportunity side, although I'm aware that it is very much an opportunity as well as a risk. And then I'll include some recommendations. I think it's important to start with the assertion that it's not just about communications cables, although I think we're concentrating quite heavily on that in this session. As was already flagged in the introductory comments, energy is also very much part of the critical seabed infrastructure mix. Energy and communications are really strategic sectors. So I think it justifies the national security label of critical infrastructure. The vulnerability of seabed infrastructure is becoming increasingly clear on a global basis, as was already referenced, the attacks on the Nord Stream pipeline in the Baltic and the recent incidents there, both of a gas pipeline and two communications cables across the Gulf of Finland, have brought this really into the real world. It's not a notional threat. And as Felix said in his presentation just now, closer to where we are here. Earlier this year, there was a very significant disruption of Vietnam's marine communications cables, which malfunctioned simultaneously in the early part of 2023 in circumstances that remain unclear. An Australian late admiral called James Goldrick sadly died early this year. To the naval folk in the audience, there is a term, sea lines of communication, that may be familiar to you. It's about shipping. The security of shipping is often used. He made the point that the real sea lines of communication in the contemporary age are the fixed infrastructure on the seabed. And unlike ships, they don't have the ability to move around or divert or reroute as easily. And that makes them much more vulnerable into the bargain, especially in shallow water. Both the Baltic and the periphery of the South China Sea, of course, the center of the South China Sea contains some very deep water, but around the periphery, it's shallow. Therefore, it's easier to access. Accidental shipping accidents can be as minor as a trailing anchor because communications cables are not frequently buried. They're on the surface, so they're much easier to disrupt than fixed pipelines that are concrete cased. They, of course, can be damaged, as the Nord Stream attack showed, but it takes a significantly greater effort to do so. So that makes, I think, seabed infrastructure a tempting target, both in what we refer to as the gray zone. It's low risk. It's relatively easy to do in operational terms. It's hard to attribute, not impossible, but it's hard to attribute. Again, subsea blindness was a nice phrase in the first introduction that we had in this session, and I think that still applies to a significant extent to those states that don't have full maritime domain awareness, even in their own exclusive economic zones, sometimes not even their own territorial seas. It's low cost, low risk, hard to attribute, but it's high impact. The effect is almost comparable to a quasi-blockade, a blockade of energy, a blockade of electrical power, a blockade of information. So those will have significant pressure tactics at the darker end of the gray zone spectrum. And in an armed conflict, if we're unfortunate to be in that situation, they're very likely to be targeted very early on in a conflict, as they have been in previous wars. Geography is still a major factor in determining vulnerability. So technology offers some promise to alleviate vulnerability, but technology is still a determining factor. We'll come back to some cases of that in my recommendations. I'd like to point out that it's not simply all about the vulnerability of civilian infrastructure. It flips around in one case because there is a dual use potential to submarine fiber optic cables as sensors using a technology known as distributed acoustic sensing. Fiber optic can be used as a sensor with potential military applications, both for subsurface and surface. It relies on using light pulses to detect minute seismic variations, but that can be spun on in a militarily useful way. And that carries implications for how one regulates the sector, because clearly that if civilian infrastructure has military applications in that way, it can be legitimately targeted during a conflict. There is limited capacity in the cable laying industry. The total that I have is 60 cable laying vessels globally. That's a pretty small fleet considering how much economic activity relies on that infrastructure. They are very busy in normal times. So if there is a crisis, can you depend on surging that, particularly if you can't compel the private company to do that on national grounds? The legal international regulatory framework is, I think, widely acknowledged to be insufficient, at least beyond the territorial sea. We've heard a little bit about that already in the previous session, the references to offshore installations and having safety zones around them. I mentioned in the context of the recent incidents in the Baltic and elsewhere that this is, I think, becoming increasingly a geopolitically freighted area. So I think it's worth recognizing that international cooperation is driving governments to take a much more interventionist role and to cooperate with each other. And there are examples of that with Australia being involved collaboratively with the US and Japan in laying subsea cables to parts of the South Pacific. I'll try and go quickly through my recommendations. I think it's important to approach seabed critical infrastructure as a national security priority that cuts across economic, marine, and defense portfolios. Governments should designate seabed infrastructure as critical if they haven't already. If they need to, stand up a task force that will push the policy and legislative envelope if required. Subsea cables are strategic assets, so are the significant energy pipelines. Secondly, regulation, as I've said, internationally, it's underdone. Dr. Nguyen Hung Song said in his opening remarks at this conference that the Code of Conduct doesn't address seabed critical infrastructure. So can it be included? The draft remains open. Southeast Asian nations, I think, have an obvious interest in opening that discussion with China. Deregulation, the flip side of that, may be important at the domestic level, particularly where you have a dominance of state sector companies. State sector companies that maybe they don't have the necessary flexibility to accommodate private industry actors. But I think it flips around. State sectors may have advantages where governments are forced to step in and where private industry won't bear the risks or the costs associated with geopolitical competition. In terms of resilience, it's important to build in redundancy, by which I mean surplus capacity in submarine cables to avoid single points of failure. That's easy to say from the podium here, but expensive and difficult to do in reality, especially where cables converge around offshore junction points and onshore terminals. Decoupling, or de-risking as it's now more popularly known, between the US and China may also require third countries to invest in more a separation of hardware, given that there may not be the ability to have one's cake and eat it too, as the expression goes. Standards may be set increasingly in exclusive terms, also for security reasons, by both US and its allies, and on the other side, China too. It's important to explore alternative routing for cables where geography allows this. Vietnam is among those most geographically constrained, so one also has to recognize that there are limited options, but one must also be open to technological alternatives. Satellite occupies a fraction of the bandwidth, but we need to keep an eye on how the technology evolves and be prepared to invest in that, particularly in an extreme contingency. Look at what Ukraine has done with Starlink, for example. And in the use that reliance on pipeline gas. Protect your seabed assets. Use the defense sector and adapt its acquisitions to reflect the priority of the seabed. The UK has done that recently by procuring a general purpose surveillance vessel. I think that was in response clearly to the Nord Stream attack. Developing countries don't have the funds to do that, but they can at least be creative about how they use the assets that they have. Just one more minute, if that's okay. Attribution, this of course is controversial, but where there is evidence to support attribution, I would say that despite the political risks of doing so, governments need to consider that option, because the objective of grey zone operations is, we should not forget, to isolate and to silence. So that may be important. And the flip side of that, third country partners must also be prepared to provide not just diplomatic support, but tangible support in such cases where attribution is supportable. Finally, I think the recommendation would be to monitor what happens in the EEZ with marine scientific research. If coastal countries lack the resources to do so themselves, that may be something that partners can help them out with. The Information Fusion Center was mentioned in the first presentation in Singapore, and there may be other options available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Graham, for highlighting the vulnerability of the unmovable maritime infrastructure, be it gas pipeline or internet cable, submarine cable. You also alerted on the impact of blockade effects of the sabotage on submarine cable, which is low cost but high impact, especially during the time of war. It may be very effective, but during the time of peace, it may be considered as a kind of gray zone activity. And thank you also for your recommendation for a series of action individually by different states or together by country in the region, including the means through technology, the means by information sharing, as well as technology advancement uses. Last but not least, we have our fourth speaker, which is Dr. Sol O'Malley. He's from Korea and working for the Dongseol University. Dr. O'Malley, please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me to this year's event. This is my first time at the conference, and it's been highly enjoyable. So I greatly appreciate the support for participation. My colleagues on the panel here have touched on a lot of the aspects in some regard that I was going to talk about. So I know it's post-lunch. I will try not to bore you with too much repetition in order for you to stay awake. But there are a few things that I would like you to keep in mind as I talk today about compromising the neutrality of future data flows. And that is, from session one yesterday, Dr. Nguyen mentioned how issues in the South China Sea are very much multi-domain. Nothing really gets more multi-domain than undersea communications cables or submarine communications cables. They cover the maritime domain, the cyber domain, the legal domain, the military domain. They are needed by all of us every day for anybody who does anything international. The second thing to keep in mind, which we often forget, I think, is that this is a physical electronic transmission medium, and as such, it can be turned off. And the Egyptian government was happy to do that during the Arab Spring to keep activists from contacting global media. So as long as a state or company has access to the electronic equipment, they can go ahead and flip the switch. Yesterday as well, we had a very interesting talk from Dr. Kirkberger about transmission equipment set up by China in the South China Sea. It was a fascinating talk. I hope everybody got to see it. Part of that was how China has built a dedicated communication system using fiber optics and satellite communications and other communications devices. That is okay when you're on a closed system, but in a submarine cable system, if it is international, which means it has landing stations on 2 different territories, then it is basically an open system. It's a public system, and we still have a lot of military transmission traffic from around the globe that goes on this public network. Along with that, I would like to say that just a couple of weeks ago, down in Indonesia, there was a very successful transmission at 800 gigabits per second, which means that in the coming decades, as we get into 6G technology, augmented reality, AI, and other things, we are going to become more reliant on bandwidth for global cables. As well, to keep in mind, cable expansion is biggest here in the Asia Pacific. So that's important. And lastly, I'm sorry, I didn't really touch on light up the green. I'm glad that Ewan really touched on a lot of things there. I would like to say that yes, the legal framework, yes, is inadequate. We still rely heavily on the Telegraphic Communications Treaty from the late 1890s, as well as UNCLOS. So states can, if they want greater cooperation, work on a cyber treaty or work on a new undersea cable treaty. I don't think they will. There's too much advantage not to, but it is one area that they can go ahead and look at. I am here today as an academic, but my foundation is as a telecommunications network operations technician on a submarine cable system in a previous life. So the foundation and sort of the planning and legal framework and things comes from that. Can I get a movement? Ah, there we go. Sorry. Maybe. What? Okay. Traditionally, the planning, construction, and management of communications cable has been through a consortium model, which means it's multiple companies from multiple countries generally that have pooled funds in order to make a submarine cable system operational. And I believe we're entering an era now where sole ownership or partner ownership, where one partner dominates the management and operational capabilities of that cable, is now coming forward. And that presents a few potential worries. If current trends continue, and I see no reason that they will not, we are going to have a compromised data flows globally due to the dominance of global interaction capacity, that is social interaction capacity and physical interaction capacity, by what are termed hyperscalers in the industry. And these are platform operators requiring massive data throughput, like Alphabet, the parent company of Google, Meta, formerly Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, and others. And when you add to this the growing geostrategic competition that is out there currently, we may see a balkanization of the internet or regional cyberspaces. So recently, as my colleagues have already mentioned, there have been a number of either kinetic or gray zone aggressions across the globe. Russia targeting energy infrastructure in Ukraine, the seizure of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant by Russia in the Baltic Sea, the infrastructure, cable communications included between Finland and Estonia, Vietnam recently, and the Matsu Islands off the coast of Taiwan. To me, what this means is that states are increasingly willing to target critical infrastructure when they feel that it is in their best interests to do so. And this may lead to the question of what may be targeted next. The fact is, there are about 1.4 million kilometers of undersea cables. Some of those are very short, just 131 kilometers, like Celtics Connect, some very long, 20,000 kilometer long Asia Pacific Gateway cable. As mentioned, they are extremely difficult to monitor as they are on the sea floor. And this presents a lot of opportunities for them to be tampered with. However, beyond these traditional types of vulnerabilities and threats that we can talk about in more detail later if you like, There are a couple of very interesting and possibly very disturbing trends that bear watching in the coming years and decades. The first is the use of regulatory mechanisms by states to block the landing of cables on the shores of strategic competitors, as Felix mentioned. And the second is the co-option of private companies to enhance state influence over the infrastructure. A third is this shift towards single owner cables, and a fourth is the ownership of cables by hyperscalers. This leads, I think, to a much deeper question, which is instead of what system may be targeted next, it begs the question, what threats may compromise future cooperation and the neutrality of data flows globally when it comes to the submarine cable infrastructure? So there are more than 500 current and planned systems. About 190 of these will be in end of service by 2031. That's approximately 43% of these systems. They can be used longer if companies deem that they can upgrade them, but they don't have to use them past end of service. And 80% of all new builds are done either by sole ownership or by partner ownership, again, with dominance by one country. So if these trends continue, the majority of cable systems around the globe within the next 10 years are going to be majority sole ownership or partner ownership, as opposed to multi-ownership cables in the consortium model. And the consortium model is nice because it sort of builds in the idea that data flows are neutral because they cannot be controlled generally by one partner within the group. So this sort of becomes more of a concern for me when we see that hyperscalers are becoming much more active when it comes to sole and partner ownership systems. These companies have such high valuations that purchasing a cable system is quite negligible to the bottom line. And they have an interest in closed systems in order to keep their clients on their systems, in order to provide cloud services or enterprise services. And as I mentioned, we're going to have much more data bandwidth needs in the future along with these companies. So of these hyperscalers, Alphabet, Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon, they have combined recently for about 45 investments in cable systems. 19 of these are planned systems yet to come online, Google being the most sort of aggressive in this. And most of Google's planned systems are sole ownership, providing Google total control of management and operations. Sorry, let me back that up for one moment. So there may be a very simple sort of model here for hyperscalers, and that is dominate social IC around the globe, which is in their best interest. To do this, just increase control of the physical IC, so ownership. We have seen a willingness by some of these companies to punish either individuals, companies, or states, as they've done to Canada most recently, Google and Facebook. And this gives sort of a dangerous level of control, in my opinion, to global data flows for these countries. As well, there is a nexus of cooperation between states, hyperscalers, and certain submarine cable equipment suppliers. There are 4 main suppliers in the world. I'm sure many of you are aware, as was mentioned earlier, that Huawei has been the target of US sanctions. And it's the only equipment supplier that's been accused of espionage globally. But in addition, the US-based supplier Subcom, in a recent report done by Joe Brock of Reuters, an investigative report, it showed extensive ties to the US military. So 2 of the 4 cable equipment providers have basically been co-opted by a state, Huawei, or they now term themselves HMN by China, and Subcom by the United States. And they may, if required, be acting as an appendage of the state. We don't really know. We can't make that determination yet because, of course, such business operations are not privy to public knowledge. So we already know, however, that Alphabet, Meta, and Microsoft all signed on to the US National Security PRISM program well over a decade ago, and they provide data access to the National Security Agency. So it does beg the question, Subcom is providing systems for all of Google's planned sole ownership systems. If Subcom is providing the system and Google is already working with the NSA, then what is happening with the data that is currently over the system? If you'll just give me 30 more seconds, I'll finish up. In the short term, when we discuss issues regarding critical infrastructure, I think the potential for kinetic and gray zone aggressions should be a priority for policymakers. But I would argue in the medium to long term that policymakers really need to be concerned with maintaining a cooperative environment in order to ensure the neutrality of data flows across the submarine communications cable network. We've already heard the possibility of fracturing cyberspace that is a concern of many. I would say that this potential is there because of a few reasons. The increase of cable ownership by hyperscalers as cable systems retire, along with the current strategic competition that encourages interference with critical infrastructure. These two things together will drive possibly the compromising of data flows. And the fact is that with the trafficking of data flows on these systems, that hyperscalers can work with like-minded states to control those flows, which means that data may be heavily manipulated. And in the future, we may have difficulty speaking to other persons that are not in a friendly state. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Malley. You said that you may not light up the green, but actually your conclusion may light up the green. As long as you point out the long-term threat to the neutrality of the data flow and the need to maintain a more cooperative environment for policymakers, I think we have enough food for thought for open up the Q&A section for this panel. Please. Yes, Professor Beckman, please.
Yeah, a couple of points. First, on the law of the sea, I think it should be pointed out that the law governing submarine cables originates in 1884 for telegraphic cables. That same law was put into the 58 conventions, and the 82 convention was drafted in the 70s. It was adopted in 1982, and the age of the internet is January 1st, 1983. So what we have is submarine cables that are still governed by regulations that were set up for telegraphic cables. Law of the Sea Convention is exceedingly vague. The other issue I'd like to highlight, which is mentioned, is the criminal jurisdiction. Most states' laws stop at their 12-mile limit. They may cover their ships that are on the high seas, but for example, the recent destruction of the pipeline and cables off the coast of Finland, if it was more than 12 miles from the shore, it's probably not a violation of Finnish law. It may be a violation if it was a Hong Kong ship of Hong Kong law, but Hong Kong probably doesn't have any regulations on destruction of cables, so very difficult to arrest any criminals. Another point I'd make, I think, is that I believe US law now does not allow a cable to land in the United States if it also lands in either China or Hong Kong, which reinforces the point of our final speaker. Most of the law now is governed by landing states, and is unfortunate because it looks like unless the rules change, states like China's not giving permits to laying of cables through the South China Sea. So it's going to be difficult for countries like Vietnam, whose economy is critically important for cables. It'll be difficult for Vietnam to increase the number of cables that land.
Thank you very much for your comment. Any other questions? And yes, please.
Thank you very much for your presentations. During this session, Russia has been mentioned multiple times, and I just can't fail to make a few remarks on that. Since this is a scientific conference, it's very strange to hear some unbased accusations against my country. Nevertheless, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the terrorist attacks on Nord Stream has not been investigated yet. Over a year has passed since this attack, and when we talk about the recent damage to the Baltic connector, it's very strange to hear that it is highly likely Russia that is involved. But there is always a question: who is going to benefit from such incidents or direct attacks? And what do you think if such incidents happen in the South China Sea? Who could be the beneficiary of those incidents? Because it's very obvious that such things will happen more and more frequently all around the world. Thank you.
Do you want to address your question to any particular panelist, or is open for anyone? Thank you. Dr. Sarah, please.
Yes, thank you. As a national of Finland, of course, I follow the investigation of the Baltic Connector situation very closely. And it just turns out that the ship that is, I think, not just a suspect, but very likely the culprit, because they found the anchor, which has material from the damaged pipeline on it, on the sea bottom. So it's pretty clear. And the ship is also missing an anchor. So pretty clear that this anchor was used. It turns out the company that owns that ship is actually a subsidiary of a Russian company. So that's the interesting turn of events, no doubt. But so it's not necessarily just a Hong Kong flagged vessel, but it may be actually a sort of indirectly Russian-owned vessel. And it will be very interesting to see what the investigation comes up with further. Finland has requested China to operate in the clearing up of the incident. It would be interesting, for instance, to see who was crewing that vessel, what nationals were on board that vessel. Were they actually mariners from Hong Kong, or were they maybe from other parts of the world? I think the investigation is going to be quite interesting, and we should all follow what kind of evidence turns up.
It's great, please.
Thanks, Lenine. Picking up on a point that Bob made at the end there about China requiring licensing, holding up licensing for submarine cables in the South China Sea. FT reported on one specific case of a cable being held up for more than a year because it was passing through the territorial sea of Hong Kong. And we've seen strong implications that China is putting pressure on other companies who are, in general, considering laying a cable in the South China Sea. Is anybody on the panel aware of specific cases of China either considering extending licensing beyond the territorial sea or pressuring companies who are laying cables beyond the territorial sea?
And again, the question is open to
anybody on the panel.
All right. Thank you. So we have 2 comments and 2 questions from the audience. Anyone of you would like to address the question or would like to give the feedback for the comments? And it's open for Professor Berger as well. Please raise your hand if you would like to. Yeah, you would please.
Thanks. I'll just address the comment from the Russian participant, just to echo what Sarah Kirchberger had said, that the reports that 2 vessels were identified pretty quickly as being the only vessels that were in the right locations at the right time. So there's not a definitive attribution from that, but I think it's legitimate to point that out. And the fact that those facts were released very quickly by the authorities, I think, is also instructive. In terms of the wider strategic calculation, if I put myself into a Russian pair of shoes, I would be careful about escalating in the Baltic given that now not only Finland but Sweden are going to be NATO members, geography does not favor Russia's situation in an escalatory situation, particularly given not just the ability of the Baltic fleet to sail out from St. Petersburg, but also the removal of Kaliningrad from mainland Russia, divided by the Baltic. So grey zone may work up to a certain point, but geography is still important. And I think in the Baltic, it does not favor the Russian position.
And Professor Berger, please.
Yeah, lots of interesting questions and many things to discuss. Let me just kind of pick up one thing, which is the question about international law and where to head next. I think it's actually absolutely vital that we are not isolating subsea data cables from the other underwater infrastructure. And I would even go further in terms of saying what we actually need is we need an international process in terms of developing new norms and standards for critical maritime infrastructure. Many of these are highly dependent and interconnected with each other. The new electricity cable carry optical fiber, the cables cross in various ways. Offshore wind is going to be massive in the South China Sea. We are not there yet, but we know that this is happening in the next 20 years. So whatever kind of legal process we are kickstarting, and I think the momentum is actually gradually building for that, should have a wider perspective. And how far this then goes in terms of thinking about the Nord Stream territory or not, that's a different story. Just a very quick comment on both Baltic Connector and Nord Stream. I think what continues to be interesting is how weak our maritime domain awareness actually is. When Nord Stream happened, everyone was surprised because the Baltic Sea was supposed to be the most densely monitored maritime space that there is on the planet. And just the sheer fact that an incident could occur again, and where the investigation quite obviously now is moving much faster as in the Nord Stream case, but it's quite telling that there's a lot of challenges ahead of us in getting a better understanding of what actually goes on at sea, and the AIS systems are not sufficient, so this will require quite some substantial investments in the future.
Thank you. Yes, Professor O'Malley, please.
Yeah, I want to take a stab at both of those questions. Greg's question, I have no idea about any cases, specifically regarding China. Secondly, to the comment on, or the question and the comment, who benefits from actions against infrastructure in the South China Sea? I'd like to come to that in a second. I would like to be a little more neutral to our Russian colleague and say, that great powers have been targeting undersea infrastructure for more than a century. I mean, the first case of a cutting of a communications cable was during the Spanish-American War. So this is nothing new. We shouldn't be surprised. I think what's disturbing in general is that critical infrastructure continues to appear to be a still under investigation. There are lots of allegations that it was the Ukrainians who did it as well. So before laying the blame, attribution is always difficult in cyberspace. It's always difficult when you're talking about ships on the sea. We know for the Matsu Island group off of Taiwan that it was 2 Chinese vessels that damaged the communications cables there. And we believe, and that's not to say they were state-owned vehicles, they were both private. However, we know that China has been quite flexible in its use of private and semi-private shipping for certain things. So there's just a a lot of coincidences going on that need some answers. As far as who benefits from targeting here in the South China Sea, it depends on the piece of infrastructure, where it lands, if it comes in submarine cables, where it lands, and what message you're trying to send. It doesn't surprise me that the Matsu Island Group cables were damaged. They go from Taiwan. China's been sending signals to Taiwan that they're unhappy with a number of their policies over the last 2 years. So I'm not saying that we can definitively attribute that to China, but we shouldn't be surprised that certain things happen out on the open seas. Again, they've been happening for well over a century.
Right. So before collecting the second round of question and comment, may I read out the question that we received online? Submarine Cable Corporation, multi-owner and co-owner, involve data sharing, which can also cause system-based information and data compromise or transnational violation. How can country minimize this situation? And another round for the question and comments from the floor. Yes, please. You can turn on your mic.
I haven't asked a question all conference. I'm Carol from Australia. I just wanted to pick up on the comments that have been made about surprising lack of maritime domain awareness when it comes to these cables, and to ask the panel about whether you see that or how you see that changing with the trends we now have on the development of AI and autonomous underwater systems, and how that might change the calculations and the discussion that we're currently about these issues. Thank you.
Yes, please. Sorry. Okay, the lady first and then Rob.
Thanks a lot for this discussions. I mean, there are several aspects on which obviously we're interested, and thanks for flagging indeed the interconnectivity of critical infrastructures and repercussions that this may have on civilians' life or essential services, also on land. My question is to all panelists, perhaps, or whoever wants to, is we're speaking a lot about security, of course, investigations, accountability, but more than the modification of the law, I think, on many of the aspects you raised, because the notion, for example, of military objective is quite clear and it needs to satisfy the two-pronged test. So, for example, even if a dual-use object has a military use, it still needs to satisfy those two elements of, because of its natural location, contribution makes an effective contribution to military action and offers a definite military advantage. Often undersea cables have, for example, the possibility to still redirect data, etc. So the military advantage there is questionable. Point one. Then point two, conductor cities rules are still very relevant. They're not perfect. The world in which we live today is indeed has changed compared to when those rules were made, but they still, to a great extent, respond to the challenges. What I think is needed is a change of mindset where we need to indeed map those critical infrastructures, undersea cables, understand the reverberating effect on the civilian population or civilian object. And perhaps this needs considerations already in peacetime. So my question is, what is being done? What are the discussions that are taking place among experts, also obviously among states, in order to minimize those effects in case worst case scenario erupts?
And Rob, please.
Thank you very much. This is to anyone on the panel who would like to talk about it, but all four of you talked about this combination of vulnerability with lack of a regulatory regime for protection. And I guess my question is, to what extent will the hyperscalers push for regulation to protect their vulnerable assets, or do you think that their preference is still for a light regulatory regime or no regulatory regime, to what extent do you think they will be actors in trying to raise or better the regulatory regime? Thank you.
Before turning back to the panelists, let me read out another question coming online from Charlie Brown. How best can gaps in international law regarding protection of undersea cable and infrastructure be addressed? What kind of national, regional, or international effort can be organized to make progress? Right, I'd like to give back the floor to the panelists. Anyone of you would like to address any of the questions from the audience or online? Yes, Dr. Felix.
Yes, so several questions. First, regarding the question of multilateral cooperation and this fragmentation of internet, which is linked to China's own internet system in a way, and the GAFAM, as you described, Sean. And this is very important. I think the reaction by the US to this infrastructure competition that we see is also because in the regulatory bodies, Union for International Telecommunication Union, for instance, and other aspects of the regulation for internet and telecommunication, China has gained seats, many seats in the last years and positions, and so there is also the infrastructure is used here as a way to take control, and it's also a way for the GAFAM to avoid the issue of net neutrality. Because net neutrality is the translation of common carrier regime, and we should call it a common carrier regime because it's, I think, clearer as a concept that as net neutrality. In common carrier, it means that you have when you have stake in a consortium, that you all have the same right to use the cable at the same speed, and there is no degrading of your activities regarding what you pay for instance, which is happening now with in Africa, for instance, with some GAFAM, and so it's very important. The second point about peacetime and wartime and the treaty that are not suited to current times, I think it's true that we lack and also for attribution in case of criminal acts, we lack here, I think, an international body or something that we have to look for, though. So it's the treaties, but it's also the way to dispute resolutions, and it's because of course it targets civilians as user of the cables today, and on this, I think we have to think about a way to do compartmentation of the cables. For instance, I have worked on a cable between Europe and South America, and they have reserved a pair of optical fibers for research and scientific cooperation. It's for the like telescope that are in Chile, and it's all the laboratories, not all the laboratories, but laboratories in Europe that want to cooperate. They have built a cable for this purpose, and they have then draw commercial investment. And I think we need to regulate the cables and take care about the use of the cables in peacetime and have different regimes for non-commercial use, for commercial uses, and also for military uses. Because military uses, if it's the reason for targeting entire populations in peacetime without attribution, I think here we have a very big issue, and it's maybe technically and legally it is feasible to find a way to avoid these problems, especially because now more and more communication go through satellites because of fleets that are sent in not only by Elon Musk, and satellites communication are not I think will be more and more used by the military, and so the question is raised: can we, in a way, make the submarine cables immune to this kind of attacks that we have discussed for the past days?
Thank you. And Professor Becker, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very quickly on the question of technology and the big tech companies. Those two are actually related in an interesting way. There is quite some interesting new surveillance technology being developed. So, for instance, Google is now using autonomous floating sensors to start monitoring actually the cable. So everything is still in experimental phase. If it comes to the shipping industry, they are now increasingly developing their own satellite networks for navigation purposes. So there's quite some fragmentation going on if it comes to maritime surveillance into different kinds of proprietary systems. And here's basically then the problem. If you really want to address critical maritime infrastructure protection, then it needs to be approached as a private-public enterprise, and we need a discussion on what kind of obligations are we actually putting on the industry in terms of sharing their surveillance data. At the same time, it also becomes a question of who's actually going to pay for critical maritime infrastructure protection. Is it the consumers? Is it the taxpayers? Or is it the shareholders of the big tech companies? So that's a major discussion in all of that, both when we're talking about big tech, but also big energy and big shipping, who pays for it, and who then actually employs the technologies. And the problem, quite obviously, with military surveillance technology is always it's much more expensive if the military does it than when a civilian entity or a private entity is doing. Very last note on a potential global process. Let us also not forget that it's only 2 years ago that we had a discussion on maritime security in the UN Security Council, which was chaired by India. And in that very discussion, quite a number of states, including several African states, Russia, India, actually proposed to develop a cooperative global maritime security structure. Unfortunately, neither the United States nor China heard the message back then, but I think this is the kind of ideas and the kind of strategies and processes that we have to return back to in terms of putting maritime security on a new track, and then also start developing new global norms for critical maritime infrastructure protection.
Do any one of you, Professor O'Malley, please.
Yeah, I'll try and wrap a few of these together, including our online question and then the question about technology and autonomous systems, as well as hyperscalers. Let me do them somewhat in reverse. I don't think hyperscalers will want a regulatory regime. They tend to shy away from regulatory regimes because that puts constraints on them. So I think that they will continue to work with partners that they trust. In the case of Google, they seem to be working closely with the U.S. government. The U.S. government in 2021 launched the cable ship, the CSF cable. Anyways, it was a cable ship initiative in order to protect national security infrastructure. So if a cable gets cut, the U.S. government can get a private ship out tout suite to take care of the problem. So no, I don't think hyperscalers will want regulatory oversight of any kind. On our question online, the very first one was a submarine cable cooperation. Multi-owner and co-owner involves data sharing, which can also cause system-based information and data compromise or transnational violation. How can countries minimize this situation? The easiest way to minimize that situation, I would say, is belong to a consortium model system and hope that you trust your partners. There can be more partners than ever before due to advances in technology. And I don't want to get too deep into it, but years ago in the industry, you could go ahead and rent a fiber on a cable. These days you can rent frequencies, and there's multiple frequencies on every fiber. So you can have more partners than ever before who join in some way, but you do have to trust the company that's at the landing station and that is routing the data domestically, because once the data hits the shore of whatever country it's hitting, it's running through servers that you don't necessarily control. And so you need to trust your partners. The last one from the left was on our I only caught part of it, sorry. Autonomous systems and other technology sort of changing how these systems operate. Christian just brought up a great point. Google is working on a number of ways to monitor cables. The technology in submarine cable equipment itself and for monitoring devices and sensor devices is growing exponentially fast. And it's only going to get quicker, I think, with AI and other types of new tech that we're discovering now. I mean, I nearly fell out of my chair a few weeks ago when I read it was an 800 gigabit per second transmission that was successful. So, I mean, things are just moving incredibly quickly. Will they have effects? Yes. How? I have no idea yet. And that's the wonderful thing about cable communications and technology in general.
Dr. Graham.
Two quick points in response to Carol's question. One, I'm less surprised about the gaps in maritime domain awareness. It's often said, I think with justification, we know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the deep sea area and on our own planet in particular. In terms of new technology, the only thing I underline what I said about, and Sean, unlike Sean, I don't have an engineering background, so tell me if I get it wrong, but if I get my facts right on distributed acoustic sensing, it relies on unutilized dark fiber within the cable, and the sensing, the military sensing potential of that was a accidental byproduct of what was designed to monitor damage to the cable itself. If that cable, fiber optic cable, has the sensing potential, then it may well serve in dedicated sensing networks that are not laid for communications purposes. As I understand it, the range is pretty limited at the moment, but as Sean says, the technology is moving very quickly. So watch this space.
I know that maybe more questions and comments still from online and the floor, but I don't want to occupy the stage and time of the next generation. So before drawing the section to an end, please join me to give the big floor to our contribution of the distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And now we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back at 4 because at 4, we're going to have the very first ever Young Leader Sessions live on stage, moderated by Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn from the DAV. See you in a bit.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please can I ask you to be back in the room, ready for the final and what's promising to be the most interesting session of this whole conference. Please, can I invite you to take your seat and be ready. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 8th and final sessions of this year's South China Sea Conference. This is a special session dedicated to the voices of the next generation. We at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam believes in young talent. We believe that our future lies with our next generations. We believe in dialogues, in communications, in networking. And the success of our generation's networking and cooperation is not enough to guarantee our future. And therefore, we believe that we need to invest in the next generation. And therefore, we have this session. And to have this 5 young, bright talent to be here with us, we have had a very intensive young leaders program. We invited registration from all over the world onto the program. And these 5 young, bright talents are the ones who are shortlisted from a very intense competition. So please join me in congratulating these young talents and the representative of our next generation. So what we are going to ask them to do now is to each of them briefly introduce themselves, and then they'll give us a reflection on what they have observed throughout this conference, and also to share their ideas, to share their thoughts on how we can move forward. We welcome their innovative, their fresh ideas, and also their suggestions and recommendations, and even policy options that they thought they have to offer to the very complicating task that were discussed during this conference. So to begin with, I'd like to invite Ms. Kate Clayton from La Trobe University of Australia. Kate, you have the floor.
All right, is this on? Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kate Clayton, a senior researcher and program officer at La Trobe Asia, where I also work on the program's Blue Security Program, which is an initiative to enhance maritime security collaboration and facilitating networking in the Indo-Pacific, supported by the Australian Department of Affairs and Trade. So before I begin, I'd like to extend my massive thanks to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and also the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, and for the opportunity for us as young leaders to present here at this conference. The inclusion of young leaders in conferences like this proceedings is key to ensuring peaceful, sustainable, and a prosperous South China Sea. The Indo-Pacific is home to 60% of the world's youth population. So that's around 750 million young people here in the Indo-Pacific. When we think about the future of the South China Sea, we often think that it's young people that will be leading the way. For many young people, including myself, who grew up in regional Australia, where bushfires were one of my main concerns growing up, climate change shapes our view of the world, but also our conceptions of security. That's why many of us here, many of my peers in the Young Leaders program, will be touching on climate change and environmental security. The theme of prosperity, of peace in the region forces a lot of us to be quite hopeful when often we're met with quite negative perceptions about what our future might be given the environmental concerns of the region. So I'm coming to this presentation as a bit of an outsider, firstly from Australia, but secondly also as a researcher primarily looking at climate change and foreign policy in the Southwest Pacific. But I think there's many things that we can learn from across the region when it comes to maritime security. So for my speech, I'll be looking at environmental cooperation as a baseline for confidence and trust building in the South China Seas. I'll have three parts to my speech. Firstly, the climate effects of Indo-Pacific in terms of the South China Sea. Secondly, areas of cooperation that might already exist and why this is important. So section 1, climate change is a shared threat. It's amongst the few things that states in the region agree on. Whilst different states may have experienced the effects of climate change differently, we all experience the effects of a warming world. The Indo-Pacific is one of the most climate-affected regions in the world, and climate change could alter the security dynamics of the region with increased piracy, transnational crime caused by climate displacement, poverty, as well as overfishing due to policing and ocean warming. This could overwhelm already existing state resources and maritime security capabilities, with an increasing need for additional ocean resource management, policing, as well as the work of coast guards. In terms of the region's populations, the UN Refugee Agency predicts that sea level rise could cause humanitarian crises. The Internal Displacement Monitoring Centre estimates that 65.9 million displaced people have already been displaced due to natural disasters between 2008 and 2020 in the Indo-Pacific. And by 2050, there could be as many as 89 million climate refugees in the region, primarily coming from Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Climate change will also impact sovereignty, with coastlines and maritime boundaries in flux due to rising sea levels. These shifts could impact UNCLOS, as well as how we understand exclusive economic zones and how maritime zones are defined. Maritime boundaries are vital for ensuring resource access, navigation rights, something we know all too well in the South China Sea. The blue economy, which incorporates renewable energy, fisheries, marine transport, tourism, as well as waste management, is vital for economic security and the livelihoods of those in Southeast Asia. Increased floods and ocean acidification, for example, threaten the fishing industry, on which 200 million people in the region depend on for food and jobs. Southeast Asia has been classified as one of the regions most affected and most vulnerable to climate change, with all ASEAN states, apart from Singapore, listed in the 50 most climate-affected regions between 1997 and 2016. Indonesia has the world's longest coastline, as well as Jakarta being the world's fastest sinking city. Parts of Ho Chi Minh City, Manila, and Bangkok, as well as Australia, will all be underwater by 2050. As an inherently maritime region here in the Indo-Pacific, we're particularly at risk from environmental disasters. Taking a closer look at the South China Sea, alongside the strategic and the political concerns that we've discussed over the past 2 days, the marine environment and coastal communities are facing perhaps a more existential threat as opposed to geopolitical concerns in that of climate change. As competition between the US and China increases, as well as sovereignty disputes continue, there remains food security, resource security, and marine biodiversity issues. Climate change, alongside the South China Sea tensions, could see an increase in IUU fishing, with more than 50% of the world's fishing vessels operating in the South China Sea. Indonesia, Vietnam, and Thailand are among the world's top 10 largest fish-producing countries. As fishing stocks decrease, fishing vessels will use all corners of the EEZs, even the ones with overlapping claims, making their work more dangerous. The effects of climate change on fisheries include poverty, overfishing due to pollution, ocean warming, as well as ocean acidification. Fishing stocks will dry up, and the livelihoods of fishermen will be affected by low incomes as well as increased danger in the South China Seas. It's often the everyday person that bears the costs of geopolitics. As the region becomes more militarized, the marine environment will also be harmed. The effects of artificial island building has negative effects on the environment, with deep water dredging disturbing the marine environment. There's also the concern of the release of pollution as well as marine debris as more islands are created. Some of these artificial islands sit on formerly thriving coral reefs, noting that China has made efforts to restore some of the coral damage. Noting that China, as we've also saw yesterday with Dr. Sarah Kirchberger noting, the potential for China to deploy up to 20 nuclear plants floating in the South China Seas further impacts the marine environment. The South China Seas is home to 600 coral species, which are negatively impacted by ocean acidification, which slows the growth of corals as well as dredging. These environmental stresses impact the coral reefs, which are vital for fisheries and also food security in the region. The South China Sea is in the Coral Triangle, which, as the ASEAN Maritime Outlook notes, has 76% of the world's coral species. The Maritime Triangle extends across the Southwest Pacific, so it's truly a shared Indo-Pacific resource. Finally, there's ongoing discussions on how sea level rises will impact UNCLOS maritime boundaries. Traveling down to the Pacific Islands, leaders at the 2021 Pacific Island Forum committed to a declaration on preserving maritime zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. Bit of a mouthful for a declaration. The declaration recognises the importance of UNCLOS in determining maritime zones, as well as advocating for fixed maritime boundaries so that they're not reduced to climate-induced territorial erosion. These remain ongoing discussions, but they have the potential to further complicate maritime claims in the South China Seas. Outlining areas of cooperation, environmental issues, including climate change, are one of the few areas where states in the region, particularly the US and China, are continuing to commit despite increasing tensions. Understandings of lawfare, of grey zones, of UNCLOS are often in disputes, but there is a mutual recognition of the key marine concerns in the region. This year, after much negotiation, the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, also known as the BBNJ, was ratified by 60 states, Vietnam amongst the first to sign on. The BBNJ emphasises the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. These include genetic resources, marine protected areas, environmental impact assessments, capacity building, and marine technology. The High Seas Treaty hopes to fill some of the gaps in conservation in UNCLOS, as well as work alongside UNCLOS. However, there are concerns that late provisions to the treaty will mean that it might not be applied to the South China Sea. Other relevant areas of cooperation include the Peace Through Conservation in the South China Sea and other science diplomacy initiatives which facilitate research and development in the region. There's also an opportunity here for states outside of the South China Sea to support marine environments as well as capacity building. The Australian government has partnerships and programs across the Indo-Pacific, including Southeast Asia, to combat IUU fishing and to support climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as the UK initiatives outlined by the Honourable Anne-Marie Travlin yesterday. In terms of energy cooperation, I'm not going to go too in depth. The panelists in session 6 today did a fantastic job to show the ample opportunity, particularly in offshore wind farms in the Indo-Pacific. The ASEAN Maritime Outlook has highlighted the importance of fisheries as well as marine resources, plastic pollution, and marine debris. If extra-regional states are focused on ensuring ASEAN centrality in the free and open Indo-Pacific, ensuring that states are cooperating on the maritime environment is key. Climate change, as we know, is a threat multiplier. Pre-existing political, social, economic, and environmental issues will be exacerbated by climate change. Add to this increasing tensions in the South China Sea, coastal communities in the region are bearing the costs of climate change as well as tension in the South China Sea. As we talk here about the actions of states, it's important to consider those that are experiencing the consequences of tensions in the South China Sea as well as climate change firsthand. The importance of non-traditional security issues in the South China Sea and to protect the marine environment as a means to maintain cooperation and open lines of communication. For the next generation of maritime caretakers and even the current ones, the day-to-day issues are not necessarily conflict in the South China Sea, but it's mitigating the environmental effects of those conflicts as well as climate change. Ensuring that all states are adhering to international law and norms on environmental sustainability, as well as conducting bilateral and multilateral maritime dialogues that are focused on protecting the marine environment, will help to strengthen communication and trust in an increasingly insecure South China Sea and Indo-Pacific. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Kate, for reminding us how important is the issue of environmental protection. And in your opinion, it's that threat of environmental degradation is existential for this region and therefore deserve us paying greater attention. Thank you so much for that. Now, I understand that Kate would have to go to the airport right after this, in fact, very soon. So I'd like to give her an opportunity to respond or to for her fellow young leaders to maybe have any questions to her that you'd like her to clarify or to further elaborate on with regard to her very interesting and important ideas. Anyone who would like to have a questions to Kate? Or the fellow leaders? Okay, we have one lady at the back, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Kate, for your great presentation. And it's my honor to be able to have a dialogue with you, the young people like me. So you mentioned that you want to talk about the environmental issue in the South China Sea from the perspective of an outsider of Southeast Asia region. So my question for you is, so as an outsider, how could Australia contribute to help Southeast Asian country to overcome the environmental issue in the region? Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Yes, Jeff, would you like to ask Kate a question? Just speak on it.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, Kate, especially on the issue of environment. I've noticed that you mentioned that you're an outsider, right? That Australia doesn't have any impact on the South China Sea. I would like to object to that fact. The fact that their presence there as ally of the United States as well as one of the balancing powers in the South China Sea. But however, that is not my question for today. My question is environmental wise. You mentioned about fishing, right? That the South China Sea has over 50% of the world's fishing vessels. Now, amidst the disputed territory here, what you see is that those fishing vessels, they have no regulation to how many fish they catch and therefore resulting in what we call overfishing. Now, do you have any insight, suggestion to the cases of overfishing in the South China Sea? Because as we can say, population growth among all the countries in South China Sea continue to grow. Indonesia itself expects to grow to 300 million in the nearby future. Therefore, that is very much a threat to the food sustainability of the region. That is my question. Thank you.
All right, Kate. So you have two questions there. Would you like to?
All right, thank you so much for the two questions. I'll answer the first one about being an outsider and what Australia can do in the South China Sea. So currently a part of the Australian government's programs include helping with IUU fishing and oceanic research management in the region. But I think one thing that Australia can do is have a more cohesive maritime security strategy. At the moment, our maritime security strategies are quite disparate amongst the Australian government departments. For example, we don't even have a Coast Guard, despite being a very large island in the Indo-Pacific. So I think having a more national security strategy as well as a maritime security strategy will help Australia to understand the environmental effects of maritime security in the region and linking in that with climate change, as well as the further work that we've been doing in the region in terms of oceanic research management, assisting with IUU fishing, skills building, training, and also in track 1.5 and 2 dialogues as well. And to the question about Australia not having an impact in the South China Seas, I definitely don't agree. I think that we do have an impact as a middle power in the region, and as you highlighted, on certain issues as well. In terms of fishing rights and overfishing, it's not one of my main areas of expertise, but it is going to increase in also in terms of overpopulation in the region as well. As populations increases, we're going to need more fish stocks, but those fish stocks will be simultaneously depleting due to environmental degradation, as well as ocean warming in the region.
Thank you very much, Kate. Yes, please, Karen.
Hello. Yes, thank you. Regarding Jeff's question on the matter of overfishing, I would like to point out existing efforts to address this issue. Usually what we do is we conduct joint patrols considering the vast expanse of waters in the South China Sea. And I remember Nico and I were talking about this very particular issue yesterday. There was an agreement by the Philippines and China, I think it was signed last year, to conduct joint patrols, although the scope was not yet defined, and negotiations are currently being held to discuss the scope, whether it involves defense and security, or it could also involve environmental management concerns. And this is also where regional fisheries management organizations can also come into play. RFMOs, as we call them in short, usually focus on high-value fish stocks, such as tuna. And so that gives much economic incentives for countries to pursue joint cooperation on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I don't want to keep Kate for too long, so she would be late for her flight. So please join me in thanking Kate and give her a round of applause of congratulations. Thank you very much, and looking forward to welcoming you back to our future South China Sea conferences. Now let's move on to Mr. Jeff Basin, University of Brawijaya, Indonesia. You have the floor.
Selamat sore, everyone, Your Excellencies and diplomats and experts present in this room. I am right now wearing my batik, so therefore you already know that I'm from Indonesia already. Firstly, I would like to thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me to this conference. This is my very first time in Vietnam, and it's been a great experience so far. Quite reminds me of my old hometown. Traffic, hawkers everywhere. It reminds me of Jakarta. All right, now let's begin with the introduction. My name is Cipaya Basen. I'm a graduate of International Relations of University of Brawijaya. Just recently graduated. I've done contract works, especially as a linguist and communication specialist, ranging from 194 FAR with the US Army, then 17 ARC, 13 MIU during joint exercises in Indonesia. Those are brief professional experience, and therefore I specialize in mostly in the study of security. Right now, so far, though, in the conference, we've studied so far about, yes, we know about the great powers having an impact on the South China Sea. We also know that there are lawfare and cases surrounding that. The fact that lawfare is very much being, was very intensely discussed, whether or not there should be law on lawfare, where every army actually have a group of legal teams. So basically, lawfare is already part of being a lawyer. And lastly, about the sustainability of the infrastructure in the South China Sea, it's very much being under debate. Those were very insightful so far. Right. So what I'm bringing right now here is that I'm addressing traditional and non-traditional threats in the SCS. So basically, it's about brief enactions in strengthening ASEAN on the SCS dispute. So let's move on to the first about history first, because history is so we can move it. All right. So first of all, history is an important aspect when we understand about South China Sea. It's often being missed, but we already know so far that historically the South China Sea was dominated by Chinese dynasty from Ming to Qing up until the 19th century during the age of colonization. Now, when this claim began, the dispute began, is that I drew the line where the end of World War II, when we saw that the surrender of the Japanese troops in the Paracel and Spratlys were secured by the ROC. They drew their firstly 11 dash line around the area. But at the time, they did not have enough naval power to have a presence there at the time because of their involvement in the Civil War. And afterwards, the victorious PRC turned that into a 9-dash line. Now, when we move on to the matters of claims currently that is based on the traditional fishing ground, it's now very under dispute because it's not according to the UNCLOS, where it's always 200 miles up until the outside of the coast or outside of the islands of a particular nation. So that's the very much interferes with the EEZs of multiple nations in the area, causing disputes. And lastly, there are numerous clashes and intense coast guards. We can call this a gray zone coast guard patrols around the Spratlys and sea states around the area having outposts, therefore causing as always many clashes that very much impede with the solution, diplomatic solutions that's ongoing. All right, now next. Now, here, in session 1, Dr. Nguyen mentioned about current generation having access to what we call OSINT. It's open source intelligence. This is what from CSIS is AMTI, one of which shows that the militarization of the Spratlys. Here is about the Fury Cross. As we can see right now, the Fury Cross Reef has the capacity of ISR, or intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and C3, or command, control, and communications. As we can see, the presence of Kilo Juliet 500 in the map there on this side, as you can see. On the lower side, it's not wings, and it's KG 500 and Y8Q. And as well as that, there's a presence of intelligence ship as well, and this makes it that Fury Cross Reef is probably one of the most central presence of Chinese military in the Spratly Islands. Second is this militarized island. So this is taken from CSIS MTI as well. First of all, we discussed about the Mischief Reef, Subi Reef, and Quarton Reef. Mischief Reef and Subi Reef has already been discussed by Dr. Sarah in session 2 as well. She mentioned about having ISR assets, particularly radar radomes, and in particular intelligent asset being there. And Quarton Reef, in addition, is very much a support facility with ISR equipment located there as always a radar. So this pretty much makes it PRC sea lines of communications as well as the supporting logistical reef to their presence there. Now, the problem being that what I want to highlight is one of dispute in the Scarborough Shoal in 2020. As we can see right now, the presence of 3 gray zones coast guards against several Filipino fishermen. However, I do not want to discuss this more because another participant has already laid claim to the discussion on this. So the general considerations are that we have the militarization of Spratly that presents a traditional threat in the South China Sea. Second, we have salami slicing tactics. So what is salami? Salami is basically a big sausage, and then you pull little bit. You have bits, and then you get the whole sausage without having to pay for it. So the tactic basically, a group of small actions being done over time to lay claim into a large area. And this has been done by nations in the past, and right now it's currently being done in the South China Sea. Thirdly, we have conflicted sea lines of communications. As I stated before, the Spratly Islands, Paracel Islands, they form sea lines of communications, and they interfere with other countries' EEZs, for example, Vietnam and Philippines. So it's very much a conflicted area, and as well as conflicted sea lines of communication. Lastly, what is all this cause? So this, all this only have effect in that they put seed of mistrust in the diplomatic negotiations. As we can see right now, we have already agreed that first we agreed that code of conduct should be complete by now, I think. But now it's been extended that there should be an agreement on the acceleration of the completion of the COC, therefore bringing it to 2026. So pretty much extending deadlines after deadlines in the middle of diplomatic deadlock that is currently happening with all the mistrust between states in the South China Sea. Now, those are the traditional security threats we are facing, but non-traditional security matters too. In fact, it matters to a lot of us. Do we fit ourselves from having guns, from having security threat from protection? No, but we are complementing ourselves with fishes, with food, with water, with health as well. So this pretty much was a non-traditional security threats. So this thought began in the post-Cold War. As we can see, back then the Soviet Union collapsed and the US was a global hegemony. So many thought that oh, war is inadequate, and there were IR rebels as well. So they move on from the theory of having two world domination to a new form of non-traditional security that were plaguing in the area. So what I'm bringing right now is that non-traditional threats may exist concurrently or in causality with traditional threats, for example, wars, conflict, etc. In many cases, if traditional threats were not given solutions for, this non-traditional threat can only expand so far and will only cause it to not be addressed. For example, we have the humanitarian crisis in 1993 Somalia because of the threat that were unaddressed there. It hasn't been addressed. And the 1958 Lebanon, I'm sorry, it's written as 1956, should be 1958, and 1982 Lebanon, where we saw conflicts there that prevent humanitarian crisis and relief. The situation in the South China Sea may not be an exception. If you do not address the big problem or the big elephant in the room, how can we address the small fries around it? So that's pretty much a big problem right now. Now, this non-traditional threat that I'm discussing about is about overfishing. As we can see in the left map, over 60% of all the fishing zones in the South China Sea are now depleted. This is in 2016, and pretty much by 2023, there has been an increasing number of depleted fishing zones. So the catches have all been decreased as well, from about 35 to 40 million tons in 2005 to now below 30 million tons annually by every state. So in response to this, China has actually implemented a correct solution here. However, it's been quite selective fishing ban in disputed territories because this has been in effect since 1999, and it affects all fishing zones above the 12th parallel. So the fishing ban was supposed to help fish regenerate in those fishing areas, so give time fish to breed. But the problem being that this selective ban is only in effect from one country, so it's unilateral, not multilateral. So the problem being that the solution cannot be implemented to anyone. This is also more complex because, as Kate was saying, that overfishing was actually caused by climate change and pole-centric migration of fish. Why? Because the depleted fishing zone is not all from overfishing. Some fish go south. The more warm it is, they go south. They go near the pole. So this is making it very hard for fishermen to catch their fish and making it more likely for them to be in conflict with neighboring states. Now, so we have three key issues right now we have to address. First, we have encroaching militarization of the South China Sea and EEZ violations of sea members, as per UNCLOS, of course. Second, we have non-violent clashes between Coast Guard and fishermen to unclear agreed boundaries, as well as gray zone operations. Last but not least is depleted fishing zones in the northern SCS due to overfishing, threatening food sustainability and therefore food security. Now, recommended actions. What I see so far is that we must finish first the code of conduct. So basically, code of conduct will be the guidelines to how we solve crises in the South China Sea. We need to work together with China and every nation in ASEAN in order to push this, in order to be complete before 2026. That's the pretty much optimistic deadline. Second of all, we must push to agreed upon fishing quotas. At least that solution so far will be explored by my fellow young leaders as well on the possibility of fishing quota and how it is being done by multilateralism as well. Last but not least is that we must strengthen our ties, regional ties, armed force ties through joint exercises within armed forces in ASEAN, because it's very much increasing the confidence in ASEAN, as in session 1 and session 2 mentioned that the speakers were talking about the lack of confidence, the lack of optimism in ASEAN. So this can be fixed through confidence building measures like that. We can invite other countries as well. As indicated in ASEX 2023, just last September, it's basically joint exercise between armed forces in ASEAN, however, only on humanitarian affairs only. So the main purpose of which three-pronged actions is to tackle traditional threats concurrently with non-traditional threats, which, as far in my opinion, seems fit. All right, I believe that's my presentations for now, and I believe that the others will have other things to say as well. So I'll see you all in the Q&A. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. Another staunch reminder of the need to tackle both non-traditional as well as traditional security issues at the same time. And you offered three very specific recommendations on how ASEAN can take this forwards. So thank you. If you have any questions, save it to the end, because all these 4 young leaders are going to stay with us to the end of the program. So let me invite the next speaker, Mr. Nicolas Antonio, University of the Philippines.
Hello. Your Excellencies, Your Honors, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, and friends, Shin Chao, magandang hapon. I'm Nicolas Antonio, a law student and researcher from the University of the Philippines, and it is with great honor that I address you today to share some insights and learnings from the past 2 days of meaningful dialogue and collaboration in the 15th South China Sea International Conference. Allow me first to express my immense gratitude to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference, which has been enlightening, to say the least. I would be remiss if I did not take this chance to thank Dr. Vu Haidang, Hindo, and Ngoc Mai for their guidance and support. Maraming salamat. My presentation today will revolve around the Philippine experience in asserting our legal rights and entitlements over the West Philippine Sea, our maritime territory which forms part of the larger South China Sea. As Dr. J. Batongbakal and Commodore J. Torriela discussed in their respective presentations earlier, our country is engaged in a heated dispute over the South China Sea region, almost the entirety of which is claimed by the People's Republic of China based on their supposed historical rights. Let me point out first that no one wants war. We abhor war. Our Constitution itself expressly provides that the Philippines renounces war as an instrument of national policy. It is a non sequitur argument to say that asserting our legal rights over the West Philippine Sea is an invitation, much less a declaration of war. It is precisely conferences like this where we are given the extraordinary opportunity to exchange ideas instead of gunfire, where our words may sometimes clash, but grateful still that they do, instead of our warm bodies. It is in this spirit that the Philippines filed an arbitration case against the People's Republic in 2013, pursuant to Annex 7 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. This has been repeatedly cited all throughout this conference, starting from Professor Carl Thayer's engaging discussion on the long and difficult journey surrounding the ASEAN-China Code of Conduct negotiations. So allow me now to re-emphasize the most important rulings and implications of the arbitral award. First, the 9 dash line has no legal basis under UNCLOS and is invalid. The disputed area falls within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, since under the definition of UNCLOS, there are no islands in the disputed region. Third, and probably the most relevant for fellow students of the law, the arbitral award is now part of international law pursuant to the ICJ statute. The arbitral award's most immediate impact was the invalidation of China's 9 dash line, which has recently evolved into a 10 dash line through the most recently published map of China's Ministry of Natural Resources. This demarcation, which China used to claim vast expanses of the South China Sea, clashed with UNCLOS, which China ratified in 1996 and even participated in the negotiations of. The arbitral award clarified that the 9 dash line lacked legal basis and that maritime entitlements must be determined by the provisions of UNCLOS and not by the supposed historical rights raised by the People's Republic. While this ruling was a significant victory for the Philippines, it has also deepened tensions between China and its neighbors, as Beijing staunchly rejected the legitimacy of the decision, due in part to China's decision to refuse to participate in the proceedings. Another crucial aspect of the arbitral award is the assertion that no declared islands existed within the disputed region, placing it squarely within the Philippines Exclusive Economic Zone or EEZ. This recognition reinforced the Philippines' rights over natural resources, fisheries, and economic activities within the zone. However, enforcing these rights has proven to be a complex task as China continues its expansive territorial claims and militarization efforts in the South China Sea, disregarding the award and exacerbating regional tensions, as Commodore Torriella discussed at length earlier today. Now, I would also like to note that the impact of the arbitral award extends beyond the immediate parties involved. It is now considered part of international law pursuant to the provision flashed on the screen. This recognition underscores the significance of the arbitral award in establishing legal precedents for resolving maritime disputes and upholding the already agreed upon principles and provisions of UNCLOS. At this point, I would like to attempt to reframe the discussion a little bit and tackle the plight of Filipino fisherfolk, the second most impoverished sector in our country. Filipino fisherfolk who rely heavily on the South China Sea for their livelihoods have been unduly affected adversely by the territorial dispute. Incursions by Chinese vessels into contested waters have resulted in reduced access to traditional fishing grounds, often leading to economic hardship, food insecurity, and even displacement for these communities. Their struggles have been exacerbated by the limited capacity of the Philippine government to protect their rights and interests in the face of a powerful and assertive neighbor. Addressing the plight of Filipino fisherfolk is not only a matter of humanitarian concern, but it is also a legal imperative. The arbitral award serves as a foundation for asserting the rights of these fisherfolk. It is crucial to utilize this legal framework to advocate for their access to resources and to ensure that they can continue their livelihoods in a sustainable and secure manner. So recently, a Filipino fisherman aboard a tiny wooden boat taunted a Chinese vessel near the Scarborough Shoal, which Jeff discussed earlier. This brought widespread cheers for his extraordinary act of defiance. He was interviewed by a journalist after. Asked why he undertook such a dangerous stunt, he responded with, "Pinagtatawanan ko lang sila. I just laughed at them." Truly, the Filipino humor can still persist in front of the largest maritime militia and the largest navy in the world. Reframing the South China Sea issue to accommodate the plight of impoverished Filipinos, fisherfolk, necessitates a multi-pronged approach. Firstly, the Philippine government, with international support, must bolster its capacity to protect the rights of its fisherfolk, including through enhanced military surveillance, maritime surveillance, law enforcement, and diplomatic initiatives. Additionally, regional cooperation is critical, as neighboring countries should work together to establish mechanisms that safeguard the interests of vulnerable fishing communities. Furthermore, diplomatic efforts should be intensified to encourage China to adhere to international law and respect the rights of all nations in the South China Sea. This includes constructive dialogues, confidence-building measures, and negotiations aimed at finding mutually acceptable solutions that prioritize the interests of all stakeholders, particularly the poorest of the poor and those in the margins. I end this with a quote from one of our country's most eminent legal scholars. This battle to defend our EEZ from China, the superpower in our region, is the 21st century equivalent of the battles that our forebears waged against Western and Eastern colonizers from the 16th to 20th century. In this historic battle to secure our EEZ, we must rely on the most powerful weapon invented by man in the settlement of disputes among states. A weapon that can immobilize armies, neutralize aircraft carriers, render irrelevant nuclear bombs, and level the battlefield between small nations and superpowers. That weapon, the great equalizer, is the rule of law. Under the rule of law, right prevails over might. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to seeing you all in the journey towards a more peaceful, a more just, and a more humane international community grounded in the rule of law.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Antonio, for reminding us the significance of the historical arbitrage ruling on the South China Sea, the first and only one of its kind, especially a reminder that such a resolution is through peaceful means, a very important conclusion. So thank you very much. And now let me invite Ms. Karen C., Partnership in Environmental Management for the Seas of East Asia, to the floor.
Honorable Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Karen C., also from the Philippines, as Nico here. My specialization is on coastal and marine resource management sustainability. My academic background is in sustainable economics, and I serve as the former Secretariat Coordinator of Partnerships in Environmental Management for the Seas of East Asia, an intergovernmental organization that focuses on the promotion of sustainable ocean economy-related initiatives in the Asia and Pacific, including those bordering the South China Sea. And I also serve as a coastal and marine focal person for the National Economic and Development Authority of the Philippine government, the central planning ministry of the country. I'm very thrilled to be a part of the Young Leaders Program of this year's installation of the South China Sea Annual Conference, which I agree with the organizers needs active participation from as many sectors and fields as possible. For this reason, I would like to thank DAV of Vietnam for giving me this opportunity to join everyone here. I will be presenting some recommendations in terms of prospective priority studies for marine scientific research, or MSR, in the South China Sea in the context of environmental management, a topic that, if you notice, lacks or rather pales in comparison compared to other South China Sea related dialogues that mostly revolve around sovereignty, sovereign rights, defense, security, and other traditional issues related to foreign policy. For this reason too, actually, I'm very pleased to see growing interest in this field of environmental management, as we saw from the earlier presentations and even the ones yesterday. I will not delve anymore on the environmental significance of the South China Sea, as this was already more or less covered in the conference. But I will say that marine scientific research is important, as it places a key source of information for building maritime domain awareness, or MDA, which refers to the comprehensive understanding and knowledge of activities, developments, and threats in the maritime domain and associated airspace. Something that, as was mentioned yesterday, is very limited, but nevertheless needed, especially in a complex, high-stakes area such as the South China Sea. Now, I'm very Asian, so I need to step down from the podium. Okay, thank you. Okay. Now to set the context for my presentation and also in consideration of the time limit, I'll be focusing on 3 examples of under-researched yet high-impact areas of marine scientific research. These recommendations are based on needs capacity assessments done by countries, think tanks, and international organizations such as PEMC. Now, this is not meant to be an exhaustive list, nor a prescriptive list, but rather a snapshot. And so I encourage others to share their ideas later during the Q&A. Apologies in advance if I don't have any presentation. First, I would like to start with a recommendation that is something already familiar for all of you: climate change. If you may recall, climate change is the most pressing environmental issue worldwide, as it has severe repercussions, which do not recognize any legal and administrative boundaries, and is particularly felt in developing vulnerable countries such as those in the South China Sea. In 2021, we had what was mentioned yesterday, a landmark achievement under the UN Convention on Climate Change, or UNFCCC, namely the adoption of the Glasgow Climate Pact that recognized the inextricable link between the ocean and climate change, and decided to embed the field of ocean-related solutions, which is actually a key driver for climate change mitigation, in the multilateral climate change regime. This is a fitting time, considering that in the context of greenhouse gas reduction targets and commitments of countries under the UNFCCC, the potential of ocean-related industries for climate change mitigation are barely considered, unlike their land counterparts, with the exception of offshore renewable energy. This is where greenhouse gas accounting for the maritime transport sector comes into the picture, and this is my first recommendation out of the 3. 9 out of the 10 busiest seaports in the world, and about 60% of the world's maritime trade goes through the South China Sea. Additionally, China and our neighboring countries, Japan and South Korea, account for 93% of global shipbuilding in terms of weight. Considering the high industrial activity in maritime transport, it is important to produce baseline estimates of the greenhouse gas emissions of this sector to aid policymakers in greening the industry and updating the greenhouse gas reduction targets of their respective countries. There are no large-scale estimates yet for the maritime transport industry, but we do know that the transport sector as a whole produces 23% of total greenhouse gas emissions, according to rough estimates by GIZ. In view of this, I'm very pleased to inform you that during the last East Asian Seas Congress in 2021, held in hybrid format in Cambodia and online organized by PAMC, we were able to secure country commitments from the countries of Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam to participate in the Blue Solutions project of GIZ, whose main outputs are to conduct greenhouse gas accounting of the maritime transport industry in these countries and to fund pilot infrastructure or other investment projects. Now, my second recommendation is the conduct of a feasibility study for risk insurance for coral reefs, which provide a number of ecosystem services such as marine species nursery and feeding grounds, storm surge protection, erosion control, and greenhouse gas reduction. However, damage from severe climatic events such as tropical cyclones or hurricanes, as you call it in other places, poses a significant threat to coral reef ecosystems. One study found that in the presence of Category 4 cyclones or winds with at least 110 knots, coral reefs can already lose an average of 25% of live coral cover. Live coral cover, by the way, refers to the proportion of the reef surface covered by live stony coral, which are the main building blocks of coral reef structure. And this can even get destroyed up to 60% in Category 5 cyclones or winds with 160 knots. In some regions, damage from these events is the greatest, shortest term risk that reefs face. As such, the establishment of risk insurance is a necessity for these fragile ecosystems. The establishment of a risk insurance involves assessing first if there is a need for insurance, followed by the identification of prospective buyers and investors, designing the insurance model, developing the necessary institutional arrangements, and building the inventory of funds. A successful pilot initiative on risk insurance for coral reefs has been conducted in Quintana Roo, Mexico. Here, the Nature Conservancy NGO, Swiss Reinsurance Company, and the local government and hotel industry have partnered together to ensure a stretch of the Mesoamerican reef and adjacent beaches to protect coastal businesses and thousands of livelihoods dependent on tourism and fishing. Underlying the success of this model is a Coastal Zone Management Trust Fund, an innovative financial mechanism developed to promote good governance, increase transparency, and ensure that the insurance policy is properly funded. The trust was established in November 2018 and has purchased a reef insurance policy. The trust receives revenues from a tourism tax collected by the government from hotel owners and other beachfront property owners to be used in part to pay the insurance policy premiums or indemnity payments, and to conduct overall management of the coastal zone, ensuring funding both during disaster response and for ongoing reef and beach maintenance. An example in which this was successful was the case of Hurricane Delta, which hit the coast of Mexico in October 2020, 2 years after the insurance model was established. This triggered the insurance policy and led to the world's first ever coral reef insurance payout. The payout totaled USD 850,000, and this will be used to restore the reef. According to a rapid assessment of the Nature Conservancy, the same NGO which conducted the earlier study on the insurance model, coral reef insurance markets might be feasible in multiple countries, including those in the Asia Pacific. Zeroing in on the South China Sea, the analysis points to Indonesia and the Philippines, as these countries are highly vulnerable, have extensive reefs, and will benefit the greatest in terms of the number of people it can protect and the value of property protected by coral reefs. Now, as of writing, a regional project of the ADB aims to conduct a feasibility study for risk insurance for coral reefs in these two countries, plus Fiji and Solomon Islands in the Pacific. Now, my last recommendation is research on marine genetic resources. And I apologize in advance, I might delay the discussion for a little bit. Now, this research on marine genetic resources, including those found within the EEZ and high seas, to check their viability for biotechnological application, especially in the pharmaceutical industry, where there is high demand and economic incentive for cooperation. This is very important considering the economic incentives involved, as mentioned. Now, the development of pharmaceuticals from marine sources is not new, especially those within territorial waters. In fact, back in the late 1960s, and the shallow water sponge was the source of chemicals that led to the development of an anti-leukemia drug, and subsequently in the 1980s, the HIV drug. Similarly, the venom of the cone shell resulted in the development of a synthetic compound used in a painkiller. Antifreeze proteins from cold water fish and other organisms are used to improve the quality of frozen processed products. We also have remdesivir, which I'm sure you've already heard. This is an antiviral treatment for COVID-19, and this was derived from sea sponges. These are just a few examples of the ingenious applications of marine genetic resources, a key ingredient in human health and safety with global implications. The prospect for marine genetic resources in the high seas is even higher, as it makes up 64% of the ocean surface and nearly 95% of the ocean's volume. They are rich in biological diversity, proven to be an important source of novel genes and natural products, and remains barely explored. However, it should be noted that any such research should follow the safeguards put in place, if any, by countries with jurisdictional rights, such as the case in EEZ, or the safeguard provisions in the BBNJ Treaty that was already mentioned a couple of times in this conference, once it has been ratified by 60 countries, or the 60 UN member states. These safeguards are meant to help ensure the sustainable development of these resources and the equitable distribution of genetic resources. Why is this important? The topic of equitable distribution is especially a key issue, as a single transnational corporation alone by the name of BASF, the world's largest chemical manufacturer, headquartered in Germany, had registered 47% of all genetic patents worldwide. Not only did this company register more patent sequences than the other 220 companies, but it also exceeded the second and third companies, the leading companies, by a huge margin. Japanese firm Kyowa Hakko Kirin Company Limited, which is standing at 5.3%, and US-based Butamax Advanced Biofuels LLC at 3.4%. Imagine the huge discrepancy. I am pleased to note that as of writing, many of the countries in the South China Sea have signed the BBNJ Treaty, namely China, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam, currently in the process of ratifying this treaty. And so we hope we can change this scenario. And that concludes the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Karen, for raising the topic of marine scientific research with three very specific recommendations on greenhouse emission from marine transport, from coral reef protection, and also marine genetic research. These are very interesting ideas, and I hope we can delve more into it in the Q&A. So thank you very much. And last but not least, let's welcome a Vietnamese young leader, and her name is Ms. Nguyen Trinh Tâm Hiền from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam.
Your Excellency, honorable ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests, and thank you all for staying to the very last presentation. My name is Nguyễn Trinh Tâm Hiền, the senior student at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, majoring in international politics and diplomacy. First and foremost, please kindly allow me to send my warmest congratulations to the DAV on the 15th anniversary of the South China Sea Conference. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for providing me such a great opportunity to be a part of the Young Leaders Program and participate this year conference on site. Throughout the previous working session, I've learned so much about the current situation in the South China Sea, and it will profoundly impress me to see the tremendous quiet efforts and contributions of numerous politicians, diplomats, researchers, and all the forces from relevant countries. Distinguished panelists also provided a comprehensive picture of the South China Sea with complicated development in various relations, fields, and domains to be further particularized, as well as good practices from other regions. So, amid escalating competition and tension, it is necessary for littoral state, landlocked nation, and external partner to seek solution to enhance cooperation in such less sensitive fields as marine conservation, marine scientific research, as Karen said, as a sustainable exploitation, and etc. Through collaboration in the South China Sea, ASEAN member states could reinforce solidarity and unity among themselves, as well as and institution. Of our sector, clean energy has emerged as one of the most potential fields surrounding the South China Sea to be further developed. In the following presentation, I put forward a SWOT analysis to explain the prospect of solar, wind, and wind energy cooperation among littoral state and regional country. And then based on that foundation, I would go on proposing a 4-level roadmap to promote an intra-region and collaboration and beyond, with ASEAN at the central position. Sorry. Let's move on to the very first part, the strength of Southeast Asia member nation. Okay, here. You can see that first of all, geographical location create favorable condition to generate clean energy. Located in a monsoonal tropical region encircling the semi-cloud China Sea, most ASEAN member states get high exposure to sunlight and wind all year round. Geographically, proximity also facilitate great connection between countries to form a joint market. Second, except for Cambodia and the Philippines, the majority of nations attended the conference of UNFCCC party and pledged to reduce emission by 2050 or 2065. Following that, domestic legal and regulatory framework are being improved and completed in compliance with the pledge, taking Vietnam issuing the 8 National Power Development Plan that were thoroughly introduced to the conference by Dr. Nguyễn Xuân Huy this morning, for example. Thirdly, because of ASEAN's rising population and highly concentrated economic activity, energy security is of existential importance for both intra-regional country and external factors of which interests are closely linked to ASEAN. Along the way of green transition, Southeast Asian countries also face opportunities from outer conjuncture. First of all, amid decreasing fossil fuel reserve and turbulent global conjuncture, green transition and sustainable development are irreversible on a global scale. And in the era of power competition, ASEAN's neutrality and centrality are highly appreciated as they ensure an open, stable, and equal playground to cooperate with all good-willing external partners. And as such, ASEAN will keep maintaining warm and stable relation with all dialogue partners, including great power, also as well as TAC signing parties would have advantages on clean transition, such as Denmark, United Arab Emirates, or Qatar. Big countries are determined to gather force and launch initiatives that aim at attracting small and medium-sized countries in Southeast Asia. For example, back to 2022, the U.S. announced the IPEF illuminating green transition as one of the important pillars, and 6 out of ASEAN countries participate in this framework. Most recently, Beijing organized the Belt and Road Forum, emphasizing green development as one of the new focuses of the 10-year-old initiative. However, every sword had two sides, and with increasing pressure from power rivalry, ASEAN member nations may be forced to take sides. Together with territorial dispute, power tension in the South China Sea destabilize the region, erodes strategic trust, and hinder cooperation between parties. Second of all, as you know, China has retained its position as the world leading manufacturer of solar energy products and global solar cell manufacturing. To guarantee that it satisfies the demand of the green transition, China also dominated the global supply chain for raw material for production and manufacturing process. According to the table on the screen, you can see that China's companies accounting for roughly 70% of total world rare earth element output. And in this context, it would be challenging for ASEAN to penetrate the field. The future looks even dimmer given ASEAN primeval weaknesses as follows. First of all, regular severe natural disaster, as well as vulnerability to climate change, significantly accumulate human, social, and economic costs. Secondly, limitation in capital, technology, and human resource hamper ASEAN member states from mastering cutting-edge technology. And another point to take into account is that although ASEAN's slogan is unity in diversity, but sometimes diversion in terms of natural condition and development strategy may impede intra-regional collaboration. And on the basis of aforementioned analysis, I would like to suggest a 4-level roadmap to boost cooperation within ASEAN member states and beyond in terms of clean energy, with the vision of ensure intra-regional energy demand, and in the long run, ASEAN could become a regional clean energy hub. So these are 4 levels on the roadmap I want to recommend. First of all, national level, multilateral level, ASEAN level, and ASEAN Plus level. So first, on national level, Southeast Asian nations should continue and accelerate the work of completion, legal and regulatory framework, create open policy, environment, and investment to attract cooperation. Second, on multilateral level, this is the backbone of my plan, because neighboring countries or those of common concern could increase dialogue and consultation for better mutual understanding on natural conditions and capabilities of each other country. This dialogue elaborates on initiative of energy investment, cooperation, and trading contract. The ASEAN map as below show us a great potential of cooperation between reciprocal supplement and economy. You can see on the map that Singapore and Brunei, wealthy as they are due to their small size of territory, still dependent on imported energy. On the contrary, Vietnam, with a long coastline and having huge prospect in generating offshore energy, is questing qualified capital and technology investment. So the confluence of those three country demand and capacity result in a trilateral ministerial meeting on the sideline of the IPAP in the US last year. And the wind farm in Laos set another good example of a landlocked country with wind energy potential that based the very first cross-border renewable energy project in the ASEAN area, involving firms from Philippines, Hong Kong, and so on. Following the Paris cooperative norm, these multilateral blocs could go on proposing a collaboration at the ASEAN level, aiming at Southeast Asian common energy industry and market. Despite its diversity in the past decade, ASEAN always managed to promote the lowest common denominator among its member states, which promote the economic development and mitigate the effect of climate change. So with geographic proximity as an advantage, ASEAN should continue to promote the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation and increase the institutionality and effectiveness of ASEAN Center for Energy to establish a shared energy market based on the aforementioned underpinnings. A unified ASEAN is no doubt a strong actor on the regional and global stage, creating leverage in negotiating with external partners on the four level of ASEAN Plus. So on the one hand, with self-reliant capabilities strengthened via intra-ASEAN cooperation, solidarity, and mutual support, ASEAN can welcome the participation of external partners with confidence. When the 10 nations stand together on the same side, it's far easier and simpler to build mutual beneficial relationship with large powers than when each country act alone. And on the other hand, ASEAN Center cooperation will be a factor stabilizing the region, strengthening trust between countries, and promote the principle of consultation, dialogue, and mutual beneficial cooperation for peace, stability surrounding the South China Sea, or the ASEAN way in short, in other key areas as well. And that's marked the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention and support.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen, for another presentation on how ASEAN can play its central role this time on a very important issue with regard to lighting up the greens, and that is clean transformation. And you offered a very concrete 4 steps approach on how ASEAN can get there. So thank you very much. Now we have wonderful 5 presentations on a wide-ranging topics, all related to the maritime domains, and all are very futuristic. So, well, I'm very impressed with your presentation, and we don't have much time left though. So I would like to open the floor for maybe you yourself to interact or have any questions among yourself, or if we in the audience have any questions or any comments on their wonderful presentation. So I see 1 hand from the audience, 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands. Oh my God. We really are re-energized after the 4 presentations. So I'd like to give a chance to the audience first. Ambassador Zhang.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all congratulate DAV for having this special session. I believe the new session has provided not only new air, new spirit, but also new vitality to the series of South China Sea International Conference. The second congratulations go to the 5 panelists. They have proven that they are not just serious researchers, but also visionary thinkers. Now, let me have 1 question. My question goes to Antonio. I understand that July this year marks the 7th anniversary of the ruling of the arbitral tribunal. It is also in July this year that your Department of Foreign Affairs, for the first time, launched a website to publicize all the documents related to the ruling. My question is, why? Or what does the launch after 7 years without it tell you? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. You can respond.
Good afternoon, Ambassador. I'd like to address this issue, the elephant in the room. For the past administration in the Philippines, under President Rodrigo Duterte, there was an exchange. We acquiesced, we kept quiet as a country, supposedly in exchange for developmental assistance from China. So you would see a notable acquiescence and silence during the administration of President Duterte. There was no mention of this very important ruling in most diplomatic occasions. Unfortunately, now the Foreign Ministry of the Philippines is now more proactive in trying to enforce the arbitral ruling. So that answers your question. And yeah, so we can't do anything about the past administration, but we can now, we just have to move forward with what we have right now.
Thank you so much. And another questions? Yeah, there are two from the back. Murray, sorry, you have to hold on. There are two ladies in the back who have raised their hand before you. All right, one by one. Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I want to congratulations to all 5 young panelists for successfully deliver your outstanding idea. So I have a really quick questions for Jeff. So basically, you have mentioned the non-traditional security issue in the South China Sea, and but I haven't heard you mention much about the non-state factors, and I believe that this factor also have very relationship with the states as well, especially with space for territorial purposes. So I'm asking you whether you have any comments on these non-traditional, non-state factors in the concept of non-traditional security as well as traditional security, and also the legal framework related to the non-state factors in the maritime issue. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Maybe you can pass the mic to your neighbor to also pose a question.
Thank you so much. I also have a question to Mr. Jeff. So in your presentation, you mentioned a bit of history that the South China Sea was historically dominated by the Qing dynasty to the 19th century. So in my opinion, when we talk about history, and every time we bring up any historical assumption, it means that we, aka like what we, with our assumption on what happened in the past, then every time we mention any historical assumption, there underlies some implication or significant, and it could, lead us to interpret the past and the present in a different way. So it is very important, like, to pay attention to the details when you talk about history. So therefore, I want to ask you, what is the significance of the fact when you mention the historical domination of the Qing dynasty on the South China Sea, and what does it mean? Because the South China Sea is very big, and there are so many small area and fragmented area, and there are so different period of time that different group of people dominate the sea. So why do you mention that, and what is the significance of it? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Murray would like to have your question too.
I have a somewhat different question. So I want to go to the foundation of our whole conversation here, the last 2 days. I sometimes hear from some of the countries represented here among this excellent young panel that why should we, China's got a huge military. There's not that much in the South China Sea, a bunch of rocks, only a few fish left, and maybe, maybe some oil and gas, and some rare earths maybe. But so I hear the argument from young people sometimes, look, we're a poor country, we need infrastructure, we need education, we need, on and on. And now our militaries are spending a lot of money to modernize and build up, and they will never be able to stop China and defeat China. So I want to ask you, where you guys, few of you, come out on this equation, protecting the South China Sea, maintaining interest in the South China Sea, or giving it to the Chinese and developing your own economies. Thank you.
Thank you. And I assume that question goes to any or all of the. Thank you so much. All right, who would like to pick any questions? Jeff, you have 2 questions, so would you like to respond? Yes, please, go ahead. Just speak onto the mic. It's going to turn on. Just speak onto it.
That's all right. So 2 questions, 2 very interesting questions indeed. That's why I put it on the PowerPoint, so it attracts some questions. Why I simplified those large historical significance. There has been about, since the start of mankind, there has been people in South China Sea, and there has been change of power who ruled the South China Sea. Why I simplified to the Ming and Qing only. And second question is from Mai over there. I think Mai is asking about the non-state actor in South China Sea. Well, that is very interesting. I didn't get the chance to speak about that because 12-minute limitations. It's very much interesting. However, I'll talk about the second question first because it's very interesting historical-wise. So, why historical factor is so important to be discussed about? That's the basis of the question. Countries laid claims not only based on the geographic, but also historical significance sometimes. That's why Indonesia has that claim against the Philippines. The Philippines has that claim against Indonesia, and both of us have had claims against Malaysia, especially the Sultanate of Sulu. Because historically, Sulu in North Borneo has been either a part of Nusantara, and we had records of Majapahit having colonies there, and it has been a part of the Philippines as well. So that's why the Sultanate of Sulu faced rebellion in 2013, I think. Yeah, it was close to my home, so they bombed a lot of Sulu rebels over there. Right now, let's get to the point. So to answer your question, the first question, history sets a precedence to states' claims, and I stand by that. Judging by the historical claims, for example, Indonesia, why did Indonesia exist in the first place? When you look over history, Indonesia consists of many kingdoms. We have the Majapahit, we have the Mula Warman, we have Sultanate of Aceh, we have the separate kingdoms in Maluku, we have kingdoms in Sulawesi, and all of these have distinct languages, and all of these have different identities. So why history is important? Because one thing, history unites the nations. We were under-colonized by the Dutch, and I'm saying this as the official version. That's why our states are united. So history sets precedence to state, and it sets the basis of identity of a state. So it is very important so that we can understand the perspective of one state claiming the almost entirety of South China Sea. So we can understand that. And why didn't I mention about any other state other than the Ming and Qing? Well, there's a lot. If I mention about the history of Vietnamese as well, it's very interesting that you have emperors as well, and Vietnamese empire basically exists right down next to the Chinese, and then basically resisted the invasion of Mongols. However, we need not to skip the history. We need to get to the point on why the South China Sea is happening. So that's why I only included Ming and Qing. So we get the point that the traditional dominance of the area actually belongs to this, despite multitude of controls. I've had several historians claim to me that Majapahit actually was a contending faction in the South China Sea as well, at least during its very dominant part. So yeah, that's why history is important, and that's why history is always eager to be understood. Now, for the second question about non-state actors, yeah, it's been developing theory in IR, for example, in the recently developing world where corporations are now maybe stronger than nations and certainly stronger than many small nations. Non-state actors are an important aspect in maritime security. And not to mention as well, we mentioned that non-state factors, right? It's mostly about that, it's non-state actors. We see that in the Golden Triangle, in maritime security part, the ones doing that are not state, the ones smuggling those, these are individuals. So basically, states have now to contend with non-state actors in order to safeguard their maritime security. So if you ask about my viewpoints on those, they are important as well to consider when you were talking about maritime security. And lastly, about what Dr. Murray says about should we leave it to the Chinese? Well, I am an Indonesian, and Indonesia is a non-claimant state in the South China Sea. So in regards to this, Indonesia can just say to ASEAN, we can just leave it at that. We can just let the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia have all their problems while we focus on developing infrastructure in our nation first. That's Indonesian first viewpoint. So why didn't we do that? Because there is a sense among young people in Indonesia that we feel responsible because we are the biggest nation in ASEAN, and that we are a significant factor in building ASEAN. We are one of the founding members, and I think because of that, the identity itself is built among the young people like me. That's why I feel obligations to help my fellow ASEAN compatriots in order to showcase what they are having problems on in the South China Sea. However, in order to better answer this question, I believe that it should go to the Philippines and Vietnam.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeff, Nick, and Karen and Hyun. Would you like to add anything? Yes, Karen?
I would just like to respond to Dr. Murray's statement about overfishing in the South China Sea. I'm an economist from the National Economic and Development Authority of the Philippines. It's easy to misinterpret the state of play in the fishing grounds of the South China Sea because there's misinformation going around. And this has something to do with the fact that the volume of fish catch has decreased as much as 60% in as little as 3 decades. But the fact remains the same that based on world statistics from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, that part of the top 10 exporters of fisheries are China, Indonesia, and Vietnam, along with other developed countries. Sorry, again, it's China, Indonesia, and Philippines. Thank you.
Hyun, why bother traditional security issues? Leave it to the major powers. Would you like to comment on that?
Actually, I would like to give some response to Professor Murray. You just made me feel so interesting saying that we need so many things from developed country, like from education, and now is we ask for military, right? And then after all, we are stuck by China. So that just 3 things is just come up to my mind from my personal view. First of all, the truth is we are a developing country, and of course we lack of many things in comparison to developed country. But basically there are 2 ways to grow stronger. The first one is internal forces, which mean we try ourselves, we do our best, and the second one is to take full advantage of external forces. And let's say the second point is that the South China Sea is the water in the Southeast Asia region, but there are but this is a dynamic region for development, economic, and so on. So the interest of intra-regional and extra-regional country is intertwined. So if you want to ensure your interests, you have to help a capacity building, and it's a national need. The third thing I want to share is regarding power imbalance. China is a big country in the region, and it's a matter of fact. That's why we need this kind of conference. That's why we need to talk and negotiate and get external power involved, because that's how we balance the imbalance. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have no more time. So I'm going to just give each of the young leaders just 30 seconds more to have your pick on what you've heard during the last 2 days on how to illuminate the green, how to illuminate the gray and light up the green. I'd give you 30 seconds each to tell us your pick on the best recommendations that you heard throughout the 2 days, throughout the 8 sessions on how to move forward in illuminating the gray and lighting up the greens. So who would like to start first? Jeff? Okay, all right, maybe Karen, since he had just spoken.
Thanks for throwing me under the bus, Jeff. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Okay. As someone who is both of Filipino and Chinese descent, and also as someone who is interested in geopolitics and involved in environmental management, what I notice is that the concept of, and actually it's not just the concept, it's political will is very important. We can talk about legal agreements, etc. We know that, for instance, China ratified UNCLOS, but if there is no political will to follow through, any cooperation agreements or whatsoever, including joint development agreements over disputed areas, will remain a gray area. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick?
Well, coming from a legal background, I still believe that the rule of law is the only way forward. And I have three answers to that: cooperation, cooperation, and cooperation. Events like this, where we can cooperate, where we can have meaningful discourse and dialogue, it's the only way we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Jeff, are you ready?
For me, one of the most wonderful sessions I had was actually during session 1, session 2, session 5, because it aligns with my interest in security, particularly on the Coast Guard part. So what I realized is that it was my last experience last year, is that I saw that Coast Guard of many sizes, they must guard the maritime security. But what I realized right now, what is happening in, there are Coast Guard of various sizes, they are worshipped as Coast Guard. So what I intend is that the importance of having all this in under international norm. That's a first. Second of all, I would like to shout out for the emphasis on advancing technology. We have OSINT, we have many other technologies, as well as satellite views, as well as technical aspects like satellite photo and analyzing all that. That's all very interesting. So yeah, those are for me.
Thank you, Jeff. And last but not least, Ian.
Well, I just look over my notes and can you imagine it 25 pages? So it's really hard to sum up, but I'll try. There were so many things I learned from the conference, from all the distinguished panelists. And actually there are another 3 takeaway from me. The first one is the rule of law. The second one, political willingness, as Karen said. And the last one, I think that the reason why we have the chance to sit here is because we are the future generation, and perhaps some of us will be the future leader, who knows. But older generation, please help us, guide us, and encourage with our path, and we'll do our best for the future. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Please join me in a big round of applause to our young leaders. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. So we are now on to the closing session. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, honestly speaking, I was a little pessimistic until session 7. I thought that we could not find enough light to light up the green, but it was really session 8 that made me optimistic. I thought that after listening to our young leaders, I'm fully now a believer in our future generations, and that we can find a path towards peace, stability, and sustainable developments in the maritime domain of the Indo-Pacific, with the help of the senior generations, but also with the active participation of the young leaders. But we also gathered a lot of ideas today through the 7 sessions on how we can move forward. We have found a lot of potentials that the oceans can bring. We have found a lot of mechanisms and cooperation ideas on how we can work together in order to realize those potentials. Of course, challenges remains, but we believe that we can be innovative enough in order to find ways to overcome those challenges. But in order to realize the potentials of the oceans, we of course have to first ensure peace and stability. And because of that, we have to deal with gray zones, and we have to illuminate the gray. Now, throughout the conference, we heard many ideas, and some had the idea that maybe the use of the term gray zones is the endorsements or recognitions of gray zones itself. Some thought that the use of the word lawfare is in itself a lawfare. Now, this phenomenon is not new. In Vietnam, there are those who believe that the use of the word Indo-Pacific is the endorsement of certain countries' strategies on the Indo-Pacific, or likewise, the use of the term global community of common destiny is an endorsement of such a term. I don't believe that. I believe that the discussion of a terminology is not taking a position on that concept. So I therefore believe that the discussion on how to illuminate the gray itself is a way to reduce the gray zones. And therefore, I believe that today's conference, throughout the 7 sessions that we have contributed in illuminating the gray, reducing the scope of intransparency, and promoting transparency in the maritime domain. I believe that through the 7 sessions and especially the last sessions of today, we have found many ideas in order to move forward to make the maritime domain more transparent, more predictable, and find ways to be more effective cooperations and build partnerships. We believe that building international partnership is very critical and very important. The major powers obviously bear great responsibility, but the middle powers, the small powers, also need to share the burden and promote their own agency and cooperations through encouraging the major powers to compete in a non-zero-sum way and in a healthy way that does not pose any harms to the region. We also believe that by faithfully observe international law and conduct our activities within the framework of international law is going to reduce the scope of gray zones. We believe in the need to build capacity in order to better enforce and better conduct our activities in our jurisdiction is going to reduce gray zones. But we also believe through the discussions of today's different sessions that better coordinations between agencies, between different governments across interdisciplinaries such as defense, economic, diplomacy is also going to be needed in order to reduce the scope of gray zones. We need to continuously build the legal foundation in order to reduce the blend and blur of the legal environment. And through that, we believe that is going to limit the scope of abuse of international law and reduce gray zone altogether. Last but not least, I think there were a lot of ideas that suggested that we need to build resilience. Resilience through de-risking, resilience through diversification, but also resilience in working together, whether through unilateralism or multilateralism, in order to build our strength to cope with abuse and gray zones activities. So I think we have come up with a non-exhaustive list of recommendations that is coming out from this conference. Now, I'd like to have a few requests to all of you before you leave this conference. Please leave us with feedback, and you can do so by scanning the QR code on your table. And please provide us with suggestions on how we can make this series of conference better. We would also like to hear from you where you would like to be in next year's conferences. Every year, we take suggestions and clues from you in order to choose the venue for the next conference. So your suggestion is going to be vital in helping us decide where to take you next in next year's conference. We would also like you to support our wonderful young leaders in their participations in our Futures program by also suggesting new young leaders to join the program and also provide them with supports in order for them to be able to participate, whether online or physically, in this program. So that's it for now. And at this time, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to all of you who participated and who remain until these hours. Your support, your presence, and your active participations is the vital reason why this conference is successful. I'd like to especially express our gratitude to all the keynote speakers, to all the moderators, to all the panelists, especially the ambassadors who did a wonderful job in moderating the sessions, the panelists whose presentations really light up this conference, and especially your participation, all of you, for actively participating in the conference. I'd like to especially express our gratitude to those of you who have been participating in this conference on multiple years. All the ambassadors who are sitting on the third rows, and many of you here have been participating since the very beginning without failing to show up in every of our conference. So thank you so much. I would also like to express our gratitude to all our partners, PVN, the CAS, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the Lawyers Association, the Foundation for East Sea Studies, the various embassies in Hanoi, the UK embassies, the Canadian embassies, the Singapore, Indonesians, Australian embassies, and the embassies of Japan. Your partnerships and support has been fundamental in helping us organize the conference. We would also like to thank the Ho Chi Minh City Council for facilitating and for helping us organize this conference. We'd like to thank you, Viet Center, the company behind the organizations of this conference and many other conferences that we hold. Their professional support have been fundamental in ensuring a smooth conference. And I'd like to also thank the interpreters at the back who've been working quietly behind the scene in order to help translate this conference. And last but not least, I'd like to thank all my DAV colleagues once again. Professor Lan Anh and her team has done a wonderful job in putting these pieces together in order to ensure a high quality conference. So please join me in thanking Professor Lan Anh and her wonderful team. Well, thank you very much. This has come to the end of today's working part of the conference. There's a following part and there'll be announcement shortly after this, but I'd like to once again thank all of you and looking forward to seeing you again in the next year's conference. Thank you.